Chapter 998. Upon seeing Frank's smile, Katlia had mixed emotions. She then retracted her gaze and cast it at the fishing village near the harbor where the future was. No one expected that this was an important stronghold of the Moses ascetic order. In order to avoid the Aurora Order's investigation, Admiral of Stars Katlia and her fleet had recently stopped here. She wasn't in a hurry to set sail, but prepared to disembark and use the facilities in the fishing village to communicate with her subordinates who were monitoring artisan charv in Byam. From there, she could determine the situation and come up with a plan. With this premise, the future would be activated and head for the capital of the Rørsted archipelago, Byam, which was a few days away. In Bakeland in July, the sky brightened especially early, but the overall temperature wasn't considered hot. It didn't even exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Emlyn used his top hat to block the sunlight that penetrated the clouds, got off the carriage, and entered the Harvest Church. At a glance, he saw Father Utravsky, who was dressed in a brown priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet, standing in front of the sacred emblem of life like a mountain. He was preaching to the few believers who had come to pray in the morning. Emlyn didn't take a second look as he walked straight to the back of the church, came to his room, and skillfully changed into his priest robe. As he wiped the candlesticks and other items, he waited for the believers to leave. About 20 minutes later, he finally found an opportunity. He sat beside Bishop Utravsky and looked at the sacred emblem of life. He muttered to himself, "Father, I have a question to ask you." With sparse eyebrows, light blue eyes, and a few obvious wrinkles, Bishop Utravsky replied with a smile, "Go ahead." Emlyn paused for a breath and said the words he had repeatedly thought about last night. "If, and I'm saying if, an estranged relative deceived you, causing you and your friend to fall into danger and nearly losing your life, and this matter isn't suitable for court, how would you punish him?" Even though Father Utravsky was sitting, he was like a small mountain. "First of all, you need to determine if the relative was careless and made a mistake, or if he was deliberately deceiving you and leading you into a trap. If it's the former case, what you need to do is warn him, remind him, and teach him instead of just punishing him. If it's the latter case, you need to confirm if this is his usual style of doing things. Yes, get rid of him. Otherwise, he will definitely harm others and the innocent. Ending his life and sending him back to the earth to restart the cycle of reincarnation is a form of mercy, a form of purification. Purge." The priest was even calmer, more natural, and more peaceful than World when he talked about killing. Emlyn's facial muscles twitched slightly as he hurriedly interrupted Father Utravsky's answer. "No, he doesn't usually act like this. It's only because of certain reasons that he targeted me this time. I don't want to kill him because of this." Just as he said that, Emlyn froze. He seemed to indicate that he was the victim, indicating that this matter was an internal problem of the sanguine. Father Utravsky turned his head to look at him and revealed a gratified smile. "Not bad. You already know how precious life is." Emlyn forced a smile. "So, how should I punish him?" Father Utravsky looked at the sacred emblem of life in front of him and said, "I don't advocate resorting to violence to solve problems. I don't advocate using violence to solve problems. You can bring him here and let him listen to my sermon, read the Holy Bible, understand the value of life, feel the kindness of the Mother Goddess, and work for the sins he has committed. Isn't that what happened to me?" Emlyn was taken aback before he felt that this method was very much in line with his intentions. This wouldn't cause Ernst Boyar's death, nor was it something that could be compared to beating him up and demanding compensation. More importantly, this wouldn't escalate to the level of a battle. It wouldn't cause internal conflict among the sanguine. Of course, any method had its flaws. To Emlyn, if he wanted to do so, the biggest problem was, how was he to bring Ernst Boyar to the Harvest Church? Ever since he began volunteering here, all the sanguine in Bakeland knew that they had to stay away from this area. Ernst Boyar was no exception. It was impossible for him to be tricked into entering, and if he were to use violence, Emlyn believed that with the ring bestowed by the ancestor, Lilith, and the magical and powerful spellbook he rented from Miss Magicians, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat Viscount Ernst Boyer. However, it wouldn't be that easy to control him. After all, he was a sanguine viscount, equivalent to a sequence 5 beyonder. In addition, although Ernst wasn't too old, he still had quite a collection. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to directly take action. If he wasn't careful, it might result in a bloodbath. It would go against Emlyn's original intentions. Perhaps I need to cooperate. In Bakeland, there are several members of the Tarot. If they cooperate with each other, they should be able to easily control Ernst. I can't expose my identity because of this. It's best to cooperate in stages and not meet each other. Amidst his thoughts, Emlyn made a decision. He planned on issuing a mission on the Tarot next week and seeking help. He nodded slightly and responded to Father Utrabski's suggestion. That sounds good. I plan on calming down for a few days before making a decision. Father Utrabski nodded and smiled. The process of sowing the fruit to harvest is a long one. One needs to wait patiently. You seem to have understood this point. Of course, this was a very simple reason. Emlyn raised his chin slightly, habitually clasped his hands together, and prayed to the sacred emblem of life. 22 Phelps Street, where the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation was located. Audrey placed the document in her hand back on the table and looked up at the wall clock hanging on the director's office wall. She found it difficult to relax. She had already arranged with Escalante to meet at Stephen Hamplister's place in the afternoon. Obviously, this meant that there would be a test. If the psychological alchemy team was cautious enough, they might have already reported the matter, and there might be a counselor observing everything in secret, based on her own level and abilities. Although Audrey was unable to confirm how terrifying a high-sequence spectator was, she could already imagine how they would perform in certain fields. This made her feel a little nervous, afraid that she would be seen through. Actually, I should have delayed it a little longer. Although the timing and emotions I revealed are in line with psychological logic, and delaying the meeting would definitely arouse suspicion. Compared to a little suspicion, it's more important to wait for Mr. World to return from the southern continent. That way, I can directly arrange for them to meet at the foundation, and I don't have to worry about a high-sequence spectator discovering anything. Sigh, Audrey, you still haven't considered things deeply enough. Audrey sighed silently and cast placate on herself to calm her emotions. In the afternoon, she wasn't in a hurry to leave the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation. She sat in her office, lowered her head, clasped her hands, and softly prayed to Mr. Fool. After doing this, she boarded her carriage with her maid, Annie, and her dog, Susie, and headed for the furniture merchant, Stephen Hamplister's house. Just as the carriage began to move, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly appeared in front of Audrey. In the pillar of light, an angel bathed in golden light with 12 pairs of wings on her back slowly descended. She used the wings formed from flames to wrap around her before dissipating layer by layer. Audrey's vision quickly returned to normal. From the corner of her eyes, she swept her gaze at her maid, Annie, and her golden retriever, Susie. She realized that they hadn't noticed the scene that had just happened. She's a little different from the angel from before. While Mr. Fool is recovering more, his angel has also recovered further. The corners of Audrey's mouth twitched slightly as she restrained her smile. She became abnormally certain. Less than half an hour later, her carriage stopped in front of Stephen Hamplister's door. After handing her hand to Annie, Audrey alighted from the carriage and walked to the door. She watched as her attendant rang the doorbell. Not long after, Escalante came to open the door. As usual, she led Audrey directly to the activity room on the first floor. Annie and the dog, Susie, and the others were led to the living room by the servants to wait. When she arrived at the door of the activity room, Escalante pressed her palm on the handle and solemnly gestured for her to enter. This, Audrey had a vague guess, but she remained calm on the surface as she slowly walked through the door that Escalante had opened. Escalante didn't enter, but closed the door to the activity room from the outside. Audrey looked ahead and saw an old man sitting quietly on a single-seater sofa, facing the door of the activity room. This old man was wearing a shirt, a vest, a three-piece suit, and striped blue-gray trousers. He wore a dark red bow tie, and his hair was completely white, but it was still lush. He had a gentle and elegant bearing. He had a pair of blue eyes that seemed to be filled with wisdom and knowledge. Apart from the wrinkles on his forehead, there were basically no wrinkles anywhere else. Audrey knew him. This was the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambus. Of course, Audrey had long known of this old man's secret identity on the tarot. Psychological Alchemy Council member. She didn't hide her surprise, because she was indeed very surprised. Although she had guessed that Vin Rambus would very likely come, she believed that he wouldn't directly appear. He would only observe in secret and let Hilbert or Stephen speak to her on his behalf. "Are you very surprised?" Vin Rambus asked with a smile. He immediately stood up and bowed. "Nice to meet you, Miss Audrey." Audrey purposely opened her mouth and closed it again. Then she replied with a complicated smile, "Yes." Then she replied with a complicated smile, "I don't know how to address you." Vin Rambus chuckled. As usual, he pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down and talk." Audrey quietly took a deep breath, and with a faint smile, she unhurriedly walked over and sat on the sofa, maintaining a distance that wasn't too far from him. Chapter 999. Vin Rambus picked up the porcelain teacup beside him and took a sip. Looking at Audrey, who was sitting upright without any mistakes, he smiled amiably and said, "There's no need to be so restrained. It's not like this is the first time you've met me. I still remember that 2 years ago you even discussed Behrman's moral philosophy and Kongso's pragmatism with me." Audrey maintained her faint smile. "I just find it hard to associate you with a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board." Vin Rambus had yet to introduce himself, but this was a reasonable deduction based on Audrey's knowledge of psychological alchemy and the present situation. Vin crossed her right leg and smiled. "That's not something worth paying attention to. Never forget that our psychological alchemy is an organization established to research knowledge in the mind. We are more inclined towards academics than official matters." Since it's academics, you can totally treat the so-called counselors as university professors. If she hadn't learned from Mr. Worrell that Vin Rambus was the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide, Audrey could only conclude that he was a knowledgeable, amiable, witty, and not arrogant scholar no matter how she observed him. But since she was wary, Audrey didn't believe what she saw on the surface. As she looked at him and organized her words, she didn't allow herself to focus too much on a single point. She kept her thoughts active and divergent to prevent herself from being hypnotized without realizing it. At this moment, her mind suddenly went into a daze. She seemed to see 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge, as well as indescribable figures that filled the sky and blanketed everything. This was a spirituality sky, a reflection of the spirit world at the level of the mind, and beneath the spirituality sky was a dark and dark sea. Every drop of water there was like a shadow, as though they represented a bit of consciousness or a mark. There were several islands near the sea, and one of them belonged to Audrey. She clearly recognized that this was a symbolic manifestation of her consciousness. What was exposed on the surface of the sea was the part that she could perceive, and what was submerged by the seawater was the deeper level of consciousness that she usually couldn't grasp or probe. Floating above the island and looking at the bottom, the first thing Audrey noticed was a vast expanse of loneliness and silence. It blocked her vision, leaving her only able to see the huge and dark silhouette of the subconscious and the illusory, rippling sea of collective subconscious. It was difficult to obtain too much information. Audrey was wondering why she had entered such a strange state. Suddenly, she saw that at the bottom of the island, deep in the sea of subconscious consciousness, A large expanse of gray separated like a tide, revealing a stone staircase that had appeared out of nowhere. On the steps, a figure leaped up quickly in a flash. Almost instantly, he entered Audrey's line of sight. His hair was thick but completely white, and he wore a standard three-piece suit and striped blue-gray trousers. He wore a dark red bow tie, and the wrinkles on his forehead were rather heavy. It was none other than Vin Rambus. Compared to the one sitting on the sofa, this Rambus had a sinister aura. He didn't smile at all, and his head was slightly lowered, as though he was observing Audrey's subconscious consciousness behind the stairs. In a few steps, he entered Audrey's island of consciousness from the sea of collective subconscious. He walked from the subconscious domain to the surface of the sea, like a silent visitor without permission or knocking on the door. After landing on the island, Vin Rambus raised his head. Part of his skin was already covered in grayish-white scales. His eyes were golden and vertical without any emotion. Floating in midair, Audrey watched this scene and came to a realization of the current situation. This is the world of the mind, a mind world formed from the spirituality sky, the sea of collective subconscious, and an individual island of consciousness. Due to the blessings given by Mr. Fool's angel, Vin Rambus used the sea of collective subconscious to secretly invade my body of heart and mind domain, triggering alarm. That power then separated my most intrinsic self-consciousness, allowing me to control everything that happens on the island under the spirituality sky, thereby resisting true mind reading. This is really magical. No, Vin Rambus is really despicable. He's not polite at all. He barged into someone else's home without permission or notice. Audrey mumbled in midair. Having understood her situation, she secretly influenced the changes on the island, while replying to Vin Rambus, who was sitting leisurely on the sofa in the real world. I'm also very reserved in front of a university professor. As she spoke, Audrey made the island in her heart grunt. This isn't a good comparison at all. As an old psychological alchemy counselor, he's at least a sequence 4. He's an existence that's considered a demigod. It's natural to feel reverent and restrained. Vin Rambus, who was sitting on the sofa, chuckled. Then I won't force you. I heard Hilbert mention you. He said that you only took a few months to advance from a psychiatrist to a hypnotist. I'm very curious. How did you do it? Yes, I've also heard about the answer you told Escalante. It's the courage to apply it. I want to hear more details. At this moment, Vin Rambus, who was on Audrey's mind island, was observing his surroundings with a deadpan expression, listening to the echoing voices. Audrey was already prepared for this. She deliberately pretended to organize her words and only said after a few seconds. After a few seconds, she said, "It's the superficial meaning of the courage to apply it. Let's put it this way. In my future plans, I've always had the option of becoming a psychiatrist. Since I have the corresponding beyonder powers, I am definitely willing to give it a try. I'm very willing to use them to help the people around me resolve their mental or psychological problems." As she spoke, she seemed a little embarrassed by her somewhat childish behavior. The mind island faithfully reflected this point. After a pause, Audrey continued to speak. During this process, I realized that my control over the potion's power was getting better and better. Then, one day, I felt something in my body shatter and fuse into my blood. It made me see illusory stars, one after another. Mr. Rambus, what does this mean? I don't know why, but from that day onwards, I was certain that I could become a hypnotist. Perhaps it was a subconscious hint. After saying that, Audrey deliberately made herself on the mind island stick out her tongue like a child. She did something that she definitely wouldn't do normally to prove that she was really a little embarrassed. This was because acting as a psychiatrist was no different from acting as a princess when she was young. Awkwardness often meant that he was telling the truth. Vin Rambus nodded gently. He's very talented. He actually figured out the acting method by himself. Acting method? Audrey was astonished and at a loss. Then, She seemed to have understood something. Vinrambis smiled amiably. It's what you understand it to be, acting according to the name of the magic potion and concluding the corresponding rules. This was an effective way to digest the potion and reduce the negative effects. However, at Sequence 6, previously, we didn't encourage members to use this method to speed up the digestion of potions, so we didn't teach you. Who knew that you would figure it out yourself? Why not? Audrey asked with sincerity and confusion. Vinrambis sighed. This will cause the members to become unlike themselves, and some will even be assimilated by the residual effects of the potion. To put it simply, the first 3 sequences will slowly grasp their powers and slowly adapt to the Beyonder, allowing their self-awareness to become deeper, clearer, and more mature. This will help them deal with the problems brought about by the acting method. Of course, I can only give my opinion on the spectator pathway. As for the other Beyonder pathways, I'm not sure if it's the same. Clearly, pathways that focus on the mind will always have a little different in terms of self-awareness. Audrey was unable to determine if Vinrambis was lying. She only felt that it made sense, but it wasn't completely correct. Little Sun mentioned before that the acting method has a rule of remember, you're only acting. I think that's more appropriate. Yes, I've always strictly abided by it, and I'll do the same in the future. Audrey, you can't be careless. From now on, you have to pay more attention to strengthening your self-awareness. From Mr. Fool's point of view, this is definitely a trivial problem. There's no need to emphasize it. It's included in the phrase only acting, but to ordinary people it might be rather important. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she took the initiative to ask, "Can you explain the acting method in more detail?" Vinrambis gave a more detailed explanation before saying, "That's right. You do have the talent and qualifications to apply for the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker Potion formula. But before that, I will give you some missions. This is both a need for fairness and also a form of training for your abilities. This is because when you reach Sequence 5, you will lead 2 to 3 psychological discussion groups. Every judgment and choice you make will affect the future of the members under you, or even their lives. Therefore, we cannot let a person who lacks the ability to handle matters advance to Sequence 5. I understand. Audrey had no objections to this. What's the first mission? Vinrambis smiled. A simple but relatively long-term mission. Every feedback you give will be counted as a contribution. At this point, he sighed. The gap between the new party and the Conservative Party is widening, and there are more and more conflicts. There has already been a certain level of rift in the kingdom. I hope that you can pay attention to your father, Earl Hall's attitude. Convey his views on certain bills or matters to me. Don't worry, this won't cause him any harm. We only wish to mend the rift." The last half of his sentence actually didn't have any logical support. It was just a promise, but as Vinrambis raised his right hand and pressed his forehead on Audrey's mind island, Audrey felt that what he said made sense. She firmly believed him, floating in midair in the mind world. She immediately snapped to her senses and realized that something was amiss. Divine King of the 9 Heavens, Chapter 1000. With my father's trump card in hand, how can it not cause him harm? At the very least, it will have a negative impact on the things he tries his best to promote or oppose. Floating in midair above the mind world, Audrey looked down at the island of consciousness beneath her. Her thoughts were calmer than she expected. Right on the heels of that, she suddenly understood why Vinrambis had gotten Quarren to commit suicide. Audrey had always been concerned about this matter. Furthermore, she had learned different pieces of information from different sources. She had a relatively clear grasp of the overall situation, but she was ultimately puzzled as to what the mastermind was trying to achieve. This trap seemed to be targeting the Conservative Party's purse strings, Baron Syndra's. As long as there was a mistake in any part of the entire matter, the powerful banker would very likely be exposed and dealt with by the official Beyonder organizations. However, in reality, it lacked the backup plan of an outstanding conspiracy. When Don Dantes didn't play by the rules, the meticulous plan was immediately disintegrated. There was no effective remedy. It didn't seem like the work of a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway. As a rather experienced spectator, Audrey had long sensed that something was amiss. Today, after hearing Vin Rambise's words, she came to a realization and grasped the essence of the framing. Vin Rambis didn't care if he succeeded in taking down Baron Syndras. He had already obtained what he wanted. Just as he had said, within the kingdom there was a huge rift between the new party and the Conservative Party. Although Vin Rambis said that he wanted to make up for this problem, in fact his goal was to increase the estrangement and create a rift. What was he doing this for? Audrey controlled the mind island to prevent it from showing any puzzled emotions. She then replied to Vin Rambise's words, "I can understand your worries about the kingdom's situation. I can understand your concern for the kingdom's situation. I will do my best to help you." Just as she said that, the gloomy Vin Rambis on the mind island lowered his right hand that was pressing down on his forehead. Sitting on the sofa, Vin Rambis smiled in relief. Sitting on the sofa, Vin Rambis said with a gratified smile, "You are indeed a noble lady filled with compassion and compassion." After saying this, the old man in the striped blue-gray trousers put down his right leg and leaned forward slightly. His eyes became a little deeper. "Due to your identity and daily environment, you will forget about me. You will only remember Hilbert, Stephen, Escalante, and the others. If you have anything to say, pass it to me through them. When you have something important to report, you will subconsciously visit me and ask me about academic problems. When you enter my house, your lost memory will be restored." As Vin Rambis said that, Audrey's mind island also opened his mouth and repeated the words. The corresponding rock transformed and quickly sank into the ground, sinking into the subconscious. At this moment, Audrey felt like she had split into two people. One was formed from the mind island. She could no longer remember the appearance or name of the elder in front of her. All she knew was that she had come to Stephen Hamplister's house and met a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Board. She had received praise related to the acting method and received a new mission. The other was floating beneath the spirituality sky. She remembered everything that had happened very clearly, but there were fewer emotional changes. It was more optimistic and not gloomy. Audrey was extremely certain that the one in Madeira was the most intrinsic self-consciousness. Therefore, she didn't get confused. With her as the main body, she controlled her other self. She got up in a daze and said, "Yes, sir." After responding, she quickly straightened her body like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. She walked towards the entrance and opened the door. At the moment she closed the door, the her in Madeira in the mind world and the her corresponding to the her in the mind island suddenly fused as one. The two different memories instantly blended together, leaving Audrey in a state of confusion for a few seconds. However, with her considerable experience in treatment and hypnosis, she quickly and skillfully sorted out the primary and secondary, as well as the truth and falsehood. She then reconstructed every detail that had happened. What powerful mind reading and hypnosis! This is using the sea of collective subconscious to directly enter my body of heart and mind and even my soul body to exert influence. Although she had the blessing of the Fool's Angel, Audrey still felt like she was looking at old photos when she recalled what had happened. They were yellowed and faded as though many years had passed. I can do the same in the future. Mr. Fool's Angel's blessing is truly powerful. Humph! I'll only inform you of Dad's attitude on unimportant matters. As these thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, her mood improved. Whoosh! The steam locomotive that spewed out large amounts of smoke dragged carriage after carriage into Bakelin Station. After a few days of travel, Klein finally returned to the capital of capitals. In his appearance, Don Dantes wore a top hat and a formal suit. He held a gold-inlaid cane as he slowly left the first-class carriage and landed on the platform. Behind him was a young man who was obviously of mixed blood. He was about 1.75 meters tall and was carrying 2 suitcases. He was none other than Enzo. Of course, this winner had already changed his name to Enuni, which had more characteristics of the southern continent. In the future, he would be the new tycoon and arms dealer Don Dantes' choice to contact the southern continent's clients. He would be the one to handle the less critical business, so there was no longer a need for Don Dantes to personally travel to East and West Balam. Of course, this was only a disguise to the outside world. In essence, it was still Klein doing the work himself. His initial plan was to use sea god Cavatrus's name to send a few believers to East and West Balam to replace him in the small-scale transactions that might occur frequently in the future. After all, Dantes was already a famous pirate with a bounty of more than 10,000 on the 5 seas. Furthermore, he had a close relationship with German Sparrow. Constantly helping Don Dantes would easily arouse suspicion. After leaving the station, Klein took a carriage and returned to 160 Beclun Street. At that moment, it was already late. The gas lamps on both sides of the road had already lit up. The lights in Don Dantes' residence were also brightly lit. Butler Walter and housekeeper Taneja led the servants, maids, gardener, carriage driver, and company out. They lined up on both sides and waited respectfully for their employer. After arriving at Desi Bay and buying a steam locomotive ticket, Klein sent a telegram back to Bakeland, informing his butler when he would be returning. However, he exhorted him not to send a carriage to the station to pick him up. After all, it was normal for steam locomotives to be late until the next morning in this era. It wasn't impossible for him to be late until the next morning. Glancing at the servants who stood in a proper manner and had respectful attitudes, Klein nodded to himself. He passed through them and sighed silently. This is a little aristocratic. Even when the employer isn't around, the butler didn't slack off. When he walked to the door, he nodded at Walter and Taneja. It's been hard on you all this time. This is what we should do. Walter and Taneja bowed in unison. Klein's gaze turned to his valet, Richardson, and he realized that the good-looking mixed-blood's face was a little pale. He kept sneaking glances at the new valet, Enuni, who was behind his employer. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded at him. You did well previously, but there are some matters that involve business in the southern continent that require Enuni to handle. Yes, you will be transferred to be Mr. Walter's assistant and help him gather information about the manors outside the city. Assistant, butler assistant. Richardson was stunned for a moment before he replied in pleasant surprise. Yes, sir. Reaching this position meant that he had truly broken away from the shackles of the manservant class and climbed up a rank. Walter didn't ask about the manor in detail. He seriously arranged for his employer to enter the house, clean up, and have a meal. After these matters were over, he and the new valet, Enuni, sent Don Dantes back to the 3rd floor. Sir, are you going to buy a manor in the outskirts of Bakeland? What are the specific requirements? It's not too expensive. Who knows how long I can use this identity? Klein mocked himself inwardly and deliberated. There are vineyards and wineries. After completing the arms deal, he had established a foothold in the upper class of Bakeland and obtained a large sum of wealth. Therefore, it was necessary for him to own a manor. He could not wait until autumn and winter came, but he could not invite his friends to the suburbs for a vacation or hunt. It would be beneath his status and would be looked down upon. On the other hand, the price of a manor in the outskirts of Bakeland was rather expensive. 8,000 to 10,000 pounds was enough to get a large manor with a lot of land and a rubber forest in places like Desi Bay. Here, however, one could only ask for a vineyard, grain production, and facilities such as a brewery. I will do my best to gather the information, Butler Walter replied respectfully. He knew that his employer was exhausted from the journey. After reporting the situation during this period of time, he left the 3rd floor and busied himself with other matters. Klein changed and washed up with the help of his new valet, Enuni. During this process, Klein, who had already gotten used to his godhood, couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that marionettes can't go beyond a kilometer, I wouldn't have changed my valet. I'm already a tycoon, but I still have to serve myself. Sigh. Amidst his sigh, he sent Anuni to the room next door. He walked to the window and looked at the starry reflection of Bakeland as he allowed his thoughts to wander. Next, my target is MI9's Major General Deputy Director, Kona's Kilgore. As for the captain of the Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford, I can leave it to that demoness Trissy. She's been gone for a long time. I wonder what she's busy with. I wonder how she's thinking of ways to approach that Viscount. I previously used the communication method she gave me to tell her that I'm busy with other matters and can't be free for the time being. After a while, Klein reined in his thoughts and lay in bed. Without using cogitation, he slowly fell asleep. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and sensed that someone had entered 160 Buckland Street. Again, Klein couldn't help but rub his temples. On his first day back in Bakeland, he was woken up in the middle of the night. Chapter 1001. Klein, who was dressed in his pajamas, didn't move. In his spiritual perception, the infiltrator's spirit-body threads had already appeared. This also meant that as long as he was willing, he could turn everyone in 160 Buckland Street into marionettes, even without leaving his bed. Of course, to a demigod, a bizarro sorcerer, neighbors a few houses away were also within his control range. There are many spirit bodies around. One of them helped him complete his flight and landed on the balcony next door. Is this a beyonder of the death pathway or the Evernight pathway? To be able to do such a thing, he's at least a sequence 6. Is he here for Richardson? No, he walked to the door of my bedroom and stopped there. He reached out his right hand and knocked on the door. He's certain that I'll sense it? Klein sat up with a heavy expression. The first part of his judgment was done through his spirit-body threads, and the subsequent part was directly seeing him, forming a scene in his mind. After he reached sequence 4, not only had his danger premonition abilities as a clown strengthened, but his ability to stir and use the mysterious space above the gray fog had also undergone a qualitative improvement. With the two combined, it wasn't difficult for him to use his intuition and premonition to project the figure and movements of the approaching person in his mind from afar. In addition, due to his deeper control over the mysterious space, Klein could already converge the augmentation of the gray fog in the real world, preventing beyonders of special pathways from noticing any traces. And according to his judgment, with him above the gray fog, augmented by the card of blasphemy and wielding the sea god scepter, the power the fool projected into the real world was infinitely close to that of an angel. If not for that, even if the gray fog and paper figurine substitutes did provide the ability to maintain lucidity in a dreamlike state, Klein wouldn't have dared to let Miss Justice face a sequence 4, or even a sequence 3 of the spectator pathway. Amidst his thoughts, he left his bed, put on his slippers, straightened his robe, and walked to a reclining chair. He slowly sat down and said, "Please come in." The door to the master bedroom opened silently, but the cold wind didn't blow in. All it did was swirl in the corridor. The visitor was a man about the same age and height as Don Dante's. He had black hair, brown eyes, and deep facial features. He looked like a typical Rouen. He was wearing a silk top hat, and his face was rather thin and long. His temperament was rather cold, but it wasn't the type that made people feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was the type that directly reflected the meaning of a suburban cemetery at night. At that instant, Klein saw countless spirit bodies surrounding the middle-aged gentleman, causing him to be surrounded by layers of darkness, as though a world was hidden within. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was a demigod. I had just returned to Bakeland. Why did a demigod come knocking on my door? Apart from the Church of Evernight's Archbishop of Bakeland, my identity as Don Dante's hasn't been exposed at all. Klein looked at the door with a toothache. His face was expressionless, making it impossible to tell if he was angry or alarmed. The demigod took 2 steps and suddenly let his right hand hang straight down in front of him, causing his back to bend like a bow that had been pulled to its limit. He solemnly bowed in a strange posture, his attitude extremely respectful. At the same time, the cold wind blew, and the door silently closed. Klein was almost stunned, and he didn't know how to react. After that, his thoughts drifted, and he vaguely had some guesses. At that moment, the demigod maintained his posture and spoke in a deep voice. "Patrick Bryan of the Charismatic Order has come to greet Your Excellency, Oracle." Klein controlled the twitching of his cheeks. Combined with his guesses just now, he roughly understood what was going on. The Evernight goddess's control over artificial death, which was also the death pathway's uniqueness, had deepened once again. She could issue a revelation to the upper echelons of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. Klein sighed and smiled as he pressed his right hand to his chest, but he did not make any extra movements. What is God's decree? Bryan slowly straightened his body and looked at the gentleman with white sideburns sitting on the reclining chair. He replied with a hint of fanaticism, "We succeeded. God has finally awakened. He wants me to listen to your orders and accept your arrangements from today onwards." Klein had already expected this, but when he heard the other party's answer, he still felt his face turn sour. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "This is making me, a blessed of the Evernight, take on the role of a blessed of artificial death, secretly leading the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. Is this a gift from fate, or is it the price that was secretly marked? Since the goddess didn't let the church's archbishop or high-ranking deacons be in charge of this matter, it means that she wishes to keep it strictly a secret." Klein stood up and tried his best to make his expression and tone appear pious. "As God commands. The will of God is my will." After expressing his stance, he sat down again and looked at the demigod, who was standing straight. He pointed at the sofa opposite him and said, "Please have a seat. Please take a seat. Well, introducing yourself is basic courtesy, isn't it?" Just now, as thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein vaguely grasped the reason why the goddess had handed him the leadership of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. The identity of German Sparrow was closely related to the former Death Consul. Therefore, if anyone were to discover any clues and begin investigating the change in ownership of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, they would discover that it was related to German Sparrow. Then they would be enlightened and feel that they had grasped the truth. They would understand why artificial death was able to come to life and send down a revelation. Based on this guess, Klein deliberately made Don Dantes use a catchphrase of German Sparrow. Patrick Bryan sat on the sofa and thought for a moment. "I'm from Rouen. I once went to East Balham to do business, and because I contracted a disease there, I nearly died. I was saved by members of the Charismatic Order and received the grace of a deity in a ritual, allowing me to survive. Therefore, I secretly changed my faith. My faction has always been slandered by the other members of the Charismatic Order. They believe that we are blasphemous and that we are attempting to create a new death, but that's not the case. We firmly believe that God didn't perish at the end of the fourth epoch. He had only fallen into a deep slumber and needed a special method to awaken him bit by bit. The facts have proven that we were right. You are the witness. The ancient documents I obtained don't say that. The upper echelons of the Charismatic Order are fully aware that I'm imitating the hidden sage's artificial death. Could it be that the gentleman in front of me isn't a core member of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction, and that he lacks sufficient understanding of the uniqueness? But how can a demigod not be a core member? Even if the numinous episcopate was transformed from the Balham royal family and the Church of Death back then, with its deep heritage and numerous powerhouses, it's impossible for them to waste a demigod. Even the 7 Orthodox churches can't do such a thing. Klein was extremely puzzled when he heard that. Without batting an eyelid, he asked, "What about the other upper echelons of your faction?" Patrick Bryan said with a look of reverence, when I joined the charismatic order, God had already awakened a little. When I joined the numinous episcopate, God had already awakened a little. This was all thanks to the saints of the past. They had sacrificed themselves in the various rituals. Currently, we have a total of 3 saints and an angel. They are all in East Balam, and I'm in charge of all matters in Bakeland. That's not right. According to the information provided by Leonard, the members of the charismatic order in Bakeland are divided into many teams. They don't know each other, and they only communicate with designated personnel in the southern continent. There's no one in charge at all. Klein's first reaction was that Patrick Bryan was lying, but he immediately eliminated that thought because it was very easy to verify for the blessed in the oracle. He thought for a moment and asked, "What's the angel's name? Where are you now? Did you receive the oracle?" Patrick Bryan said calmly, "That's right. God told me not to tell anyone else, and I can't ask anyone about it. Our leader's name is Hater. This is both his surname and his given name. He used to be the Archbishop of the Church. He later received the blessing of God and became an angel. He has been working hard to awaken the sleeping God. He was severely corrupted during a certain ritual. He is currently unable to leave his mausoleum, or else he would directly lose control. He is considered my teacher. This demigod that has existed since the Balam Empire's era is clearly the key figure leading the artificial death project." Klein asked thoughtfully, "What's going on?" "He and the other 2 demigods are from Balam, pure-blooded?" "Yes." Patrick Bryan nodded. "I roughly understand what's going on." Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He believed that Patrick Bryan wasn't an ordinary demigod, but a byproduct of the artificial death project. Back then, Hader and the other members of the charismatic order's artificial death faction didn't plan on saving a person from Rouen. Instead, they planned on using him as a sacrifice or material for a particular ritual. In the end, an attempt that they weren't confident in had an accident. The uniqueness of death had a basic instinct, or some other changes had occurred. This resulted in Patrick Bryan surviving and establishing a certain connection with the so-called artificial death. His soul and body were tainted with a uniqueness. After witnessing this situation, Hader and the other members of the upper echelons began to view Patrick Bryan as one of the keys to the success of the artificial death project. They gave him potions, taught him knowledge, instilled in him the faith of death, and created a perfect reason for their actions. As for Bryan, due to his unique state, he rapidly advanced and became a demigod. Of course, no matter how crucial he was still experimental material. Patrick Bryan was never truly treated as a member of the charismatic order's artificial death faction. Later, he was sent to Bakeland in the Kingdom of Rouen to lead 2 or 3 teams. They cooperated in various rituals in an attempt to further activate the uniqueness. Such a guess matched everything that Klein knew so far. First, Leonard had mentioned that the charismatic order's artificial death faction had placed their experiments in Bakeland. They planned on destroying the enemy's capital if any accidents happened. Second, many teams had one-way communication with the southern continent. Bakeland didn't have an overall person in charge. Third, the situation of artificial death that Patrick Bryan knew was greatly different from the truth. In other words, those fellows in the southern continent didn't care about Bryan's life or death, nor did they tell him the truth. There was no better explanation for this situation other than him being a byproduct of the artificial death project. Yes, from the looks of it, the goddess's grasp of the uniqueness is still limited. She can only give a revelation to a fanatic who is directly connected to artificial death. She's still unable to influence Hader and the other angels and saints. Klein reined in his thoughts and asked, "What sequence are you currently at?" Patrick Bryan didn't hide anything. "I'm an Undying." Chapter 1002. Klein wasn't surprised by Patrick Bryan's answer at all. He nodded slightly and said, "How many lives has this been?" According to what he knew, an Undying would die once every 60 years and revive once. They would also forget most of their memories and would need to be slowly recovered in the future, as though they were starting a new life. This was knowledge that came with the Potions Guild, so Patrick Bryan easily understood what the blessed opposite him meant. He deliberated over his words and said, "That's right." He deliberated over his words and said, "I'm not even 50 yet. I've been an undying for less than 10 years. Klein took the opportunity to ask, "When did you convert to my lord?" The lord here referred to the lord of the underworld. Bryan recalled for 2 to 3 seconds and said, "When did you convert to my lord?" The lord here referred to the lord of the underworld. Bryan recalled for 2 to 3 seconds and said, "Back then I had just celebrated my 30th birthday." He stepped into the mysterious world at the age of 30 and embarked on the Beyonder path. He became a sequence 4 demigod before the age of 40. This speed isn't a sign of astonishing talent, but it means that he's very likely a blessed. Indeed, his spirit and body were affected by the death pathway's uniqueness during that ritual. As Klein listened and thought, he became more certain of his previous guess. Of course, compared to him going from an ordinary person to a sequence 4 demigod in a year, Patrick Bryan's advancement speed was nothing worth mentioning. Klein didn't feel that there was anything to be amazed about. This was because he was indeed a blessed, and he had cheats, not just one. The only problem was that he didn't know if the rewards he received from the gifts were enough. After pondering for a moment, Klein asked, "What's your current identity?" "What's your current identity on the surface?" "I'm a businessman. I have 2 garment factories in Bakeland. On the surface, I believe in the Evernight Goddess and am a supporter of the new party." Patrick Bryan introduced. Klein nearly scoffed as he continued asking, "How many charismatic order members do you have under you? How many numinous episcopate members do you have? What are they doing?" Bryan was already prepared as he smoothly answered, 2 teams, 12 Beyonders. 2 teams, 12 Beyonders. Some of them work in my garment factory, while others work in the watch and clock industry. Each of them has an official job. Under normal circumstances, they will carefully spread the faith of God around them. This progress is very slow, and it is not the main goal. The total number of believers does not exceed 100. Most of the time, they were collecting clues about the various things left behind by God, as well as the different materials needed for the awakening ritual. Once we have a clue, we will take action accordingly. Once the materials are ready, we will experiment with different awakening rituals to find the most effective one. I will be the host of the operation and also the core element of the ritual. He sounds very proud. Klein asked about other things and received detailed answers. Finally, he thought for a while and said with a serious expression, "Obey God's command. From now on, listen to my orders." Patrick Bryan immediately stood up and bowed solemnly. "Yes, Lord blessed." Klein nodded slightly. "First, stop all kinds of rituals and stop gathering materials. God has already awakened and is in the midst of recovery. Don't let noisy voices disturb him." From Klein's point of view, no matter how Bryan and company's awakening ritual changed, it ultimately pointed towards artificial death, which was also the uniqueness of the death pathway. This would make it more active, making it difficult for the goddess to gain further control over it. And regardless of whether Klein was happy to see such a situation happen, since the Evernight Goddess had already sent Bryan over, he had no choice but to make such arrangements. Patrick Bryan didn't have any doubts about what he said. This was because death had indeed awakened, and the essence of awakening itself was to disturb. The Undying thought for a moment and took the initiative to ask, "Your Excellency, what do we need to do next?" Klein smiled approvingly. "Continue searching for clues left behind by God. This will help him recover faster." Having said that, Klein was about to make a second request, but he was worried that there were too few clues and that the members of the charismatic order wouldn't be able to find something to do and cause trouble. In addition, you and your subordinates have to carry out extensive literacy activities in the garment factories and other areas where you are active. Set up night schools or classes to rid the people around you of ignorance and barbarism. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Klein pressed his right hand to his chest and began preaching in an abnormally pious manner. God says, only by understanding what you believe can you believe. God says, to those who are lost, one must first strengthen their bodies and arm their minds, because the kingdom he promises doesn't have barbarism or ignorance. Patrick Bryan didn't doubt Dwayne Dantes' words, nor did he find it odd that these two sentences weren't recorded in the Numinous Episcopate's Holy Bible. This was because he was a blessed of a deity, a representative appointed by a deity. He nodded sincerely. I will remember God's teachings. May every soul live eternally in God's kingdom. As he spoke, he adopted the prayer posture of the current charismatic order artificial death faction. That was, he raised his hands high with his thumbs facing each other and resting them on the center of his forehead. In the corresponding mysticism theory, this was the core of the underworld in every gatekeeper's body. It represented the location of death. Klein returned with the same gesture and words before saying, "That's right." Secondly, no matter who gave the order from the southern continent, you have to submit it to me first. You can only carry it out after receiving my permission. If I don't agree, you can't do it in private. You can only give feedback according to my instructions. He was worried that High Priest Hader, an angel of the death domain, would still be enthusiastic about the artificial death project. From time to time, he would instruct Patrick and the others to make new attempts. At the same time, he had to ensure that before the goddess further grasped the uniqueness of the death pathway, Hader and the other two saints wouldn't notice anything amiss, preventing them from responding violently. Still, Bryan had no objections. "Yes, Your Excellency." After instructing the two most important matters, Klein's expression didn't change, but he felt a little more relaxed inwardly. He deliberated and said, "Thirdly, unless I summon you, you are not to come to me. Usual communication is done through a messenger. As you know, many existences in the astral world don't wish to see God awaken." Patrick Bryan nodded heavily. "I understand. My messenger's summoning words are spirit that roams the upper realm, absolutely friendly creature, Patrick Bryan's contract partner. Indeed, it's impossible for a demigod of the death pathway to not have a messenger. Normally speaking, a sequence 6 of this pathway would have one." Without any hesitation, Klein said unhurriedly, "Remember, my messenger's summoning words are spirit that wanders the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled. Remember, my messenger's summoning words are spirit that wanders about the unfounded, a friendly creature that can be controlled, a messenger that belongs to Gairman Sparrow. Yes, be it receiving or sending a letter, you need to pay a gold coin to complete the agreement." Klein had deliberately revealed the connection between German Sparrow and Don Dantes, mainly to see how the other party would react. German Sparrow! Patrick Bryan repeated the name in puzzlement. Then he came to a realization as he called out in pleasant surprise, "Your Highness, Death Consul?" Thankfully, although he's a byproduct of a ritual and has a fanatical faith, he at least has a normal level of intelligence. He can consciously gather information and complete the analysis of the problem. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, I'm not. He's my teacher." Bryan nodded in thought, feeling that he had a clear grasp of the entire matter. Klein could guess what he was thinking, but he ignored it. He crossed his right leg and clasped his hands on his knee. He then asked, "What do you know about the other factions of the charismatic order?" Patrick Bryan sat down again and said, "The most powerful faction within the charismatic order is the royal family faction. The most powerful faction within the charismatic order is the royal family faction. With the descendants of God as the core, they have created many organizations. Their leader is currently a descendant of God with a rather thin bloodline. Her name is Shia Palenque Eggers. She might be an angel, or she might be in possession of an important relic of God. She calls herself the Pale Empress. Apart from her, the royal family faction has 5 saints. Some of them are true demigods, while others rely on sealed artifacts. Apart from the royal family faction and us, the other factions are relatively weak. They are mainly the Slumber faction and Underworld faction. Together, they only have 3 powerhouses whose strength is equivalent to a saint. After Brian finished speaking, Klein nodded indiscernibly and said, "That's all for today. If there's anything in the future, feel free to contact me." "Yes, Your Excellency." Patrick Bryan stood up and bowed before retreating to the door. The door opened silently. There were many figures outside as a cold wind blew. After everything calmed down, Klein looked at the closed wooden door, walked to the window, pulled open the curtains, and looked out at the street. At some point in time, a few carriages had appeared there. In front of each carriage hung 2 lanterns. The lantern's light was abnormally pale and suffused with a dark green glow, illuminating the surroundings in a blur. In this blurry scene, nearly transparent figures clustered on both sides and in front of them. They wore illusory clothes that resembled formal gowns, making them appear rather formal. When Patrick Bryan descended from midair and returned, the figures prostrated at the same time, respectfully welcoming the demigod and the spirits beside him onto the few carriages that could only be vaguely seen. Then they escorted the convoy into the distance. The pale light suffused with a dark green glow became fainter and fainter before finally disappearing into the darkness, as though it had never appeared. Klein retracted his gaze and muttered to himself with a slightly heavy expression. Although the matter of Patrick Bryan receiving the oracle stemmed from the goddesses' considerations from various aspects, I have a nagging feeling that the undercurrents in Bakeland, or even the entire world, are becoming more turbulent. I don't know when they will set off the waves. With this in mind, Klein didn't delay any further. He decided to immediately contact Demoness Trissy to confirm that nothing had happened. Chapter 1003. On a moonlit night, in the garden of 160 Buckland Street, a gray rat crawled out of a cave and ran to the bottom of the master bedroom's balcony. A tiny black blob that resembled a paste floated down and was placed on the rat's head in an acrobatic manner. It quickly turned around and ran out of 160 Buckland Street, arriving at the entrance to the nearby sewers. At this moment, the gray rat raised its front half and extended its 2 claws. Its claws suddenly extended in a strange manner as clumps of clearly visible muscles appeared on its front legs. Then it used its mutated front claws to forcefully move the manhole cover without making a sound. Without stopping, the gray rat burrowed into the sewers and went all the way to the spot where Demoness Trissy was hiding. It dug around in the corner and found a piece of mirror shard in the dirt. After doing all of this, the gray rat threw the black blob on its head to a relatively clean spot and retreated to a corner. It allowed its body to be pulled by an invisible person as it slowly lengthened and widened, turning into a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and an old triangular hat. It was none other than Admiral of Blood, who had been active at sea in the past. However, this seigneur's body and clothes were only a thin layer, as though he was a dummy cut out of paper. This rat is still considered fat. Admiral of Blood, who resembled a paper figurine, raised his hand to stroke his chin as the cold wind in the sewers blew at him, nearly making him float up. The person who spoke was none other than Klein. In his master bedroom, he controlled his spirit-body threads and transformed a rat into a marionette. He sent it to the sewers with the ritualistic ingredients in an attempt to contact Demoness Trissy. Seigneur, whose arms were constantly twisting with the wind, bent down and picked up the black blob. This was an item left behind after Trissy burned a strand of her hair with black flames. It could be used as a communication ritual. Right on the heels of that, he wiped the mirror fragment clean and smeared the ingredients in his hand over it. After completing this step, Klein made his marionette take 2 steps back with the mirror in hand. He then slammed it against the mossy wall like a realistic oil painting. East Burrow, in a room with heavy curtains and almost no light. The black and slippery tentacles overlapped and intertwined into an enormous ball. At the tip of these tentacles, there was a black and white eyeball embedded in them. Some of them looked like the heads of venomous snakes. Their mouths were slightly opened and their tongues flicked out. All of them were strangely shaped and horrifying. Suddenly, they either rose up or retracted, and the spheres disintegrated layer by layer. In the center of the ball was a girl who was curled up into a ball. She had an unusually sweet appearance, and her brows were tightly furrowed. Her expression was slightly distorted due to the pain, and it was exceptionally pitiful. The slippery and disgusting tentacles had all retracted and quickly shrunk before finally returning to their original form. Strands of shiny black hair. The expression of the girl with long, silky hair softened. She slowly got up and walked to the side of the bed that had been divided into small pieces. She picked up the nightdress that had fallen to the ground and put it on. Then, she combed her black hair and walked to the full-length mirror. She stretched out her right palm and wiped the surface of the glass. A layer of black flames ignited, silently burning the air before quickly extinguishing without a trace, leaving behind a dark and deep mirror. In the mirror, light and shadows flickered, quickly revealing a dirty and muddy sewer environment. A middle-aged man wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat was leaning against the wall, looking down at the girl who was a great distance away. It was like a famous painting that had come to life. The girl with a round face and slender eyes silently looked at him for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing. As her smile bloomed, the nearly lightless room instantly seemed to brighten up. She then gently moved her lips and said in a teasing tone, "Mr. German Sparrow, is this the craziness and coldness of the strongest adventurer? Or perhaps I actually know a clown?" Klein wasn't surprised that Demonis Trissy could recognize his identity as German Sparrow. After all, he had met her in the form of Admiral of Bloodseigneur, and this pirate admiral had long become German Sparrow's prey. Back then, Trissy had been hiding in the sewers due to her injuries. Previously, she had been focused on the investigations regarding revenge, so she wasn't aware of the various news at sea. It was rather normal for her not to know what had happened to Admiral of Blood. However, after recovering her health and leaving, if she didn't figure out the latest news regarding her collaborator, it could only be said that she had failed both the assassin and instigator stages. Clearly, Trissy's past actions proved that even though she was bad, there was nothing wrong with her brain. Klein didn't argue. Senor, who was controlling the paper figurine, smiled and simply replied, "That's right. Why can't clowns be crazy and cruel?" Without waiting for Trissy to answer, he asked, "How far have you investigated the captain of the Royal Guards?" Trissy's expression turned gloomy. "It will take at least another month, maybe even 2 months. If you need any help, you can look for me," Klein emphasized again. Trissy scoffed and said, "That's right. In Bakeland, in this game, strength cannot solve all problems. Of course, I never waste an opportunity to make use of others. Mr. German Sparrow, since there's no need to hide my identity, can you give me a more convenient way to contact you? Why do I feel like I'm being asked for my phone number?" Klein thought for a moment and calmly described the steps to summon Miss Messenger. He didn't forget to emphasize that gold coins were an important ritual ingredient. Trissy didn't say anything else as she reached out her right hand again and touched the mirror. The black flames rose and disappeared, and the full-body mirror returned to normal. In the sewers, Admiral of Bloodseigneur, who was in paper figurine form, buried the mirror fragment back into the ground. Then he rapidly shrunk his body and transformed back into a gray rat. He rushed deep into the underground world and fed himself to the carnivorous creatures. 160 Beclun Street. Klein drew the curtains and returned to his reclining chair. To be frank, he regretted cooperating with Trissy. He felt that this fellow was burdened with the will of the primordial demoness, and she was willing to disregard everything for the sake of revenge. She was like a mobile bomb, and it was unknown when she would lose control. If Trissy were to mutate, It's very likely that she would create a terrifying disaster. I shouldn't have let her go back then. Klein sighed and began setting up a ritual. He brought the black paste above the gray fog in an attempt to divine Trissy's current whereabouts and her recent condition. 20 to 30 seconds later, he received the result of failure. This made him even more worried. This meant that Trissy had, to a certain extent, become a blessed of the primordial demoness. The next morning, after having breakfast, Klein began instructing Butler Walter and his new assistant butler, Richardson, in distributing the gifts he had brought back from the southern continent. They filled an entire suitcase, including Fermo coffee beans, East Balham tobacco, River Valley wine, human bone sculptures, and other specialties. They were to be sent to different neighbors on the street, representing Don Dantes' sincerity. It also announced his return to social occasions. Yes, when you hand this bottle of River Valley wine to Member of Parliament Mocht or his wife, remember to mention that it's suitable for making sour cocktails. It's a perfect partner with lemon juice, Klein exhorted Walter. Every gift had to be given to a particular person. It had to be based on the person's preferences. Of course, the most popular product in the southern continent, Donningsman Hair Tonic, wasn't suitable as a gift, as it was more like a form of mockery. Walter nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. When his employer didn't have any other instructions, Richardson swept the remaining gifts and took the initiative to ask, Where are they being sent? Where are they being sent? These are for the Bursary Foundation staff. I'll send them myself, Klein said with a smile. He then pointed at the golden amulet in his hand and said, I missed the birth of Dr. Allen's child. I need to personally pay a visit to express my apologies. Ha ha! I'll head over in the afternoon and give this amulet unique to the southern continent to that child. Of course, Will Ossepton Series likely won't like it. Compared to this, he would rather have ice cream. After saying that, Klein mumbled inwardly. After the butler and Richardson left one after another, bringing the gifts and the valet to the different neighbors, Klein boarded his carriage and went all the way to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. After getting off the carriage, he walked ahead. Behind him was his valet, Anuni, who was carrying a huge pile of gifts. Along the way, he would greet any staff member he encountered and give them a gift. Just like that, Klein went up to the second floor and arrived at one of the director's offices. He bent his finger and gently knocked on the ajar door. Please come in. Audrey Hall's gentle voice sounded. As a rather senior spectator, she had previously discovered that Mr. Don Dantes had come to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation and had been waiting patiently. Klein pushed open the door and entered. He took out a small gift box from his inner pocket and smiled warmly. I've returned from the southern continent. Yes, the business this time was very successful. I've brought a small gift for everyone, hoping to share my joy. He deliberately mentioned it to indicate that he remembered Miss Justice's request. Then I can't find a reason to reject it, Audrey said with a faint smile in anticipation. This wasn't to say that she cared what gift Mr. World would give, but that she was curious about what gift Mr. World would give. After receiving the gift box, she tore open the packaging in front of Don Dantes and discovered an accessory with a white feather as its main body and pale yellow patterns. This is a hat accessory. Klein explained, people of a certain social status in East Balham like to wear all kinds of white feathers on different parts of their bodies as accessories. Among them, the ones on hats are the most valuable and meaningful. It's said that this comes from the custom of worshipping feathered serpents. Ha ha! Feathered serpents are the symbol of death there. As for the feather that he had gotten a southern continent craftsman to make into a hat accessory, it was a byproduct of the artificial death project. It could be used as a sacrifice. Klein had once obtained 3 of them. One had been used in Byam and combined with the corresponding copper whistle messenger. He had summoned a monster that had been corrupted and mutated by artificial death. Another feather had been sacrificed to artificial death in the southern continent, allowing him to receive the revelation that Nsangwil's evil spirit had possessed him. This was the last feather. As the present artificial death was actually equivalent to the Evernight goddess to a certain extent, Klein, who had been clearly designated as a blessed, no longer needed to perform the ritual like before. He could use other materials to replace the feather. Therefore, he decided to make the remaining feather into a gift and give it to Miss Justice. After all, she was a believer of Evernight. Perhaps she could use this feather to contact artificial death at critical moments. Audrey held the gift and smiled as she quietly listened to Don Dantes' recount. A thought flashed through her mind for no reason. Don't tell me Mr. World really plucked out the feathers of a feathered serpent to make this hat accessory. P.S. I recommend a fantasy book, Demon Hunter Culinary Manual. Introduction. When night falls, there are murmurs in his ears. When the monsters in the shadows begin to stir, Jason's hungry stomach begins to rumble. He can't help but swallow his saliva. Hunger is the best spur. Chapter 1004. The folklore of the southern continent is really different from ours. Audrey looked down at the feather hat in the gift box and praised it sincerely. But it still suits my taste very well. Her last sentence was half sincere and half polite. On the one hand, she did feel that the processed feather looked like a work of art, but on the other hand, she felt that its style was too obvious and extreme. It wasn't something she liked to use as an accessory. This was just like how many people would be interested in items with unique patterns and mysterious patterns when visiting ancient ruins. They would praise them endlessly, but few would buy such items to put at home or use as accessories. When Klein heard that, he smiled and said, "There are actually great differences between the various folklore of the southern continent. The various folklore of the southern continent is actually very different. East and West Balam, the highlands, and the river valleys are almost completely different. Of course, they also have similarities. For example, they revere gold, believing that this metal possesses magical powers." Having said that, he pointed at the feather in Audrey's hand. "Legend has it that those who wear this hat will obtain the protection of a feathered serpent, which is also death." He was hinting at the hidden use of the feather. Audrey, who was already a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway, easily understood the hidden meaning in Mr. World's words. She understood that the hat could receive the response of the so-called death at critical moments and play a certain role. As for how to do it, it was a basic knowledge of mysticism. Audrey had a very solid grasp of it, so there was no need for Mr. Don Dantes to explain it further. She smiled faintly without showing her teeth. "I really like it. I'll place it on my hat at suitable occasions." "That's right. It's really easy to speak to a spectator." Klein returned with a smile and pointed outside the door. "I still have some gifts to give out." "You're the most popular person here today," Audrey replied with a smile, using this tactful method to express her gratitude. At the same time, she felt a little vexed. She was hesitating if she should find an opportunity to inform Mr. World, who had been involved in Quarren's suicide case and was rather interested in it. It's almost Monday. I'll leave it until I'm on the tarot. It'll be easier to communicate when the time comes. Coincidentally, I also want to seek Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma. Hermit's advice on how to deal with the present situation, especially how to guard against the cues and hypnosis of high-sequence beyonders. After all, I can't pray to Mr. Fool in advance every time to obtain the angel's blessings. On careful thought, that kind of hypnosis is really terrifying. I'll do as I'm told without realizing it. Audrey's thoughts were like boiling water as they bubbled. This made her suspect that many people in Bakeland's high society had been hypnotized and had done things against their true thoughts and wishes. In addition, she also vaguely understood something. Every time her father and mother went to St. Samuel Cathedral to participate in the Mass, the person in charge of presiding over the ritual was definitely the Archbishop of Bakeland, and the person who held this position was definitely a demigod of the Church of Evernight. At times, His Grace would even take the initiative to visit us and chat with us. Is this to prevent such matters from happening? That's why Vin Rambus didn't go overboard with her hypnosis? Audrey watched Don Dantes walk out of her office. After closing the door, She sat down again, picked up a fountain pen, and scribbled on a piece of paper. By the time she reined in her thoughts, the piece of white paper in front of her had intertwined circles. There was a pair of cold eyes and a human face with scattered lines. With just a glance, Audrey tensed up. She hurriedly used the friction between her spirituality and matter to ignite the piece of white paper, burning it to ashes. The random scribbling had, to a certain extent, reflected her true emotions and thoughts, and to a qualified psychiatrist, interpreting such drawings was basic. Therefore, Audrey didn't leave any traces behind. After a while, Klein finished delivering the gifts and chatted with the directors for a while. Then he entered the room meant for a part-time director like him to rest. He found a pen and paper, sat on the sofa, and began writing in thought. Honorable Mr. Aztec. Back in the southern continent, Klein had written a letter about how Adam had obtained 0-08 and how he, Leonard, and Daly had successfully avenged in Sangwell. By blowing the copper whistle and summoning a messenger, he sent it to the sleeping Mr. Aztec. Without a doubt, he had yet to receive a reply. As for the mention of Adam and 0-08 in the letter, Klein didn't mind at all. After all, the Angel of Imagination definitely knew of his relationship with Mr. Aztec, and sharing what he had encountered with someone he was familiar with wouldn't result in any intense reactions. This time, the contents of Klein's letter didn't involve the domain of the Beyonder. With a smile and a gentle pen, he shared in detail the situation of the bursary that he had just learned from Audrey and the other trustees. At the end, he said, "This is really a meaningful matter. I feel satisfied and delighted. Mr. Aztec, do you think so too? When you wake up, perhaps you can try doing something similar. In the future, every time you revive, you will be able to see the children you helped. When that happens, although you won't remember them, they will definitely remember you." After finishing writing, he put down the fountain pen and carefully read it again. After confirming that there were no problems, he blew the copper whistle and summoned the skeleton messenger to take the letter away. Following that, he left the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Anini, and came to the nearby St. Samuel Cathedral. He silently prayed for 15 minutes in the dark and serene prayer hall. Just like before, Klein came to the donation box and threw a stack of cash into it. It was a total of £80. Taking this opportunity, he found Bishop Electra and chatted with him for a while. He listened to the sermon. This announced the return of Don Dantes to religious, social circles. As for the gifts, Klein didn't give them in person because he was in the goddess's cathedral. In private, Butler Walter would naturally send the items to the bishops' homes on his behalf. At tea time, Klein left 160 Buckland Street according to his schedule and went to visit Dr. Allen. Richardson had already informed him in the morning and received a reply that it was fine. This time, not only did Klein meet Dr. Allen Series, but he also met his wife, Wilma Gladys, as well as the newborn baby and his elder brother and sister, who were only a few years old. What a pity that I wasn't able to participate. Klein deliberately paused and successfully waited for Werner Gladys to reply with a smile, "Will." He reorganized his words and said, "What a pity. I went to East Balham and wasn't able to attend Will's birth banquet. This is a rather popular amulet over there. It can bring good luck to children." As he spoke, he handed the golden accessory in his hand to Dr. Aaron. Allen Series was not a very eloquent person. He did not refuse and took it directly. He nodded and said he took it and nodded. "Thank you." Following that, he held the rope and hung the golden amulet into the pram beside him. "Do you like it, Will?" The chubby baby wrapped in silver silk raised his arm and swung it, sending the golden amulet flying. He punched out. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became a little awkward. Klein chuckled and broke the silence. This is a reaction that all children will have. At this time, the maid brought in a 3-tiered tray with afternoon tea and snacks, which allowed the host and the guest to change the topic, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. As Klein drank the black tea and ate the pastries, he began talking about the unique customs of East and West Balham. It piqued the interest of Alan, his wife, and the other 2 children. They would ask from time to time. During this process, Klein suddenly turned his face to the stroller and asked with a smile, "You don't seem to like my gift?" While he was speaking, Alan and his wife, as well as the other people in the living room, didn't show any signs of abnormality. They were still listening attentively. In the illusion scene created by Klein, the narration did not stop. The fleshy Will Acceptan snorted when he heard that and said in a childish voice, "That's right. What's the point of this gift? Why don't you just give me water? At least it's drinkable." Klein shook his head with a smile and said, "I have news for you. Ouroboros has been injured by someone. He probably won't be able to continue searching for you for a period of time." He didn't dare mention Adam's name and title. He didn't even think about it, afraid that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order would notice him and discover the whereabouts of Snake of Fate, Will Acceptan. As for the description of the Amon brothers, Klein temporarily gave up on it. This was because no one knew if Amon was still in Bakeland. Frequently mentioning the Angel of Time's name might lead to a meeting of fate. However, Klein believed that Will Acceptan would be able to guess who had injured the Angel of Fate. This was because the only ones who were still active in the real world and were of a higher level than Ouroboros were Adam and Amon. The description he used was someone. This eliminated the possibility of a few angels attacking him or using a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Will Acceptan fell silent for a moment before saying, "I knew it. I knew it. The deviation in your fate is a good thing in the long run." After exchanging the information, Klein was just about to dispel the illusion when he suddenly heard Will Acceptan mutter, I suddenly have a craving for water. I suddenly feel like drinking water. It's best to add some ice. This beverage isn't good for children." Klein dispelled the illusion with a serious expression and reached out to pick up one of the cups of ice cream that the maidservant had just delivered. Then, under Alan and Wilma's gazes, he scooped up a piece of ice cream with a silver spoon and teased the child with a smile. "Will, do you want some?" "Do you?" "Ma," and Wilma immediately chuckled. "Our Will doesn't like to eat this." Just as she said that, Klein stuffed the ice cream in the silver spoon into his mouth. Wah! The child in the pram let out a loud cry. Chapter 1005. After a round of comforting, Alan Ceres and Wilma Gladys finally calmed the baby down. Phew! The lanky Alan heaved a sigh of relief. He straightened his body, nudged his gold-rimmed glasses, and nodded apologetically at his guest. After a few seconds, he organized his words and said, "Sorry, all children are like that." "Yes," Klein replied with a smile, indicating that he didn't mind at all. Following that, he changed the topic and continued sharing what he had seen and heard in East and West Balam. During this process, he once again used his Beyonder powers, causing all the ordinary people in the activity room to fall into an illusion. As for himself, he picked up the ice cream he hadn't finished and exchanged it for a silver spoon. He got up with a smile and walked to the pram. He gently asked, "Will, do you want some?" Without waiting for the chubby fellow wrapped in silver silk to respond, he said with an increasingly gentle voice, "Now that you're born, you should be able to fold paper cranes. This way, I don't have to pay you frequent visits. As you know, it's easy to arouse suspicion." Will Acceptan Ceres glared at him without giving an answer. Klein didn't back down. He took a piece of rather good paper from the side and placed it in the pram. Then he leaned down and scooped up some ice cream with a silver spoon. "All the gifts of fate have a price secretly marked, right?" Klein said with a chuckle as he moved the silver spoon in his hand. Will, who was lying in the pram, raised his left hand and wiped his tear-stained face. He mumbled, "To Beyonders of the Fate Pathway, they first pay for the items on the price list before waiting for a gift." With that said, the chubby baby grabbed the piece of paper, and with some difficulty he folded the paper crane while sobbing. Klein stood in front of the pram, maintaining the stability of the silver spoon as he watched this scene with a smile. A carriage set off from Pinsta Street and headed for St. Samuel Cathedral. When passing by the house at 160 Buckland Street, Leonard Mitchell glanced through the window and muttered to himself, "Don Dantes is back as well." He muttered to himself, "Don Dantes is back as well." The slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "Our fates will eventually converge. Old man, after you woke up, you're becoming more and more like a fraud." Leonard couldn't help but mock him. Palez Zoros chuckled and did not reply. After arriving at St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard was led by a priest into the study of the Archbishop of Bakeland, St. Anthony. Anthony Stevenson wore a black robe with a hint of red. His eyes were deep and his face was beardless. Standing in the shadow created by the cabinet, he looked like an unknown existence, watching everything from the depths of the darkness, making people feel fear for no reason. "Your Excellency, why did you summon me?" Although Leonard had expected it, he still did not bow properly. Anthony nodded slightly. "You have already made sufficient contributions. You can apply to become a Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. However, your Soul Assure potion has yet to be completely digested. Therefore, I've pulled you out of Sostel's team and assigned you some missions." Leonard responded according to procedure. "Just tell me what you want." Anthony picked up a stack of paper from the desk and said, "These are all suspected haunted incidents. Investigate them one by one. Focus on pacifying them and not purifying them. If you need any assistance, you can choose someone from the Nighthawks teams in the areas involved." "Yes, Your Excellency." Even if St. Anthony didn't instruct him, Leonard would have taken the initiative to do such things. Therefore, he had no objections to such an assignment. After receiving the stack of paper, he casually flipped through it. "Your Excellency, what's Captain Sostel's team currently busy with?" Although he had been focused on revenge for the past half a year, making him appear undisciplined and introverted on the inside, preventing him from establishing a deep friendship with the members of the Red Gloves team, they were ultimately teammates who had fought side by side with him. It was inevitable that he would be concerned about them. "They're currently working with Crestet to complete a mission." Anthony Stevenson didn't answer in detail. "So His Excellency Sesamir is also here in Bakeland?" Leonard didn't ask further, as he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "May the goddess bless everyone. Praise the goddess." Anthony returned the gesture. After exiting the Archbishop's study, Leonard went all the way down. He wanted to find a quiet room and list out the missions he needed to do in order. On the way, as he walked up the stairs, he subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the stained glass window high above. Sunlight shone in from there, making the colorful pattern even more solemn, making the flying dust and tiny flying insects appear clearly. Upon seeing this scene, Leonard suddenly recalled Old Man's description of Amon. For some reason, he had the illusion that the blasphemer was everywhere in the air. His heart trembled, and then a doubt arose in his mind. He quickly lowered his voice and said, "Old Man, I have a question." "What?" "Palez Zorost asked slowly. Leonard suppressed his voice and said, "Why didn't you live in the flying insect's body? They are smaller and more stealthy. They can easily hide in the church without worrying about being found by Amon. How long can a flying insect live? Constantly switching hosts is extremely draining on them. This way, not only is there no way to recover bit by bit through parasitism, it will also worsen their condition and shorten their lifespan," Palaz Zorost said with a scoff. Leonard was enlightened as he pressed, "That's right. Then what about other creatures? Those that can live longer and can sneak into the cathedral without being noticed?" Palaz Zorost immediately sneered. "From the looks of it, you haven't taken what I said to heart. You will suffer greatly in the future. On the path of the Beyonder, the higher the sequence, the more madness and inclination to lose control accumulated. This is the essence of a characteristic. It can only be suppressed and resisted, but not eliminated. Therefore, for a parasite, choosing a host has to consider this factor. If they parasitize ordinary animals, it's fine if it's short-term behavior. but if it's prolonged, it will definitely be affected by the body's structure and hormones. Haha, everything is mutual, isn't it? A parasite can affect its host, and in turn, the host will affect them. When you are parasitized in an ordinary animal's body, you usually have to find people to talk to. You don't forget your former identity. This way, the risk of exposure is extremely high. And if you don't do so, you will definitely be affected by the host and gradually lose your ability to speak. Your identity will be confused, and you won't know who you are. You will be overwhelmed by madness and inclination to lose control. Leonard was alarmed when he heard that as he nodded slightly. I understand. It's no wonder you are so strict in choosing a host. Are you praising yourself? Palaz Zoroastsked. To us, the most suitable parasitic targets are undoubtedly beyonders of the same pathway. They will be very synchronized in all aspects. Furthermore, after nurturing them sequence by sequence, we can also make them a supplement to our own beyonder powers, a special medicine for our own state. We can also make that body our own. Upon hearing Old Man calmly describe such evil and terrifying matters, Leonard frowned slightly as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Old Man wouldn't do such a thing to him. Palaz Zoroast continued. The next best choices are beyonders of the seer and apprentice pathways. Absorbing their powers wouldn't place too much of a burden on a parasite state, allowing for a relatively rapid recovery. The next best choices are beyonders of other pathways with brains. At the very least, they have good communication skills and know how to cooperate. As for you, hee-hee, Leonard was just about to reply to Old Man when he suddenly saw a bishop walking down the stairs. He hurriedly shut his mouth, pressed down on the handrail, and quickened his pace. 7:30 p.m. 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's residence. Dressed in a tailcoat, Klein alighted from the carriage and buttoned his clothes. Under the illumination of the fountain, he entered the foyer and saw Maury Mocked in his olive-green military uniform with an orange-red ribbon and combat medals. His wife, Rihanna, was wearing an off-the-shoulder dress. She smiled at Don Dantes and said, "Welcome, our traveler." "Welcome, our traveler. Everyone is waiting for you to share your experiences in East and West Balham. Then, should I find a newspaper and start a travel column?" Klein replied in a joking manner. Mocked knew very well what business Dwayne Dantes was doing in the southern continent. Furthermore, it was all thanks to his recommendation. Therefore, after exchanging looks with a smile, he took the initiative to go forward and give him a hug. He suppressed his voice and said, "Well done." Klein nodded with a smile and asked, "Did you like the present?" "Did you like the present?" He was referring to the bottle of River Valley wine that could be used to make sour cocktails. "It's great. It's a nostalgic taste," Mocked said sincerely. Klein was just about to enter the hall when he noticed something amiss. He casually swept his gaze and asked in puzzlement. With a casual glance, he asked in puzzlement, "Miss Hazel isn't around? Has she already gone to a women's public school?" "Ma." And Rihanna sighed and shook her head. "No, she's just sick. She doesn't go to public school until September. Caught a cold." Klein expressed the concern a guest should have. Mocked smiled in exasperation. "No. She was bitten by a crazy rat when she went to a manor in the suburbs a few days ago. The wound hasn't fully healed yet." Hazel was bitten by a crazy rat. Klein nodded in thought. "Did she see a doctor?" "Yes. Was that rat caught?" "The doctor injected her with medicine to prevent infection," Mocked said simply. "That rat hasn't been found. Perhaps we need to rear a few cats in the manor." Chapter 1006. After hearing Mock's answer, and combining it with what he knew, Klein determined that the rat in the manor in the suburbs was likely the marauder demigod who had previously been by Hazel's side. As for why it had gone mad and bitten Hazel, it was temporarily unknown. He nodded slightly and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "May the goddess bless her." With that said, he walked past his master and entered the hall, waiting for the ball to begin. In a particular bedroom on the third floor, Hazel was sitting in a reclining chair, looking a little dispirited. Her feet were curled up. Her left hand was wrapped in thick bandages, and there wasn't much blood seeping out. Her expression was heavy, without her usual arrogance. In the manor in the suburbs, she had been in a similar state ever since she was bitten by her teacher who had transformed into a rat. She appeared muddle-headed and wasn't lucid enough. It was as though what had been bitten wasn't her mouth, but her soul. To Hazel, although her arrogance stemmed from the education she received from a young age, her talent in learning that exceeded ordinary people, her rather outstanding looks, her upper-class family background, and her way of thinking that was more mature than her peers, such a state of mind was still considered normal before coming into contact with supernatural powers. It didn't make her feel that she was completely different from others, or that she was intrinsically superior to ordinary people. Therefore, the teacher who sustained her arrogance represented her fortuitous encounters and symbolized the source of her strength, had suddenly become like a real rat. Not only had his speech become unclear, but he had also bitten her without reason. It dealt her a huge blow, and she couldn't help but wonder if supernatural powers represented something that exceeded mortals or was close to a monster. Amidst her thoughts, Hazel subconsciously tucked a wisp of her long, dark green hair behind her ear as she felt vexed by the melodious music coming from downstairs. At this moment, she heard the creaking sound of the door opening. She turned her head in a rather slow manner. The person who entered was a gray rat with glossy fur. Its eyes were darker than its peers, close to a dark red. "Hazel," the rat said in a deep voice. Hazel was first taken aback before she turned delighted. She hurriedly stood up and blurted out, "Teacher, YUV recovered? YUV recovered." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly saw gray rats crawling out from the corners of the bedroom, the balcony entrance, and the bottom of the bed. They all had dark red eyes, but they could only squeak. Hazel was so frightened that she took a step back and tripped over the edge of the reclining chair. Her body swayed and she nearly fell. It took her a great deal of effort to regain her balance. At this time, she discovered that the red-eyed mice had all disappeared, and the door was tightly shut. Everything that had just happened seemed to be her illusion, or a nightmare caused by her worries. After a moment of silence, Hazel pursed her lips and sighed. She sat down again and raised her hands to pinch her temples. As she pinched it, her brows furrowed slightly. Somehow, she felt that she was in a trance and that it wasn't real enough. Hazel's dark brown eyes moved slightly as she pulled out the necklace from her neck and held it in her palm. The necklace's main body was made up of 7 translucent emerald green stones. Embedded around them was a ring of tiny diamonds, and the distance between them was identical. At this moment, one of the stones slowly lit up, emitting an emerald green glow. It illuminated Hazel's face in an extremely lustrous manner, making strange and mysterious symbols appear in her eyes. All the scenes from before surfaced in the girl's mind once again. They went from a blurry, dreamy state to clear up one after another. As she scrutinized the scenes, Hazel noticed something amiss. She confirmed that she hadn't been dreaming, nor was it a temporary hallucination in her trance. Instead, she had been in an illusion that lasted nearly 10 seconds. Cryptologist, this. Hazel's dark brown eyes widened as she subconsciously muttered a word that was filled with horror. She stood up and looked around in a hurry, but she didn't discover anything. However, the more she did so, the more she panicked. This was because she didn't know what she would encounter next. She didn't know what the person who created the illusion was up to. The only thing she was certain of was that the person's level and strength in the supernatural domain far exceeded hers. This shattered the last bit of pride in her heart. A few minutes later, the entire bedroom remained silent. The melody downstairs was brisk, making one think of lively dance steps. Hazel finally calmed down. She felt that there shouldn't be anything else that would happen. Only then did she have the spare energy and mood to consider why the person in the dark had created the illusion. Amidst all sorts of thoughts, Hazel suddenly had a guess. The person from before was here for my teacher. Through the illusion, he had confirmed my teacher's current state. Is he my teacher's friend or enemy? He must have already gone to look for my teacher. What do I do? He probably doesn't know where my teacher is hiding. No, the neighbors all know that I was bitten by a crazy rat in the manor in the suburbs. Hazel felt flustered as she tightened her grip on the necklace. She couldn't determine if the person from before was good or bad, nor did she know what to do. She wanted to head to the manor in the suburbs to inform her teacher, but she was afraid of encountering danger and becoming a sacrifice. Furthermore, her teacher seemed to have lost most of his ability to communicate. Even if he received a warning, he might not be able to understand the exact meaning. Hazel stood up without realizing it as she paced back and forth in the bedroom. Finally, she made up her mind as she pursed her lips and walked to the door. She said to her personal maidservant outside, "I'm a little tired. I plan on sleeping now. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, miss," the maidservant immediately replied. After closing the door, Hazel began changing into clothes that made it easier for her to move around. Her expression was heavy as she bit her lips. She finally decided to head to the manor in the suburbs to warn her teacher. She didn't wish to become someone who looked arrogant but was actually cowardly, someone who would lose all her principles at the slightest danger. That would only make her look down on her. While the bodyguards were focused on the guests at the ball, Hazel entered the garden through the balcony's water pipe and left 39 Buckland Street. Klein was holding a glass of sparkling wine that had a rather sweet taste. He was discussing the southern continent's business with a few men. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the garden. With his intuition, he had discovered Hazel's actions. Although she's not a girl with a likable character, she still has a conscience. Klein nodded indiscernibly as he praised inwardly. He wasn't worried about Hazel's actions at all. This was because going from North Burroughs Buckland Street to the Mocked family's manor in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland would take 3 to 5 hours, even by carriage. And before that, he could find an excuse to leave the ball and directly teleport over to confirm the situation. Although the Mocked family's manor was in the northwestern suburbs, it was on the other side of the Tussock River. Therefore, if he wanted to reach it, he needed to take a detour to a place with a bridge. If it was still fine during the day, he could use the steam subway to head south of the bridge from the bottom of the river. But at night, he could only consider one of the 3 long bridges. It was inevitable that it would take him 5 hours. Of course, as Klein had used Tinder before and had read the information on 2 to 105 blood vessel thief, he had a certain understanding of the Marauder Pathway's powers. Therefore, he suspected that Hazel, who had an item of a higher level, could steal a bird's flight ability and use that short period of time to cross the river. This way, she might only need 3 hours to reach her destination. But regardless, I'm faster than her. Klein retracted his gaze and considered who he should invite to be his dance partner. 10 at night, in the Moose Manor in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland. It originally belonged to a viscount and had a history of more than 100 years. Member of Parliament Mocked had bought it after his marriage, and he would spend a sum of money to renovate it every year so that he could invite his friends over for a vacation during the weekends in autumn and winter. At this moment, the manor steward was arranging for the servants to check the various areas and close the doors and windows. This was something they did before bed every day. After a few maidservants came out of the wine cellar, they headed straight for the kitchen to confirm that all the flames that needed to be extinguished had been extinguished. Just as they arrived, they heard a squeaking sound. When they focused their gazes, they discovered a grayish-white rat gnawing at the leg of a long table. The rat seemed to sense their attention as it didn't run away. Instead, it turned its head and stared at them with slightly reddened eyes. At the same time, more squeaking sounds were heard. On the roof beams, beside the lockers in the storeroom, and beside the stove that was boiling hot water, rats with reddened eyes crawled out one after another. The maidservants jumped in fright, and nearly screamed. As members of the lower echelons of society, they were no strangers to rats. They had even killed some in the past, but this was the first time they had encountered so many at once. It left them feeling an intense mental blow. "Let's find Getter. Getter and the rest will handle it," a maidservant suggested in fear as she retreated from the kitchen. Another maidservant nodded immediately. "Miss Hazel was bitten by a crazy rat. This doesn't look normal either." As they spoke, they retreated further and further away from the kitchen. At this moment, a figure quickly outlined itself on the long table in the kitchen. He was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, a dark formal suit, a half-top hat, and a pair of shiny leather boots. The figure pressed down on his hat and slowly raised his head. He surveyed his surroundings, revealing his black hair, brown eyes, thin face, and sharp features. He was none other than the German Sparrow. After leaving the ball early, Klein returned to Don Dantes' residence, entered his bedroom, and teleported over with Enuni. Of course, the latter had been placed outside the manor so that he could switch locations at any time. As rats entered his sight, Klein tugged at the human-skinned glove on his left hand and cast his gaze at the area where the manor's flowers were planted. Almost at the same time, all the rats in the kitchen jolted as their movements turned sluggish. However, it didn't take long for them to return to normal. They had already become the marionettes of a bizarro sorcerer. As for Klein, the limit of marionettes he could control was 50. Once he finished digesting the potion, there would still be an increase. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1007. When he cast his gaze towards the garden, Klein's mind naturally reflected the scene there. In the dark corner covered by the flowers, one after another, gray-haired rats seemed to be bewitched by the devil. They madly circled around the same place, squeaking as they tried to push their own kind away to enter the core. In the core region, a gray rat about the size of an adult Rouen shorthair lay there. Its eyes were clearly red, as though they were congealed blood. Its tail was rapidly swinging, as though it was trying to use it to vent the frenzy in its heart. And once the normal-sized rats approached, it would extend its claws to press down on them and bite them to death. This resulted in rat corpses piling up around it, but even so, it didn't stop the other rats from surging over. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly had two thoughts. First, his intuition, which had been enhanced by the Grey Fog's powers, was truly a great helper for a bizarro sorcerer in controlling the spirit body threads. This was because it was fine in an open area, allowing him to determine which spirit body threads represented the target at a glance. But if he was in a bustling city or a place with many buildings, a bizarro sorcerer who didn't have X-ray vision wouldn't be able to distinguish the different spirit body threads that were mixed together from a distance. It also made it difficult for him to accurately lock onto the enemy unless the other party's actions were rather unique and different. Of course, a bizarro sorcerer could also ignore the possibility of accidental damage and carry out indiscriminate control. Second, the marauder pathway demigod that parasitized the rat was indeed on the brink of losing control. Not only was its size several times larger than a Rhodes's, but its condition was also extremely unstable. It was filled with a violent and maniacal aura. Thankfully, I came in time. If I had waited a few more weeks, a tragedy might have happened. As this thought flashed through Klein's mind, illusory black threads appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, the distance between him and the mutated rat was less than 50 meters. He could directly control the spirit body threads. And at this moment, the large, sleek rat seemed to sense something as it suddenly stood up and turned its head towards the kitchen. Its dark red eyes flashed, instantly leaving the young man in a black formal suit and silk top hat rooted to the ground. It had stolen the main thoughts of the other party for the next 2 seconds, causing his mind to nearly go blank. Furthermore, it didn't do the corresponding actions like a sequence 5 dream stealer. Right on the heels of that, the rat raised its right front paw in an attempt to steal the enemy's beyonder powers. At its level, The number of Beyonder powers it could steal on the same target had increased from 1 to 3. It could last for up to 2 hours. Of course, it could only steal 1 power at a time. Right at this moment, the giant rat's mind strangely became sluggish. Its movements of using abilities seemed to be tightly entangled by invisible threads, making it extremely slow. It had gained initial control over its spirit body threads. It had just successfully stolen German Sparrow's thoughts, leaving him in a daze. It was just an illusion created by a bizarro sorcerer. Before officially controlling his spirit body threads, Klein had already swapped places with Enuni. As for marionettes, they didn't have any self-consciousness or thoughts, so they wouldn't be affected by the Beyonder powers of thought-stealing. How could something that didn't exist be stolen? And in order to numb this marauder pathway demigod, Klein had used his illusions that had undergone a qualitative change. He had also deliberately made Enuni, who looked like German Sparrow, do the corresponding actions. At this moment, he was outside Mock's Moose Manor. The straight-line distance between him and the giant rat exceeded 500 meters, but this didn't stop him from controlling the other party's spirit body threads. This was because a bizarro sorcerer could bestow his Beyonder powers to a marionette, including controlling spirit body threads to turn a target into a marionette's core method. This also meant that if there weren't any other restrictions, a bizarro sorcerer could use a marionette to increase his control of spirit body threads from 150 meters to infinity. After all, as long as he placed a marionette a kilometer apart, he could rely on the bestowal of Beyonder powers to extend his influence. Of course, there was no such thing as an unrestricted power in this world. On the one hand, Klein's current limit was 50 marionettes. He couldn't exceed this number. On the other hand, the only thing a bizarro sorcerer couldn't bestow upon a marionette was the ability to think and self-consciousness. Therefore, the limit of using a marionette to control a marionette was the limit of his own marionette. 1,000 meters. Once this range was exceeded, the marionette that was transformed from a marionette wouldn't be able to do anything. In addition, the essence of a bizarro sorcerer's bestowal of Beyonder powers to a marionette was to separate a maggot that was related to a mythical creature's form, allowing it to enter the marionette's body through the spirit body threads. If he didn't give the same marionette a few in advance, the marionette wouldn't be able to separate the corresponding maggot when it was transformed into a new marionette, allowing the new marionette to be bestowed with its original Beyonder powers. And Klein could only separate 50 at the moment. Any more than that would make his spirit body unable to bear the burden, causing him to suffer from schizophrenia. He wouldn't be able to recover unless he received effective treatment. But even if he received very good treatment, it wasn't guaranteed that he would recover. His inclination towards losing control would only worsen. Therefore, according to Klein's experiments, the limit of his control of spirit body threads was 1,000 plus 150 meters, and to completely control a new marionette, it could only be within 1,000 meters. At the same time, if the marionette were to die, the maggot's characteristic would return to the main body after a certain period of time according to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. If this process was interrupted, it might be lost. Just as the marauder pathway demigod's actions turned sluggish, the rats that had previously been turned into marionettes rushed out of the kitchen around Enuni, who looked like German Sparrow. They aimed at the garden and opened their mouths, hoping to use air cannons to cleanse the target area. Suddenly, the gigantic rat's eyes lit up with a dark red glow. In the blink of an eye, German Sparrow appeared in a dark corner of the garden, in the midst of rats that had been bitten to death. As for the marauder pathway demigod, he came to the kitchen and came to a long table with many items placed on it. It had stolen German Sparrow's location. Bang, bang, bang. The marionette rat's air cannons shot out without any interruption. At the same time, they struck the area where German Sparrow was standing, causing soil to splatter and flowers to fall. Flesh and blood splattered, shocking the servants in the manor's main house. Their bodies trembled violently, unsure of what had happened. All they cared about was hiding in a panic. The entire garden had been plowed by the air cannons, and the soil had thinned to an exaggerated extent. If Klein hadn't focused his shots on that area, the manor's main house definitely wouldn't have been spared. As the dust settled, the rats died without intact corpses, but German Sparrow remained standing there without any injuries. Winner and Nooney had released all the good luck he had accumulated at that moment. However, his control over the gigantic rat's spirit body threads had been severed as a result. And there were only so many spirit body threads. The rat marionettes couldn't interfere at all. Otherwise, it would cause chaos and cancel each other out. Hazel's teacher, the Marauder Pathway demigod, took the opportunity to regain his freedom of movement. Then he turned around and raised his right front claw at German Sparrow, instantly stealing his Beyonder powers of controlling spirit body threads. As a sequence for demigod, he could accurately steal the powers he wanted from his target. Typically, he could choose 1 out of 3. The more he understood the target, the higher the chances of success. And this time his luck was rather good. Of course, if the level of the target was relatively low, and he had a deep understanding of the target's situation, he could steal whatever he wanted. Just as he lowered his right front claw, the Marauder Pathway demigod raised his left front claw again. The rat marionette's legs went limp as they collapsed to the ground, unable to turn their bodies. This was a large-scale theft. What he stole was the rat's ability to walk. Right on the heels of that, countless strange symbols appeared in the gigantic rat's dark red eyes. It quickly solved the mystery and found the location of Klein's actual body. With a red flash, the Marauder Pathway demigod instantly appeared in front of Klein with its claws raised. This time, it stole the distance between the two of them. At this moment, the thin and angular young man in the gigantic rat's eyes vanished. In his place was a gray rat, and in the surrounding trees, worms crawled out as they opened their mouths. Bang! 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 Air cannons shot out, blanketing the gigantic rat and the ordinary rats. While Klein controlled the marionettes in Moose Manor, he didn't forget to create new marionettes around him. This was a basic accomplishment of a Bizarro sorcerer. Then he used the seamless exchange of his body and marionette to set up a simple trap. Soil and dust flew high into the air as the gigantic rat that the Marauder Pathway demigod parasitized was completely drowned. After everything calmed down, a strong smell of blood emanated from the crater. There were pieces of flesh and blood of different shapes everywhere, dead. Through the eyes of the surrounding marionettes, Klein saw the scene of the explosion. However, he quickly frowned because there were no signs of any Beyonder characteristics seeping out. As his thoughts raced, Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it up with a clang. As the gold coin fell, images appeared in his mind one after another. These were all revelations obtained by the astral projection. Compared to the past as a demigod, Klein could obtain more information through this simplified divination method. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes for Monday, Chapter 1008. Pa. The tumbling gold coin landed in Klein's palm, but he didn't look at whether it was heads or tails. This was because a scene had already been fixed in his mind. Trees stood tall in the bushes, and the thin clouds in the sky failed to hide the many stars that adorned the black velvet. The sound of insects chirping spread far and wide in the quiet night, mixed with the commotion caused by the 2 explosions in Moose Manor. Klein quickly used his knowledge of astrology to roughly determine the corresponding area in the scene. Then, with a flash, he appeared beside Anuni, who looked like German Sparrow, and grabbed his shoulder. During this process, Klein retracted the transparent maggots that he had implanted into the rat and bug puppet marionettes. Then, he severed the 2-way spirit-body threads connection. In just a second or two, he and Anuni disappeared from the Moose Manor, which was gradually turning chaotic and noisy. They were teleported to the area symbolized by the scene in his mind. This place was the same as the revelation Klein had just received. It was very quiet, to the point where one could even hear the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves and bushes. Illusory black threads appeared in Klein's eyes, representing all the creatures with spirituality in the area. There were just too many of them, far more than a few dozen. If Klein wanted to find the corresponding ones and identify the problematic ones, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a short period of time. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he was at least certain of one thing. As long as the Marauder Pathway demigod didn't have any particularly high-level items on him, the results of his divination should be accurate. After all, after he became a Bizarro sorcerer, not only had his corresponding abilities improved, but the Grey Fog's ability to seep into the real world had also increased. With the two added together, even if he didn't go above the Grey Fog, his divination abilities were definitely considered outstanding among saints. He probably wasn't inferior to Beyonders of the Fate Pathway. As for the Marauder Pathway demigod, he was in a worrisome state. His strength had already dropped to an all-time low. Therefore, Klein believed that the demigod was hiding in the forest with bushes and hadn't escaped any further. For this reason, he believed that waiting patiently was the best solution. The Marauder Pathway demigod was rather weak to begin with. His condition was extremely unstable, and he was on the verge of losing control. After experiencing the intense battle and abandoning the rat's body, his situation would only worsen without any improvement. In such a situation, if he didn't receive any replenishment or recovery, problems would occur sooner or later. Therefore, Klein could afford to wait, but he couldn't. As Klein waited, he quickly transformed his marionette. He also got a ninny to leave the area and hide nearly a kilometer away. At the same time, he was also guarding against his spirit body threads being manipulated. This was because he remembered that the enemy had stolen this beyonder power from his marionette. Suddenly, he heard a gasp that seemed to come from the depths of his soul. Then, a hysterical voice came from a big tree in front of them. "Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me?" With a sharp, resentful voice, the tree's bark quickly peeled off, revealing the wood beneath. And on the wood, holes cracked open one after another as strange insects with 7 or 8 rings drilled out. The transparent parts of these insects had many three-dimensional patterns floating above them, and the rings seemed to have the passage of time. Suddenly, Klein lost all his thoughts. He lost the 2 beyonder powers of air cannon and paper figurine substitutes. He lost his belt, coat, and top hat. For a moment, he was like a human statue. However, this wasn't too serious of a matter for a marionette. After all, he didn't need to think. The powers he lost could be regained by swapping worms. Yes, at the instant he heard the gasp, Klein had swapped places with a ninny. And such a winner didn't need to worry about his pants dropping after losing his belt. Under the influence of his faceless powers, his waist rapidly swelled up and stuck to his pants. The worms, rats, and other new marionettes crawled out from different spots and surrounded the mutating tree. At this moment, a voice with a hint of a smile sounded from somewhere. "Don't be impatient. Don't be angry. Things will be resolved." This voice was filled with convincing power. The tree's mutation suddenly slowed down as the ringed worms that drilled out slowly shrank back. "Is that so?" In the tree with its bark peeling off, the resentful voice returned to its calm state. There was a hint of confusion in it, as though it was about to be convinced. As for Klein, he also felt that the words from before made sense. He couldn't help but reflect on why he had forced a demigod to the point of losing control. He vaguely felt that he had forgotten something and couldn't recall the main reason for his visit. Then he saw a figure walk in from the bushes and chuckle. "Relax. I have a way to stop you from losing control as long as you do as I say." The figure wore a black trench coat that resembled a robe, paired with black pants and black leather shoes. He had a wide forehead and a thin face. He wore a tall top hat and a unique monocle, making him look extremely refined. Klein's gaze suddenly froze as a word reverberated in his mind like an explosion. Amon! The person in front of him was Blasphemer Amon, Angel of Time Amon, King of Angels Amon, and the son of the Creator. Although he knew that the other party was only an avatar, Klein didn't think too much about it. He followed his heart's will and used creeping hunger to make his body quickly turn transparent. During this process, Anuni snapped his fingers and ignited the matchstick in his pocket and the fallen leaves in the distance. With flaming jump, he flashed to Klein's side. Klein grabbed him and vanished with him. According to Klein's thoughts, if Amon stopped him, or if Anuni didn't return to his side fast enough, he would directly abandon his marionette and travel far away. In such a situation, exchanging a marionette's death for his own life was extremely worth it. Fortunately, Amon's avatar's attention was mainly focused on the peeling tree and did not do anything to stop it. Or rather, he did not have the time to stop it. After Klein and his marionette vanished, Amon stopped and turned his head to look at where the two of them were standing. As though in thought, he nodded slightly and scoffed. The High Family's bizarro sorcerer. He immediately retracted his gaze and looked at the semi-mutated tree. A descendant of the Yuff family? Yes, you know my ancestor? Inside the big tree, the rat demigod from before asked in a tone as if he was drowning and had grabbed onto a floating board. Amon rubbed his chin and nodded indiscernibly. Of course, they taste pretty good. The descendant of the Jacob family in the tree fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, he shouted with fear, "Why, you are Blasphemer, Amon!" Inside the holes in the tree, the ringed insects began to crawl out again. However, they quickly turned stiff and froze on the spot. Amon pinched the top and bottom of the monocle and smiled. "It's too late, isn't it? If you had struggled and resisted from the beginning, it might have been of some use, but now, don't tell me you think I came alone?" As he spoke, the surrounding bushes shook. The leaves on the different trees gently swayed as birds leaped onto the branches, producing crisp sounds. Even the night wind that passed through the vicinity had an indescribable flavor to it. "You," the Jacob family descendant in the semi-mutated tree, stopped the moment he said that. Amon stuffed his hands into the pockets of his trench coat and leisurely smiled. "I heard that your family has split into small families that have no contact with each other. Are you afraid that I'll capture a group of them? All right. Did you establish a secret organization with Zoroast's descendants and other Beyonders of the Marauder Pathway, calling yourselves the Hermits of Fate? You should be one of them, right? I'll try to assume your identity and infiltrate that organization to take a look." Ha! It's quite interesting to have Amon participate in a secret organization that prevents Amon from dealing with Amon. Having said that, he glanced at the semi-mutated tree that was beginning to shake violently and continued. "Unfortunately, I've seen your fate. You didn't receive a very good mysticism education, so it's impossible for you to be a member of that organization. You're the only descendant of the Jacob family left. To think that Bakelin came to search for the secret treasure left behind by the Jacob family, only to be heavily injured for some unknown reason and be sealed. You have traces of parasitizing an ordinary animal, but you haven't spoken to humans for a long period of time. Are you wondering if the secret voice you heard from the knowledge you gained from the potion when you advanced to sequence didn't include such a reminder? Yes, I'll delete it. No. A resentful and venomous voice sounded sharply, filled with indescribable pain. The semi-mutated tree shook even more violently before calming down. Streams of light flew out and surged into Amon's body. Amon took out a piece of silk and took off the monocle. As he wiped it, he mumbled, "How foolish. I said it was too late, and she actually believed me." The greatest weakness of a person who's close to losing control is that they don't have a brain and are easily deceived. As long as I think about it seriously, how can I not understand the problem? If I could quickly finish her off and take away her fate, why would I need to say so much to her? An avatar is ultimately an avatar. By the time Amon put on the monocle again, The streams of light that surged out from the semi-mutated tree had been completely absorbed by him. At this moment, a figure passed by the bushes. It was none other than Hazel, who had changed into her hunting clothes. She seemed to sense something as she subconsciously turned her head to look over and saw Amon. Then she revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. "Teacher, you've turned around?" "Yes. Someone has discovered your problem. It's best you hide somewhere else." Amon listened quietly as the corners of his mouth curled up. All right. Chapter 1009. Klein didn't directly teleport back to 160 Buckland Street. Instead, he brought Anini to the sea and found a secluded spot before softly chanting the fool's honorific name. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He beckoned for a paper figurine to fly over. Right on the heels of that, he picked up one of the cards of blasphemy on the long bronze table in front of him and stored it into his body. Suddenly, a dark red robe appeared on Klein's body. It looked as though countless amounts of blood had been stained with rust and smoke. As for his face, it was covered by a dark golden mask. The patterns on it were simple and unadorned, contrasting with the crown embedded with red, blue, and green gems. This was a change brought about by the red priest card. After many experiments, Klein had confirmed that a certain characteristic of the red priest card was compatible with the paper angel's interference of fate. It allowed the powers related to the mysterious space above the gray fog to be more fully unleashed. Therefore, he had chosen it instead of the Dark Emperor card or the Tyrant card. After completing the preparations, Klein had transformed into the red priest, picked up the paper figurine, and, with a shake of his hand, fused it with the surging gray fog and threw it towards the layers of halos that were produced from his prayers. The paper figurine rapidly expanded and transformed into an angel that bathed in golden light. Pure flames interweaved behind it, transforming into 12 pairs of wings. This war angel then followed the secret connection produced by the prayers and descended into the world. It used the flaming wings to envelop Klein and Anini. After busying himself with all of this, Klein relaxed a little. He put down the red priest card and returned to the real world. He first searched for food for creeping hunger before returning to 160 Buckland Street with Anini. One of them returned to don Dantes' appearance, while the other became a mixed-blood youth. After tidying his hair, Klein walked to the balcony of his master bedroom and glanced at the distant mocked residence. He discovered that the lights were still brightly lit. It was obvious that the ball hadn't truly ended. Usually, this would continue until the wee hours of the morning. Of course, they were allowed to leave midway. After all, most of the people who were willing to dance until late at night were young people. Phew, Amon sure is terrifying. Just a battle that involves a marauder pathway demigod is enough to attract his attention, even if one is in the city and the other is in the suburbs. At his level, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence should be corporeal, right? Well, I can't rule out the possibility that the demigod is about to lose control and mutated, which is why Amon sensed it. Klein couldn't help but recall what had happened just now. He was afraid that if he turned around, he would find the thin and gentle young man wearing a monocle sitting on the reclining chair in his bedroom, slowly sipping a glass of red wine. He was glad that he had already become a demigod. He could converge the gray fog's aura and prevent beyonders of special pathways from detecting him. Otherwise, with the interest that Amon had previously shown, his focus would definitely be on German Sparrow and not the marauder pathway demigod. If that were the case, he might not have been able to teleport away so smoothly. As Amon was most likely only an avatar in Bakeland, Klein still had a certain level of confidence in the paper angel's interference. He believed that the King of Angels wouldn't be able to follow the traces all the way to 160 Buckland Street and lock onto Don Dantes. However, this still didn't make him feel at ease. This was because the marauder pathway demigod was also implicated in Buckland Street. He encountered Admiral of Blood here and was forced by the hidden demigod to detonate the explosives and parasitize a rat's body. He received a warning from the mirror here and learned that there was a marauder pathway angel in dire need of replenishment nearby. He knew that Blasphemer Amon was on his way here. He was struck by lightning here because he refused to answer the mirror's question and was transferred to Moose Manor. In addition, the target he attempted to parasitize, the student on the surface, Hazel, was affected by a powerful illusion tonight and exposed her condition. With so many things added together, Amon might very well come to take a look. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that this place wasn't safe. From his point of view, just the warning of a marauder pathway angel in dire need of replenishment was worth it for Amon to reside in Buckland Street for a period of time. Of course, there was an extremely small chance that the marauder pathway demigod had escaped and nothing was leaked. However, Klein believed that it was nearly impossible. After all, he had the confidence to deal with the matter back then, much less Amon, who had a certain level of control over the marauder pathway. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have been wary of the grandpa in Leonard's body. If I wasn't worried that he would cause harm to Leonard after his further recovery, I would have definitely resolved the matter quickly and wouldn't have attracted him on. What should I do next? Regardless, I have to do something. Otherwise, not only will I lose my identity as Don Dantes, I might even implicate Leonard on Pinsta Street and the ordinary people on Buckland Street. Who knows if Amon will suddenly parasitize them? Klein's thoughts raced as his expression turned heavy. He seriously considered how to eliminate Amon's avatars. His first thought was to contact Leonard and plan a cleanup plan with the grandpa in him, Pallas Zoroast. With this marauder angel's understanding of the pathway and Amon, it was likely that they would be able to come up with a good solution. Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and prepared to write a letter. But the fountain pen in his hand paused after a few strokes. He felt that it wasn't confidential enough. This was because a detailed discussion might affect fate, allowing Amon to detect it ahead of time. A more reliable method is to pull Leonard above the gray fog and relay the matter to him. Then, I'll use him as a relay to discuss it with Pallas Zoroast. Apart from this, what else can I do? Report it to the church and get them to do a comprehensive antivirus on Bakeland? Klein put down his fountain pen and muttered silently as he considered other plans. He quickly gave up on the idea of reporting it. This was because Leonard hadn't done so the last time. With the understanding of the grandpa in him of Blasphemer Amon, it meant that this method was either ineffective or had a huge flaw. It was very likely that it would affect him instead. I should first ask Leonard and grasp the exact situation before making a decision. Klein quickly made a decision. He temporarily suppressed the urge to draw a symbol to Aska Rhodes and use a paper crane to contact Snake of Fate, Will Septon. After dismissing Anini, he entered the master bedroom's bathroom and took 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. Sitting in the seat belonging to the fool, Klein conjured the world's German sparrow and made the fake person pray piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Leonard Mitchell that I've discovered new traces of Blasphemer Amon. I hope that he can come to your country as soon as possible to discuss the subsequent response. The exact time will be determined by him. After transforming the contents of the prayer into light and shadow and throwing it into the crimson star representing Leonard, Klein added, as the fool, that's right. That's right. There's no need to hide it from Pallas Zoroast. In the outskirts of North Borough, in a sparse forest, Leonard reached out his right hand and pressed down on a transparent, blurry wolf figure. The wolf whimpered as the burning light in its eyes gradually dissipated, returning to normal. Its figure faded and dissipated, vanishing into the wind. However, it no longer had the violent and bloodthirsty feeling. It was peaceful and calm. In the northern continent, after the Pale Era, the 7 Orthodox churches and the royal families of the various countries had been strictly enforcing the law of burial in cemeteries. There were very few ghosts that were transformed from humans. They basically only existed in slums where deaths were difficult to be discovered in time. or in rivers, lakes, and seas where drowned people couldn't be quickly fished out. However, the source of the undead wasn't only humans. All sorts of wild animals and spiritual creatures could also become ghosts when the conditions were met, and it was impossible for them to seek repose in human cemeteries. This resulted in the phenomenon of hauntings in the wilderness. Just as he appeased the wolf's ghost, an endless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Leonard. His ears immediately echoed with the world's German sparrow's prayer. Blasphemer Amon's new whereabouts. He is still in Bakeland. Leonard's eyelids twitched as he tensed up. As Mr. Fool had instructed him, he didn't hesitate to suppress his voice. "Old man, did you see that? Did you hear it?" Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded. "No. Although I sensed something abnormal, I didn't see or hear anything. Unless you allow me to parasitize you at a deeper level and directly gain control of your astral projection." "Do you think I'm a fool?" From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's response is realized through an astral projection. Leonard thought for a moment and deliberated over his words. "Old man, Klein told me something through Mr. Fool. He said that he has discovered new traces of Amon and wants me to head to Mr. Fool's kingdom to discuss this matter. Do you have any suggestions?" Pallas Zorost fell silent for a few seconds before letting out a long sigh. "If he wishes to deal with Amon's avatar in Bakeland, tell him that unless he has the protection of concealment, you know the consequences." Old man took the initiative to say this and gave a precondition. "Does it mean that he is willing to cooperate if he really has the protection of concealment?" Leonard's heart stirred as he immediately found a dark corner and prayed to the world Klein that he could do it now. As for the danger of losing control of his body in the suburbs, Leonard wasn't worried. This was because he still had a marauder pathway angel in him. Before long, a crimson tide surged out and drowned him. Chapter 1010. Above the endless grayish-white fog in the majestic palace. Just as Leonard Mitchell's figure appeared beside the long bronze table, he subconsciously stood up, wanting to bow to Mr. Fool. However, when he swept his gaze, he realized that the seat was empty. No one was sitting there. "Mr. Fool isn't usually here?" A thought flashed through Leonard's mind as he cast his gaze to the bottom of the long mottled table. The world sat there silently, as though it was mixed with the gray fog, blurry and indistinct. "It's just the two of us. There's no need to deliberately use the image of German sparrow." As Leonard sat down again, he casually said to the world. After discovering that Mr. Fool wasn't around, he instantly became extremely relaxed. He wasn't as reserved as he was when he participated in the tarot. He was just short of crossing his legs and placing them on the table. "It's a habit," Klein replied simply. Leonard nodded in thought. "I heard that the German sparrow's image at sea is cold, reserved, refined, and polite. Your present performance matches this description very well. However, Klein, you weren't like this in the past. You have to remember that you're only acting. You can't be affected by your identity as the German sparrow." "Hey, I pulled you up here to talk about Amon, not to have a chat. Are you that indifferent to your grandpa's matters?" Klein was indeed used to using the image of the world in such situations, but after hearing Leonard's words, he was embarrassed to change back to his original appearance. He tersely acknowledged and said, "Was only acting taught to you by Pallas Zorost?" "Yes," Leonard answered frankly. "This grandpa doesn't seem too bad." He even told Leonard such critical and important information. Compared to him, the rat demigod from before really harbored ill intentions. He didn't teach Hazel any common knowledge. Even if he did teach her, there was a certain degree of distortion. Ha! No matter how wild a beyonder is, how can one not know anything at the demigod level? Even a half-mad sea serpent like Cavituous knows how to respond to the ritual and how to ask for offerings. He might even bestow some theurgy. Klein formed an image of Pallas Zorost in his mind. However, he did not make a judgment. After all, Fishing would also prepare some bait, and a single incident could not prove too much. When he saw that Klein was silent, Leonard ended the small talk and got down to business. "Where did you discover new traces of blasphemer Amon?" Klein went straight to the point. "I was pursuing a marauder pathway demigod who was on the verge of losing control, but I ended up encountering Amon in the outskirts of Bakeland. All I could do was use Mr. Fool's powers to escape. Amon's avatar is indeed still in Bakeland." Leonard sighed. Following that, he asked curiously and in a rather lackadaisical manner, "Why are you pursuing that marauder pathway demigod who is on the verge of losing control?" After asking the question, he came to a realization and quickly added, "If it involves one of Mr. Fool's plans, pretend I didn't ask. Why? Isn't it the responsibility of the Nighthawks to deal with Beyonders who are close to losing control or have already lost control?" Hearing Leonard's question, Klein sighed. He recalled his experience in Tingen City. In that short span of 2 months, he had dealt with several similar matters, including the Church of the Storm's mandated punishers turning into monsters, Hood Yujin losing control, and Old Neil being corrupted by the hidden sage. Although the total number wasn't much, it had left a deep impression on him. It had engraved certain rules of conduct into his bones. Therefore, based on what he knew from the past, he analyzed that the marauder pathway demigod was close to losing control from the news of the rats biting crazily. Without any hesitation, he immediately used an illusion downstairs and obtained confirmation from Hazel. Then, without waiting or thinking of preparing for another day or two, he went above the gray fog to do a divination. After coming up with a rough plan, he took action. To him, such matters were like fighting a fire. In addition, Klein had long wanted to eliminate the marauder pathway demigod. This was because the malicious intent he had shown towards Hazel was too obvious. Furthermore, he had tried to lure Miss Magicians to a treasure trove on the surface, which was a trap in reality. If not for the fact that he wasn't at a sufficient level back then and that he was afraid of causing unnecessary accidents, he would have taken action. Because of this, after confirming the marauder pathway demigod's condition, he followed his original plan and began eliminating him. His first goal was to lure the enemy out of Moose Manor to prevent the incomplete mythical creature form that the enemy revealed before its death from affecting ordinary people. The outcome wasn't bad. With himself as bait, he achieved his goal. However, the volley of air cannon failed to end the battle. It allowed the marauder pathway demigod to escape into the bushes and parasitize a tree. Originally, Klein had a second plan. He had even prepared a remedial measure if he failed to purify the target. But to his surprise, Amon's sudden appearance forced him to stop all his plans and flee without any hesitation. Klein's remedial measure was to get a marionette to leave the battlefield and write a letter to the Charismatic Order's experimental demigod, Patrick Bryan, to help. This undying likely possessed a certain level of ability to traverse the spirit world. If there were any accidents, he could summon Miss Messenger and settle the matter first. As his memory surfaced, Klein responded to Leonard's question with a sigh. Secret. He paused for a second and took the initiative to ask, "Why didn't you find an opportunity to inform the Church of Evernight of Amon's avatar coming to Bakeland?" Leonard hurriedly explained, briefly describing how if Amon's true body were to arrive, a deity would descend. Amon can see the corresponding changes in fate through the death of an avatar. From there, he can find the source of the disturbance and grasp the general range of activity of the mastermind. Amon's style is to surround an avatar on the surface and hide more than 10, dozens, or even 100 avatars. Amon's avatars can parasitize all kinds of creatures with spirituality. If one isn't a demigod, they wouldn't be able to detect it. Finally, Leonard told Klein in detail about the example of Old Man's stealing of fate. This sent a chill down Klein's spine. He was thankful that he hadn't rashly dealt with Amon the last time. Otherwise, Mr. Fool might have already been replaced. It's no wonder Leonard didn't report it previously. So Amon had appeared so brazenly because he was fishing. Furthermore, there are even more avatars hiding in the dark. Furthermore, he can parasitize tiny creatures in the air. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. The creatures I can control at present can't reach such a level. The smaller they are, the less obvious the spirit body threads are. It's rather unique. Sigh. I can't use the church's powers unless there's someone who's perfectly fine in every aspect to report this matter. Klein felt a sense of regret as he gained a clearer understanding of Amon's horror. From his point of view, Leonard was a good candidate to report to the Church of Evernight. But with Palez Zarost parasitizing him, he didn't dare expose his existence to Amon's gaze. In addition, the hanging man could also bear the responsibility, but he wasn't able to provide a source of information that could convince Amon. This meant that there was a problem that needed to be investigated in depth. One choice after another flashed through Klein's mind. Finally, it was fixed on himself, on the two identities of Klein Moretti and German Sparrow. As a blessed of Evernight, it's very reasonable for me to inform the Church of Amon's appearance in Bakeland. Amon can't find fault with it, and as a Bizarro sorcerer who fought the Marauder Pathway demigod tonight and saw Amon with his own eyes, it's very normal for him to know that this Angel of Time's avatar has arrived in Bakeland. It wouldn't arouse Amon's suspicion. At the same time, as a blessed of Evernight, Amon, who had only lost a few avatars, likely wouldn't seek revenge. After all, what awaits him is a trap, a divine descent. It feels great to have a backer. However, all the gifts of fate will have a price tag. Secretly, Klein quickly gained a preliminary understanding of the matter. Then he habitually changed his position and began considering what had happened from Amon's point of view. Amon is definitely no stranger to Bizarro sorcerers. Just from controlling marionettes and swapping positions, he can determine my pathway. Since Amon allowed a Bizarro sorcerer to escape, he must have been prepared to expose his whereabouts. He might even hope to attract the target he's looking for. I used German Sparrow's appearance, but that doesn't mean anything. A faceless appearance is the least important. Then, how will Amon determine my identity? A powerhouse that walks in the darkness, a demigod of the seer pathway. As the Church of Evernight and the Secret Order have control over formulas, ingredients, and mermaids, there are almost no wild Bizarro sorcerers. The descendants of the Antigonus family are also dead. Therefore, a Bizarro sorcerer is either a member of the Secret Order or a secret agent that the Church of Evernight secretly nurtures, together with the location of Bakeland. The answer is obvious. Based on these reasons, it's not difficult for Amon to come to the conclusion that the Church of Evernight is about to learn of his whereabouts and begin a purge operation. My reporting was within his expectations. It would be abnormal if he didn't. Yes, he will definitely be hiding now. Even if he takes on the identity of that Marauder Pathway demigod, he won't come to Baklund Street anytime soon. Klein, who had made this judgment, felt much more at ease because he would have sufficient time to prepare. Seeing that Klein was silent for a long time after listening to his description, Leonard couldn't help but ask, "What do you think?" Klein collected his thoughts and asked instead of answering, "Palaz Zorost, what do you suggest?" He said that if you wish to deal with Amon's avatar in Bakeland, you need to first obtain the blessings of concealment. Leonard said truthfully, "The blessings of concealment. Palaz Zorost is openly probing me. Half of the symbol behind the Fool's Throne is a secret. I can use the paper angel, the red priest card, and the mysterious space above the gray fog to stir. It shouldn't be a problem to interfere with Amon's avatar, but it might not be possible to prevent his true body from prying into fate. However, I still have the identity of Evernight's Blessed, and the goddess's other title is the Mother of Concealment. Is eliminating Amon's avatar a form of payment or a gift? It feels like both." Klein thought and replied in a deep voice, "Tell Palaz Zorost that I'm a blessed of concealment. Tell Palaz Zorost that I'm the blessed of concealment. I will try to ask for help." He was referring to the blessed of the Mother of Concealment, but Palaz Zorost would definitely understand it as the Fool's Blessed. Chapter 1011. Mr. Fool, also has the authority of concealment. Leonard was enlightened as he understood why Old Man had specially mentioned the blessings of concealment. Without waiting for his response, Klein added, "That's right. In addition, tell Palaz Zaros that Amon might very well know that there's a marauder pathway angel around Buckland Street." This, Leonard's pupils dilated as he blurted out, "That's right." How did he know? "It's not convenient for me to tell you that," Klein mumbled inwardly before saying in a rather serious tone, "That's right. I'm not Amon. You deduced it from some of his actions and words." Leonard subconsciously asked in return. "No, I was the one who told him." Klein chuckled as an answer. As expected, Leonard nodded to himself. "No problem, I will tell the old man." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Are you waiting for him to give you a specific plan?" Klein hummed in acknowledgement. In terms of Amon's understanding of the marauder pathway, few existences are better than him. Having said that, he calmly added after deducing that Amon wouldn't be coming to Buckland Street for some time, "There's no rush to respond. Give me your feedback at the tarot gathering tomorrow. It seems that the matter isn't too urgent." Leonard interpreted the most important information from Klein's words and nodded slightly. "All right, we'll discuss the details at the tarot gathering tomorrow." After settling this matter, Klein immediately stood up and bowed towards the door of light. "Mr. Fool, we're done." Leonard had just stood up, but before he could do anything, his vision was blurred by the soaring, crimson starlight. When he woke up, he had already returned to the sparse forest on the outskirts of the northern district. "Is there anything you wish to pass on to me?" Palaz Zorost's slightly aged voice sounded. Leonard cleared his throat. "Klein told me that he is a favorite of concealment, so I can try to ask for help." "Blessed of concealment, indeed." Palaz sighed. "Tell him that as long as he can really pray for the blessings of concealment, I'm willing to provide help in dealing with Amon and finding all of his avatars hidden in Bakeland." Leonard was not surprised by this answer. "Old man, you're not as weak as you said." Palaz Zoros chuckled without any hint of anger. "Didn't you read Roselle's quotations? I remember there's a saying, 'A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse.'" "It depends on the breed of horse and camel," Leonard retorted out of habit. Then he asked, "Old man, how should we deal with Amon? Are you going to use yourself as bait?" "Cough. That way I'll be facing Amon's main body and not his avatar. At that time, it'll most likely trigger a divine battle. I'll still have a chance to escape, but you might not even be able to return to the tenebrous heaven of Evernight." Leonard could only reply with an awkward smile. Palaz Zoros continued, "Unlike the similar powers of other pathways, Amon's avatars can rapidly strengthen themselves by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway. They can split into more worms of time and parasitize different creatures. As long as there are enough Beyonder characteristics, this process can continue. Isn't this like a plague infection?" Leonard felt a chill down his spine. If he had enough Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway, Amon's avatar could go from parasitizing a single person to parasitizing everyone in the city. Something like that. Palaz Zorost confirmed Leonard's guess and sighed. "To deal with Amon, we can only start from this aspect. We can use the Marauder pathway's demigod-level Beyonder characteristics to fish him out. As long as we can successfully finish off one of his avatars, there's a way to track down and eliminate the rest. However, Amon is a master of deception. We have to be careful, otherwise it might seem like we're fishing for him, but in fact he's fishing for you. In this matter, secrecy is of utmost importance." "I understand." Leonard exhaled softly and asked, "How powerful can Amon's avatar be?" Palaz Zorost fell silent for a few seconds, as though he was recalling something. Then he said, "In theory, his strongest avatar can reach the level of a sequence one, but it's almost impossible for him to do so." This will make his mental state unstable and cause him to lose control. Typically, one of his avatars is a worm of time. In the beginning, it has the strength of a weak sequence 4, but it has the qualities of an angel, such as shattering Beyonder characteristics. After fully absorbing the Marauder pathway's Beyonder characteristics, such an avatar can reach the level of a sequence 2. However, Amon rarely does so. His avatar will automatically split to create more avatars. Furthermore, based on Bakelin's actual situation, it's very difficult for him to gather the Beyonder characteristics to allow his avatar to grow to sequence 2. Leonard thought carefully and said, "Therefore, we will be facing a bunch of almonds. Among them, most of them have the strength of a weak sequence 4. A small number of them have the strength of a normal sequence 4. And a few of them can reach sequence 3? With Amon's style, that should be the case. However, you have to remember that Amon is good at deception," Palaz Zoroast reminded. In addition, based on the time it took for Amon's avatar to arrive in Bakeland, the number of Marauder pathway Beyonder characteristics he gathered wouldn't be too many. After all, this is Bakeland. Also, if the situation isn't right, his avatars will use the strongest one as the core and take the initiative to gather together, allowing his essence to rise. The most important thing to deal with Amon is to not let the matter develop to this stage. Otherwise, even an angel in the domain of concealment wouldn't be able to stop Amon from escaping. How difficult to deal with. And this is just an avatar that was randomly thrown out to develop freely, as expected of a king of angels. After sighing, Leonard suddenly recalled Klein's warning. He hurriedly said, "Amon seems to have locked onto a demigod of the Marauder pathway." Klein encountered Amon while tracking the ladder. Also, Amon seems to know that there's a Marauder pathway angel hiding around Beclun Street. Palaz Zoroast fell silent again and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, just as Leonard couldn't help but urge him, he exhaled. "Why is your ex-colleague in the same trouble as you?" "What?" Leonard was confused. Palaz Zoroast said angrily, "That's right. Amon knows that there's a Marauder pathway angel hidden around Beclun Street. It's likely related to him." "Old man, why you used your ability to decrypt it?" Leonard asked in surprise. Palaz snorted. "I use my brain." "Otherwise, why do you think it has the prefix Beclun Street?" "That's right. Anything related to Beclun Street has to do with Don Dantes. Could it be Klein's fault again?" Leonard came to a realization. At this moment, Palaz exhaled. "Thankfully, he only said it's an angel and didn't mention my name. Otherwise, my suggestion would be to leave Bakeland as soon as possible. Tell him that there are 2 solutions. First, gather a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Marauder pathway, or find a demigod of the Marauder pathway to design a trap. This entire process has to be under the protection of concealment. Furthermore, it has to be natural, reasonable, and normal. There's nothing suspicious about it. Second, wait for Amon to enter Beclun Street himself. He might very well use a mixture of assuming someone's identity and infiltrating through the air. Therefore, your ex-colleague has to be able to see, through the grafting of fate, or detect the abnormalities of microscopic creatures. Otherwise, no matter how he plans, he will only be delivering food to Amon." Leonard's eyelids twitched as he nodded solemnly. "I'll discuss these matters with him tomorrow afternoon." "Okay." Palaz Zoroast sighed again. "Also, if all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland can be wiped out, most of the remaining worms of time will belong to me. Is this some kind of supplement?" No wonder the old man wanted to take the risk. Leonard asked in realization. Those worms of time contain Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway? It's like that in my hands, but it might not be the same for others. The worms of time left behind by Amon's avatars to contain sufficient Beyonder characteristics in the beginning, but they will quickly drain and return to the main body. One needs the corresponding powers to prevent such a phenomenon from happening. Leonard nodded his head, then asked in confusion, Then why is the luck siphon charm created by a worm of time so powerful? Pallas scoffed. Have you forgotten the nature of talismans? In essence, it's to pray for strength from a high-level existence. Then it uses materials and corresponding symbols to stabilize the strength obtained. The role of a worm of time is to act as a unique material. As long as one's level is high enough, their intrinsic qualities are compatible, and their spirituality is sufficient, they can satisfy the requirements. So, the power of the fate siphon charm actually comes from Mr. Fool. Leonard asked in thought. Pallas Zoros chuckled and said, That's right. You can also try praying to Amon and use his powers to create the fate siphon charm. Also, the uniqueness of the material will also affect the effects of the final charm. In other words, different special materials can trigger different types of power. Charms are a very profound and complicated field of study. It's not something that can be completely grasped after learning a little. You have to put in some effort. Leonard immediately felt a little ashamed. On Monday afternoon, after using the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to observe Hazel's family and confirm that there were no problems, Klein patiently waited for the tarot gathering to begin. Dark red beams of light shot up in the ancient palace before calming down. Audrey didn't pause as she stood up and bowed at the end of the long, mottled table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Chapter 1012. After bowing and taking their seats, Audrey's gaze swept across the 3 cards of blasphemy placed to Mr. Fool's right. She suddenly realized that she had forgotten to request for Roselle's diary entries from the psychological alchemy. They're all vexed over Vin Rambise's matter. Audrey, who had already adjusted her state of mind, suddenly felt a little gloomier. At this moment, Katlia was already facing the end of the long, mottled table. She lowered her head and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I still haven't received Roselle's diary entries this week. Queen Mystic hasn't provided the Emperor's diary entries for 2 weeks in a row. Did something happen? Leisurely sitting in his high-back chair, the Fool Klein couldn't help but make a bad guess while feeling puzzled. However, he quickly rejected this possibility because Hermit wasn't anxious or worried at all. With the nestling complex that Admiral of Stars displayed in the dream at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, she definitely wouldn't be this calm if Queen Mystic hadn't replied for 2 weeks in a row. She might even be prepared to seek help from the Fool. That also means that she has received a reply from Bernadette in the past 2 weeks, but it doesn't contain Roselle's diary entries. The Fool Klein nodded slightly and calmly replied to Katlia, There's no rush. After saying that, his mind raced as he analyzed Queen Mystic's motives for doing so. First, Klein eliminated the possibility that she didn't have Roselle's diary entries. Based on the frequency at which the Emperor took notes in the later stages of his life, he deduced that all the diary entries added up to more than 10. Even if Bernadette didn't have a third of it, she could definitely gather 1 or 2. And the diary entries she had previously provided were only a small portion of it, a relatively crucial portion. Secondly, Klein didn't believe that Queen Mystic had figured out the entire truth from his answers. Moreover, he was also sure that it was impossible for the other party to grasp the simplified Chinese interpretation from the small amount of feedback. After all, he had never given a detailed translation and only gave a vague answer. Combining these 3 points, he suspected that the portion of the diary that Bernadette was about to provide was even more important and crucial. It pointed to a particular secret or something very special, making him unsure if he should seek the answer. That was why this Queen Mystic was hesitating. That should be the case. I wonder what the Emperor will write and how Bernadette will determine the value. I'll remember to get Hermit to pass on the request for a meeting later. While the Fool Klein was in thought, the hanging man Alger had already turned his head to look at Leonard. I'm sorry, but there's no news of a mystical item that meets your requirements. That's very normal. Correspondingly, Sequence 6 and Sequence 5 mystical items are rare to begin with. Leonard nodded in understanding. He was originally sitting straight, But when he realized that the moon, the magicians, and the other members weren't too reserved, he secretly relaxed the pressure on his back. Upon seeing this, Klein controlled the world German sparrow and made him say in a hoarse voice, "I have a mystical item that meets your requirements in every aspect. I have a mystical item that meets your requirements in every aspect. However, it has many negative effects that are difficult to avoid. Do you want to consider it?" He was referring to the word of the sea scepter. Klein had never planned on selling this item that needed to be sealed to Leonard, because he felt that the poet wouldn't be able to withstand the negative effects of the word of the sea. The singing that didn't differentiate between friend and foe, the characteristic of tripping and whipping the wielder, and the weakness of being easily struck by lightning weren't easy to avoid. Only by educating the word of the sea above the gray fog and mainly letting Winter use it would he be unaffected. He could even turn the disadvantages into a boon. However, thinking of how Leonard had a sequence, one marauder, pathway angel, parasitizing him, Klein felt that it wasn't impossible for him to resolve it. Therefore, he ultimately decided to ask, "Tell me about it." Leonard believed that Klein wouldn't harm him, so he expressed his willingness to understand the specific situation. The world's German sparrow glanced at the hanging man before slowly saying, "Can release lightning at the target." He roughly described the beyonder powers and negative effects of Word of the Sea, leaving Leonard feeling tempted and frowning. "It can actually be used as a wand to fly me. Even if I become a Sequence 5 spirit warlock, I'll still need to find a suitable spirit to fly. Furthermore, its attack power isn't weak, and its characteristics aren't singular. However, those 3 negative effects are terrifying. I'll ask Old Man if he has any means to reduce the negative effects." Leonard pondered for a few seconds. "I'll consider it for a period of time. I'll give you an answer next week. How about that?" "No problem," the world's German sparrow replied without any surprise. As for the other members, even if they were interested in the beginning, they gave up asking after hearing the negative effects of Word of the Sea. At this moment, the fool Klein's thoughts turned in another direction. He was wondering if he should take the opportunity to do a clearance sale. After he advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod, many of his original items and characteristics were no longer of use. Creeping hunger can be kept, even if it's for traveling. In addition, it can graze a Sequence 4 saint. It has the potential to grow, and its various beyonder powers are rather good. The value of Death Knell isn't actually that high, but after activating lethal attack mode, its attack on a fixed target is still stronger than air cannon. At the very least, it can still be used at Sequence 4. Yes, there's still room for improvement. The first 2 items that appeared in Klein's mind were the 2 items he used the most. From his point of view, as long as he could obtain more powerful bullets, Death Knell would be able to produce terrifying effects. The only problem was that such bullets were equivalent to high-level charms. It wasn't something that could be easily found. Even if he were to find the materials to make it, he had to consider if praying to a high-level existence would succeed or if there would be a backlash. In this regard, Klein had a few preliminary plans. They were, pray to the goddess, seek help from Snake of Mercury will Septin, find Pallas Zoros through Leonard, borrow the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog, and get Leonard to find a mission to return to Tingen to steal some of the power of the eternal blazing sun, divine blood, from the mutated sun sacred emblem, which was also 3-0782. The flaring sun bullet is definitely the nemesis of evil spirit-type creatures. I also have a preliminary idea as to how to borrow the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Amon's worms of time can be made into fate siphon charms, and my worms of spirit should also be able to be made into beyonder bullets. However, as for the actual operation, I'll have to consult Pallas Zoroast. Klein looked forward to the following conversation with Leonard. Worm of Spirit was the name he had given to the transparent maggot. Following that, he considered the other items and characteristics. Sun brooch? I'm currently lacking in such abilities and items. Although I can use my spirit body threads to deal with evil spirits, I can also keep it to give Paper Angel another form of transformation. Furthermore, I'll have to lend it to Donna's at times. Flower of Blood Ring. I can't sell this, and the Tarot Club doesn't have any Aurora Order members. It's best I continue letting my marionette use it. An additional life might give me more hope. Green Essence Ring. This can be sold. I can already transfer diseases, and Creeping Hunger still has a doctor grazing inside it. Murloc Cufflink. This isn't of much use. If I need it for a short period of time, I can transform myself into a large fish. If I need it for a long period of time, I can come above the gray fog and use the Sea God Scepter to augment it. Broken Finger? I wonder if anyone wants it. Besides, I still haven't figured out why the rat demigod was sealed. This might be useful. I still have 1, 6, and 2 purifying bullets, demon hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets left. I can use them casually, so there's no need to sell them. Biological poison bottle. Sigh, I haven't sold it all this while. The Aura of a Blatherer. This can be used to make charms or bullets. I won't sell it for now, but the problem is, do I have to pray to the dark side of the universe? Forget it. I'll see if there are any other alternatives in the future. An Interrogator Beyonder characteristic, a Lunatic Beyonder characteristic, 15 milliliters of 1,000-faced hunter's blood, 40 grams of Spirit World plunder powder, the eyeball of a 6-winged gargoyle. These aren't needed at the Tarot Club. I might even be able to reward the believers of Sea God or the Roselle Archipelago's resistance in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein quickly made up his mind. As for items that were at least at the demigod level, like the Sea God Scepter, Roselle's travels, and the key to the Giant King's court, he didn't even consider selling them at the moment. Then he made the World German Sparrow say, I have 2 mystical items for sale. Their levels are relatively low. Catlia immediately replied, just because their levels are low doesn't mean that they're useless. Having a low sequence doesn't mean that it's useless. Many low sequence powers can even turn the tables in a battle between sequence 5 Beyonders. I'm very interested in knowing the details of your 2 mystical items. Klein nodded slightly and explained the effects and flaws of the Murloc Cufflink and Green Essence Ring. Finally, he said, I'm not sure. Finally, he said, 500 pounds for the Murloc Cufflink, 1,000 pounds for the Green Essence Ring. Just as he said that, Audrey raised her arm slightly. I want to buy the Murloc Cufflink. What she really wanted to say was, can I have both? After all, the negative effects of the 2 mystical items were very small. However, considering that others still needed them, and that she couldn't take everything away, Audrey finally decided on the Murloc Cufflink. This could provide her with another layer of illusory scales, making it difficult for her to be caught. And most importantly, she didn't know how to swim to begin with, so it could effectively make up for her shortcomings. As for the problem of fatigue in hot and dry weather, she wasn't worried. This was because, be it in East Chester County or Bakeland, it was rare for the temperature to exceed 30 degrees Celsius. The humidity was also relatively high. Seeing that Miss Justice had taken a fancy to the Murloc Cufflink, the other members rationally gave up. None of them raised the price, and the transaction was quickly completed. Right on the heels of that, the hanging man Alger bought the Green Essence Ring. To him, although the water domain had certain healing spells, they were inferior to this professional item. As a Beyonder who often needed to engage in melee combat, this was just too important. As for the so-called attracting mosquitoes, Alger didn't mind at all. This was because he had illusory scales beneath his skin, so he wasn't afraid of being bitten. After the transaction segment, Emlyn cleared his throat and spoke first. Chapter 1013. Emlyn subconsciously clasped his hands together as he raised his chin slightly and looked diagonally at Miss Magicians. I've already confirmed that the matter of the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest was a probe by the Sanguine. They concealed a very crucial piece of information. After saying that, he felt as though a boulder had been lifted from his heart. He was no longer as hesitant, embarrassed as he had been a few days ago. He surveyed the area and looked at Ma, Hermit, and Mr. the Hanging Man's reactions. He realized that they seemed to have expected it and weren't surprised at all. From the looks of it, they already had their guesses when Miss Magicians mentioned that there was a problem with the intelligence. Emlyn nodded to himself and added before Furs could respond, "I'm very sorry. I will refund you the £300 for the intelligence. In addition, I will compensate you another £300. Also, I will punish the sanguine who deliberately provided incomplete intelligence." Although Mr. Moon always appears arrogant, he's rather sincere when faced with mistakes. He doesn't find a reason to shirk responsibility. However, I've already obtained the ancient wraith's cursed item and remnant spirituality. The matter is already in the past, and he didn't have the intention to harm me and Zio. There's no need to ask for too much compensation. Magician's Furs remembered Zio's exhortations and didn't look her in the eye. Instead, she said, "It was just a mistake. There's no need for compensation. A refund of the intelligence fee is sufficient." Just as she said that, she suddenly thought of something. Since the information on the abandoned castle originated from the Sanguine's probe, could she and Zio have already been targeted by the Sanguine? Furs finally couldn't help but turn her head to glance at Zio. She saw Miss Judgment shake her head slightly, indicating that she hadn't discovered that the two of them were being monitored. Furs was puzzled and found it incomprehensible. She then scattered her thoughts and recalled the state she was in back then. We only explored it after a period of time. The Sanguine no longer has the patience to wait. The owner of the inn in the town knows of the abandoned castle. He's a Sanguine in disguise? No, many of the locals knew about this, but that place was too remote and there was nothing valuable left. So, unless they were hunting, no one would go there. That's not right. The abandoned castle is so dangerous. Why are the people who took shelter from the rain there completely fine? They only said that it was gloomy and a little scary? The vampires usually sealed off the underground passageway, and they opened it in advance to test us. This meant that there were indeed surveillance cameras. Because the castle is too dangerous, the surveillance is in the forest outside and not inside. As Zio and I were lost, we circled around the watchers without being discovered. Mr. Fool didn't give any warnings, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll take note when I get back. As Furs's thoughts raced, Emlyn pondered for a moment. Okay. He didn't insist on refunding the information because he felt that the best compensation was to punish Ern's boyar and not money. Then he waited for Miss Magicians to inquire about the punishment. He planned on taking this opportunity to consult the other members of the tarot gathering to see if he could obtain any good suggestions. Magicians Furs considered that it was an internal matter of the Sanguine. She believed that although she was a victim, since Mr. Moon didn't take the initiative to provide a solution, she had to consider his feelings. She didn't pursue the matter and just waited for the outcome to be satisfactory. The palace that resembled a giant's residence turned silent as the atmosphere turned a little odd. Audrey looked across and glanced to the side. She pursed her lips and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Mr. Moon, how do you plan on punishing that Sanguine?" "Phew!" Emlyn silently exhaled as he subconsciously glanced at the world's German sparrow. He did so under the orders of his superiors. I believe his mistake isn't something that needs to be compensated with his life. In other words, Emlyn was implying that Mr. World didn't need to interfere. There was no need to make this matter so intense. Seeing that the world didn't retort, Emlyn cast his gaze across him. I plan on luring that Sanguine to a particular cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Bakeland. After participating in so many tarot gatherings, even if Emlyn couldn't be bothered with the details, he knew that he had to conceal his situation in the real world. Therefore, he didn't specifically mention the Harvest Church. The Church of Earth Mother only has one cathedral in Bakeland, the Harvest Church. The rest are located in the suburbs and surrounding villages. Leonard held back his laughter as he looked up at the high dome. You wish for the Beyonders of the Church of Earth Mother to purify that sanguine? Magician's Furs blurted out in surprise. From her point of view, this was no different from directly killing him. Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for an answer. At this moment, the hermit Catlia interjected, That's right. The Church of Earth Mother has the habit of roping in sanguine and changing their faith to become priests and bishops. Is that so? Audrey glanced at Mr. Moon in thought without letting him notice. To make that sanguine a clergyman, make him pray at the cathedral every day, do volunteer work, and cleanse his soul for a long period of time. Mr. Moon's punishment plan is so vicious, but I like it. That fellow nearly caused Zio and me to be corrupted by the corruptive powers, turning us into ancient wraiths. Magician's Furz's interest was instantly piqued. She asked, Mr. Moon, how do you plan on luring that sanguine to the Cathedral of Earth Mother? Do you have a mature plan? Perhaps I can provide help. Yes, you have to be careful. Don't let yourself enter the Cathedral of Earth Mother in order to punish him. If that happens, you can only pray to Mr. Fool for help. Of course, that might be Mr. Fool's goal. He wants to make the Church of Earth Mother have one of his own. After saying that, Furs silently added in her heart. Upon hearing her words, Leonard nearly laughed out loud. He was extremely certain that Mr. Moon was the Harvest Church's Emlyn White. Clearly, this sanguine was already a priest of Earth Mother. This is a little similar to a drowning person dragging someone else into the water. Leonard held back his laughter and glanced at the world's German sparrow. He realized that his former colleague didn't have any emotions and was extremely deep. This made him think, is this a clown's power, or is Klein already used to such a state? At the end of the long, model table, the fool Klein nearly covered his mouth. He never expected Emlyn to be so creative. This is a little similar to multi-level marketing, but it's also a little different. After all, Emlyn knows that this isn't anything good. Klein leaned back in his chair and looked forward to the next development with interest. During the last treatment, Miss Justice had told him not to wear a thick mask. He always remembered it and tried his best to do so when he had the chance to maintain his mental health. And upon hearing Miss Magician's words of concern, Emlyn felt even more embarrassed. This was because he had to enter Earth Mother's cathedral several times a day. Even taking a weekend off made him uncomfortable. He cleared his throat once more and said, I would like to hear your opinions. Yes, I hope that there won't be any intense battles. It'll be very difficult to control the situation, and I hope that I won't directly expose my identity. Miss Magicians, it's fine if you wish to participate, but we definitely shouldn't meet. By not directly exposing his identity, it meant that it didn't matter if Ernst Boyar and the other sanguine guessed that he was the culprit. This was a form of shock and awe, but it was best not to obtain any clear evidence. Magicians first tersely acknowledged and mimicked the experienced people at various gatherings. First, you have to tell us what sequence that sanguine is equivalent to and what he's good at. Emlyn was already prepared as he said, he's equivalent to a sequence 5. His combat experience isn't bad, and he's good at creating the effects of a full moon. Effects of a full moon? Magician's Furs was taken aback as she gaped, unable to say a word. After Emlyn finished his introduction, she laughed dryly and said, I recall that I have something else to do. I just remembered that I have something else to do. It might not be convenient for me to participate. When she was in a state similar to a full moon, she would hear Mr. Doerr's ravings, and this meant that she would instantly be severely injured by the target sanguine, causing her to lose her combat ability. Emlyn frowned slightly, puzzled by the change in Miss Magician's attitude. At this moment, Zio, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. I can participate as long as there's a corresponding share of the spoils of war. Miss Judgment's tone is so firm, as though she wants revenge. Emlyn muttered to himself as he glanced at Ma, Hermit, and Mr. the Hanging Man. He realized that the two of them had no intention of speaking for the time being, as though they wanted to see what kind of plan the tarot members of Bakeland could come up with. As this matter involved a friend, and it might become the first mission that the tarot club members participated in together, Audrey was rather interested. After observing for a while, she deliberated and said, "It's about time." After observing for a while, she deliberated and said, "I might be able to hypnotize that sanguine and make him go to Earth Mother's cathedral. However, to not expose myself and have a higher success rate, it's best if the sanguine is in an absent-minded or half-conscious state when I hypnotize him. Mr. Moon, can you do it?" Emlyn was just about to combine his powers and items to think of a solution when Leonard suddenly laughed. "That's simple, but I'm only in charge of making the sanguine unconscious. Of course, the premise is that there has to be sufficiently accurate information, mainly regarding the trajectory of the action." Just as he said that, Zio nodded and said, "I'm good at tracking and investigation." "I'm good at tracking and investigation. You can leave the intelligence to me." "Yes, first, Mr. Moon, you have to tell me the sanguine's name, address, and appearance." "All right." Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief before saying in confusion, "Then, what do I need to do in this entire matter? Also, what payment do you want? P.S. Everyone, please don't be impatient when posting this chapter. This is because the new version's delay is extremely high. Sometimes it might take 2 hours before you can see what you or others post. Sometimes there are dozens of posts, but when you click on them, there are only a few. Yes, it'll be normal after about 2 hours. 2 hours. Chapter 10:14. Upon hearing the Moon's question, the other tarot members realized that after a round of discussion, the leader of this punishment had nothing to do. According to the plan from before, all he needed to do was provide the corresponding name, address, and appearance. Then he could patiently wait for the results. Misjudgment was in charge of tracking and investigating, figuring out the target's movements. Miss Justice and Mr. Star would choose a suitable location for both parties based on the feedback. Then Mr. Star would knock the sanguine unconscious without attracting attention. Miss Justice would then seize the opportunity to complete the hypnosis, allowing the target to head to the predetermined location. The entire process had nothing to do with the Moon. Audrey deliberated for a moment. "Mr. Moon, what you need to do is ensure that the hypnotized sanguine doesn't encounter any accidents on the way to the cathedral. There won't be any struggles, and there won't be anyone rescuing him." At this point, Audrey suddenly realized that there was a problem with her previous plan. She quickly added, "If that sanguine is very resistant to the Church of Mother Earth, the effects of the hypnosis will be weaker. Therefore, I plan to avoid this point as much as possible during the hypnosis. I plan to instill the thought of capturing a target of hatred in him so that he will unknowingly enter the predetermined cathedral in the process of the pursuit. How about you take on the role of the target of hatred? This requires you to have the ability to protect yourself and maintain a distance so that you won't be caught." "No problem." Emlyn pondered for a moment before agreeing. With Duke Ulmer having removed the mental corruption from his Sequence 5 artificial vampire beyonder characteristic, Emlyn only needed to wait for a full moon to become a Viscount, standing on the same level as Ernst Boyar, and he would have such an opportunity next week. When that happened, he didn't believe that he who had the Ancestor's Ring would be caught up to by a fellow Viscount. "If it really doesn't work out, I can rent that spell book from Miss Magician's. I remember that it has the power of the wind domain." Emlyn was rather confident about that. Beside him, Leonard had an inexplicable fear of hypnosis after hearing his conversation with Miss Justice. To him, no matter how terrifying a head-on battle was, it was not as terrifying as doing things that went against his own will without realizing it. He paused for a moment and replied to Emlyn's second question. "My payment is the same as misjudgments. I'll take a portion of the spoils of war." To Leonard, The entire matter was to forcefully pull a predetermined target into a dream at a predetermined location before leaving. He didn't have to worry about success or if there would be any accidents. It was as simple as going to a coffee shop and ordering a cup of Desi coffee. The only thing he had to worry about was not exposing himself. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to ask for payment in advance. He planned on splitting the profits from the spoils of war at the end. In addition, he believed that this was the only way for him to integrate into the tarot gathering, so he didn't need to be too calculative. Audrey turned her head to glance at Zio before retracting her gaze and smiling. My request is the same as Mr. Starr and Miss Judgment. A quarter of the spoils of war. In fact, she didn't have any intention of getting paid. This was because she felt that the Sanguine had bullied the tarot members and her two friends. Punishing him was something she should do. The reason why she asked for the spoils of war was to take care of Mr. Moon's feelings. She was afraid that her voluntary help would embarrass the proud Sanguine to the core. Besides, Mr. Moon doesn't have much money now. All he can do is direct the rewards to the spoils of war. Audrey silently added in her heart. Although she hadn't deliberately done the math, based on a spectator's grasp of details and memory, she believed that Mr. Moon's financial situation wasn't too optimistic after spending £5,000 to buy the Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic. Furthermore, he had refunded the intelligence fees he had earned. Each of the 4 participants will get a share of the spoils of war. This is very fair. Emlyn nodded and surveyed the area. Do you have any other opinions? Furs said in disbelief, That's not a problem at all. That's it. That's a Sanguine equivalent to a Sequence 5. From what I heard, it sounds like your plan will succeed very easily. In her heart, Sequence 5 Beyonders were definitely considered powerful in the circle of unaffiliated Beyonders. Some were even the leaders of gatherings. Those powerful pirate admirals were only at the Sequence. However, in the Star and Company's discussion, such a Sequence 5 could be easily resolved without any difficulty. Upon hearing her question, Leonard thought for a moment and said, That's right. As long as that Sanguine doesn't have an item that counters my powers, even if he's equivalent to a Sequence 5, I'll definitely be able to knock him out for a period of time. It all depends on whether Miss Justice can grasp the opportunity. If the location is arranged and the preparations are made in advance, I'm fine with it, Audrey answered with certainty. She was actually a little uneasy. After all, she had never participated in a real battle. However, her grasp of her Beyonder powers and her knowledge of mysticism and psychology gave her the confidence to say such words. Magicians' furs suddenly fell into a daze after hearing their responses. Unknowingly, other than Mr. World, the other members of Tarot also have the ability to resolve a Sequence 5. That's right. Miss Justice has long been a Sequence 6 hypnotist. With a Beyonder of the same level, she does have a high chance of hypnotizing a Sequence 5. Just as Emlyn felt that the matter had been settled and that there was no need to ask further, the hanging man Alger, who had been watching from the sidelines, spoke. As a member of a secret organization, I believe that everything has to be considered at a deeper level. Emlyn and Leonard cast their gazes at Mr. the Hanging Man in confusion. Audrey and Zio were first taken aback before they vaguely grasped something. The hanging man Alger cleared his throat and glanced at son, Derek beside him. Since the abandoned castle in Delaire Forest is a test, why can't the Sanguine in the open be a test as well? That's the reason. I knew that Mr. the Hanging Man would take the initiative to remind me. The fool Klein controlled the world. German Sparrow nodded. Katlia looked at the hanging man with a look of approval and approval. Emlyn's pupils constricted, and he was unable to retort. At that instant, he felt that he had been too careless. Leonard was taken aback. He instantly felt that he had been too undisciplined. He hadn't understood the entire matter well enough before participating in it without considering if there were any latent dangers. Of course, this style also had something to do with his identity as an official Beyonder and his way of thinking. It's still Mr. the Hanging Man who's meticulous in his considerations. Audrey, you still need to accumulate experience. Audrey's thoughts raced as she took the initiative to ask, so we have to temporarily give up on punishing him and wait until the blood race can no longer maintain their secret surveillance before taking action? The Hanging Man, Alger, chuckled. There's no need to give up. A few more misleading actions will do. He then looked at Emlyn. First, you will directly issue the mission of investigating the Sanguine to the bounty hunters in Bakeland, using their existence to conceal Miss Judgment's actions. Second, when confirming the location, try to get as close to the Orthodox deity's cathedral as possible. This will effectively interfere with divination after the matter. Third, before Miss Justice and the others deal with the Sanguine, you have to do something that's suspicious but not too obvious. It's as though you want to take revenge somewhere else, so as to attract the attention of the secret surveillance, creating the needed opportunity. This is combined with the first point. Fourth, after the Sanguine is successfully hypnotized, you will head over to guide him. At this point, Alger paused. If there's also a demigod-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy, then there won't be any loopholes in the entire matter. Of course, Miss Justice, Mr. Starr, you have to disguise yourselves when taking action. Don't leave any traces. These words stunned most of the members present, especially Sunday. He couldn't hide the respect and admiration in his heart. Although he wasn't able to participate in the disciplinary operation, as a member of the Tarot, he couldn't help but be concerned and ponder over such clear matters. He hadn't found any problems with Mr. Moon and Company's plan, so at this moment he sincerely felt that Mr. the Hanging Man was just too impressive in such matters. Emlyn thought for a moment and said, "That's right. You mean to use my punishment on the surface to conceal the secret actions of Miss Justice, Mr. Starr and Company? It's like I'm going to take action in a particular corner of the square after the target leaves the coffee shop, attracting everyone's attention. And in fact, Miss Justice and Company have already completed the hypnosis in the coffee shop without anyone noticing?" The Hanging Man Alger nodded slightly. "That's it. I've learned something again. Mr. the Hanging Man is truly an experienced beyonder." Audrey was completely enlightened as she felt elated. The problem now is, where can I find demigod-level anti-divination and anti-prophecy items or charms? Leonard also felt that he had benefited greatly as he took the initiative to ask. He wasn't too worried about himself. After all, there was a grandpa angel hidden within him. Magicians first tersely acknowledged and said, "I can lend out Lamino's Travels. I can lend out Lamino's Travels. It has Angel's Embrace on it. I'll take a share of the spoils of war." As she spoke, she stole a glance at the world's German sparrow and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the gentleman didn't say anything. What she didn't know was that the Fool Klein's thoughts were very simple. Angel's Embrace. This sounds much better than Paper Angel. The punishment operation had finally been finalized. Without any hesitation, Audrey surveyed the area and said, "We're going to take a look." "I met with Psychological Alchemy Council member Vin Rambus last week." "What? Vin Rambus is a member of the Psychological Alchemy Council?" Leonard sat up straight in surprise. He had the urge to immediately report to the Archbishop and gather a team to capture him. This was an occupational hazard. P.S. It's the last 2 days of August, asking for monthly votes. Chapter 10:15. Almost instinctively, Leonard surveyed the area and realized that none of the other Tarot members were surprised. All of them were listening carefully. They already knew? That's right. This is only my second time attending this gathering. There are many things I haven't come into contact with. There sure are many secrets involved here. Leonard retracted his gaze and returned to his previous sitting posture. Audrey paused for a moment and glanced at Zio, who was 2 people away. Then she cast her gaze at Mr. the Hanging Man and continued, "He's trying to use psychological cues on me. He wants me to interact with different nobles and understand their true attitudes on different matters before conveying it to him. Fortunately, Mr. Fool was blessed by an angel, so I wasn't actually affected. What should I do next? There's an angel's blessing? Leonard looked around in surprise once again, but he still didn't see any obvious emotional reactions from the other members of the gathering. Of course, he wasn't surprised that there was an angel beneath Mr. Fool's throne. After all, he had heard the title of Death Consul and its corresponding name countless times. He was only surprised that the members of Tarot seemed to be able to frequently pray for help at such a level. He had a higher opinion of this secret organization. At the same time, Zio acutely grasped a few keywords. Nobles, psychological alchemy, combined with Miss Justice's blurry figures, long blonde hair and green eyes. She seemed to be able to associate it with a friend. Audrey Hall. However, she couldn't be sure. This was because among the nobles of Rouen, blonde hair, black hair, green eyes, and blue eyes were relatively common. They were just matched differently. Furthermore, no one knew how many members psychological alchemy had developed in this circle. Therefore, just based on the characteristics she had concluded, Zio didn't believe that she could directly point to Miss Audrey. As she attempted to observe further, the hanging man, Alger, had already taken the initiative to say, "There's no need to pay too much attention to this matter. There's no need to pay too much attention to this matter. The various Orthodox churches have corresponding protective measures for their believers, preventing them from being assassinated or hypnotized. This is an experience accumulated over 1,000 years of history. It won't be so easily destroyed. From another point of view, if the psychology alchemists could really control the nobles and hypnotize them so easily, the ones ruling this country wouldn't be the royal family or the three churches. Clearly, the facts contradict this. Yes, just as you said, when Rambus is only hinting to you to observe the true attitudes of different nobles on different matters. This means that he's very restrained and doesn't dare to go overboard to prevent leaving unnecessary traces. In addition, your actual status in the noble circles should only be at the periphery. You can't directly participate in all kinds of political matters. Therefore, relatively speaking, your protection and the investigation of your situation won't be that strict. This is also the reason why Win Rambus has targeted you. Mr. the Hanging Man's analysis is very detailed. Although he often taught Little Sun and the others in this manner in the past, there was a certain implicit demand, hoping to obtain useful information from the feedback. But this time, there aren't any similar details. The suggestion he just made for the disciplinary action. Come to think of it, it seems like he's been changing for a very long time. It's just that it wasn't so obvious in the past. I overlooked it. Audrey's professional instincts kicked in as she quickly did a psychological analysis of the hanging man. She quickly came up with a guess, suspecting that Mr. the Hanging Man was doing a transformation of his own position. Ever since Hermit joined the Tarot and revealed her channels and resources at sea, Mr. the Hanging Man has unconsciously sought to change, attempting to differentiate himself from her. Before the artisan's problem happened, this change wasn't obvious. Even Mr. the Hanging Man himself didn't have a clear understanding and awareness of it. It was only recently that he seemed to have thought things through. Indeed, to maintain his position in the Tarot, increasing his strength is one aspect, but it's also another aspect that he can help the overall situation. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she focused her attention back to the topic from before. She pondered for a moment as her tone, subconsciously, turned heavy. Does this also mean that the Orthodox churches are monitoring, controlling, and guiding the important nobles to a certain extent? This was something she had thought of in the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation's office. The scene that she had unconsciously drawn reflected her worries in this regard. In psychology, the elements depicted in such a state often didn't point to anything specific. It was more of an abstract expression, and cold eyes often reflected the fear of external forces watching, monitoring, and controlling oneself and one's family. Combined with her worries about Van Ramby's psychological cues before she subconsciously drew, and the fact that her parents had attended the Church of Evernights Mass with the Archbishop of Bakeland, Audrey's interpretation was that not only was she afraid of the hypnosis and cues of psychological alchemy, she was also afraid of the Orthodox churches. She couldn't be sure that they wouldn't directly use their beyonder powers to instill thoughts into the important nobles' believers, leading them to do things that went against their beliefs. To Audrey, who had received an Orthodox education from a young age, this was a form of blasphemy and rebellion. Therefore, she tensed up and hurriedly burned the piece of paper that contained the picture. After hearing Miss Justice's question, the hanging man Alger scoffed. "Isn't this very normal? To live in human society, one has to accept certain levels of monitoring, control, and guidance. I understand what you're afraid of, but think about it. What's the essential difference between using power, status, money, and firearms to control and guide, and using beyonder powers to do something similar? The difference is that one knows that they don't want to do it, but they have no choice but to do it. The other doesn't even have the thought of not doing it." Audrey immediately nodded. Yes, this means that even the soul and thoughts have lost their freedom. That's the most terrifying thing. The hanging man, Alger, laughed again. How can there be a soul and thoughts that are absolutely free? By choosing faith and ideals, one will naturally be bound by faith and ideals. Yes, just in the case of the Kingdom of Rouen, the three churches are equal, and with the existence of the royal family, they essentially form a balance. If the Church of the Storm goes overboard with important believers, that believer can switch allegiance to the Church of Evernight. Therefore, in most cases, the Orthodox churches are more inclined to use their religious status and beliefs to guide important believers, rather than beyonder powers. Balance. Justice, Audrey, ruminated over this word. She had a new understanding of the kingdom's upper echelons and the entire world. This was a term she had come into contact with in the past, but she hadn't deeply understood it. At this moment, she felt that many of her ideas had suddenly matured. "Thank you for your answer, Mr. the Hanging Man." Audrey sincerely used a respectful form of address. "Then, how should I deal with Vin Rambus?" The Hanging Man, Alger, said calmly. "His problem isn't urgent. You have the ability to deal with him, obtain unimportant information, protect the core secrets, and find an opportunity to obtain the potion formula or even beyonder ingredients. After a period of time, when there are corresponding changes, you can consider changing your strategy. Of course, you can't be careless. Duke of Negan is an example of a mistake." Just as he said that, World Gairman Sparrow, who was sitting at the bottom of the long, model table, looked at Miss Justice and laughed hoarsely. "When the time comes, even if Vin Rambus dies, no one will suspect you. Even if Vin Rambus dies, he's a demigod. Mr. World has thoughts of attacking Vin Rambus? It's possible. He's been investigating Quarren's suicide. He was even the one who told me about Vin Rambis's true identity." Audrey's eyes widened slightly as her heart stirred. Back when she hated and feared Vin Rambus the most, she had never thought of killing this psychological alchemy counselor. She only considered how to avoid being guided. On the one hand, it was because she didn't have such thoughts, and on the other hand, it was because he was a demigod existence. This was the power at the top of the kingdom and the church. "I know what to do. Thank you." Audrey then took a small breath and politely thanked them. "Klein sure is arrogant. He even wants to eliminate Amon's avatar in Bakeland. One Vin Rambus is indeed nothing." Leonard looked at World Gairman Sparrow with mixed feelings. Catlia and company fell silent. After ending the topic of psychological alchemy, Klein controlled World Gairman Sparrow to make him look at the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something I wish to discuss with Mr. Starr in private." For the time being, Klein didn't plan on letting the other members of Tarot know about the elimination of Amon's avatars. This wasn't good for keeping it a secret, and it might even cause them to be targeted by Amon. Sure, the fool Klein naturally wouldn't deny his request. As Leonard reflected over the fact that there was such a thing as a private exchange, he picked out the key points and told Klein about Palaz Zaros' reply, including the problem of the loss of the worm of time beyond her characteristic. This made Klein suddenly understand how he could use his worms of spirit to create charms or bullets. He would first split up a few and kill them. When the characteristics they contained returned to his body, the remaining materials could be used like the worms of time. The only problem is that killing the worms of spirit will cause some damage to me. After all, every worm of spirit contains a portion of my spirit body. Yes, I have to control the number each time. Then, I have to fully recover before I can do the next one. Klein thoughtfully made World Gehrman Sparrow reply. I will quickly confirm if concealment will protect you and give you an answer. If there's no problem, let's attempt to search for sealed artifacts at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway. Of course, I will also think of a way to identify the grafting of fate. Klein wasn't sure if the gaze above the gray fog could see the truth of fate, just like how it could discover believers being parasitized. Therefore, he planned on using a paper crane to contact Snake of Mercury, a septon, to get the professional's opinion. All right. As Leonard lampooned how Old Man Sparrow would have recovered a long time ago if a sealed artifact at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway was that easy to obtain. P.S. Seeking monthly votes on the last day and a half of August. Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1016. After ending the private conversation, Klein made the World's German Sparrow look at the hermit Katlia. Please inform Queen Mystic that I wish to meet her in the near future and discuss some matters. The exact time and location will be determined by her. Queen Mystic? Soma, hermit, represents the king above the 5 seas. Leonard was first taken aback before he came to a realization. What is it? The hermit Katlia frowned warily and said, I'll help you pass the message, but I can't guarantee that she will agree. Okay. The World's German Sparrow frowned slightly, indicating that there was no problem. Okay. The World's German Sparrow nodded simply, indicating that there was no problem. At this moment, Derek finally found an opportunity to ask, What's going on? He asked everyone. He glanced at Mr. the Hanging Man and Mr. World before continuing. My advancement ritual to a priest of light is to bury my entire body in pure darkness. My ritual to advance to priest of light is to bury my entire body in ice that normally wouldn't melt in pure darkness. Yes, it's not difficult to obtain such ice in the City of Silver. But how do I create pure and safe darkness? So this is the advancement ritual for a priest of light. Little Sun Sure is honest and simple. Due to her lack of experience and knowledge, Audrey was unable to provide any effective suggestions. All she could do was cast her gaze at the person who could resolve this problem. The World's Mr. German Sparrow. And at this moment, the World was pinching his temples. The fool Klein was rapidly thinking of a solution. If it's in the outside world, pure darkness is very easy to obtain. Ice that doesn't melt is the most troublesome. But the City of Silver is the opposite. The darkness there is too dangerous. Being in it will either disappear into thin air or be attacked by strange monsters. I can get Leonard to provide me with some Evernight domain charms and mobilize the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I can use Little Sun's prayer to provide him with an artificial darkness. However, the problem is that I can't be sure if this will bring about the same dangers that are commonly seen in the City of Silver. This is something that divination can't resolve. When it doesn't involve myself, I can only determine if the matter is dangerous and when it should be carried out. And in such an environment, there are too many factors mixed together, and there are too many sources of danger. I'll summon a Rhodes later and ask it. Klein had previously considered the problem of Little Sun's advancement ritual, but he had never found an answer. Seeing the world remain silent, Leonard, who originally wanted to say that pure darkness is very easy to create, silently shut his mouth. He reconsidered Sun's words and caught onto a word he had previously overlooked. Safe. In the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, darkness equals danger? Leonard had roughly grasped the key point, but due to his lack of understanding, he was unable to provide any suggestions. Finally, the hanging man Alger spoke. He glanced at son Derek and said, I will help you gather information and find a solution. I will help you gather information and find a way. But in the process, you may need to cooperate with me to verify if it is feasible. No problem. Derek answered without any hesitation. Following that, he added, You don't have to be too anxious. You don't have to be too anxious. I still have more than a month to digest the notary potion. The hanging man Alger nodded gently, indicating that there was no need to remind him. At this moment, Katlia deliberated for a moment and looked at son Derek. Perhaps you can consider this problem from another angle. Your advancement ritual won't last too long. It's completely possible to resolve this matter by increasing the amount of time you can survive in pure darkness. I remember you mentioning that there are two types of danger when you're in darkness without light. One is the attack of strange monsters that appear out of nowhere, and the other is the inexplicable disappearance, as though they've evaporated. The former is easy to resolve. You can request for some sealed artifacts from the chief, or you can directly get him to protect you. I don't know much about the latter. Try asking the chief. Sun thought carefully and suddenly felt that this was indeed an idea. Furthermore, it had quite a high chance of success. He then replied in pleasant surprise, Thank you, Ma Hermit. The exchange and learning continued as the gathering slowly came to an end. Seeing that it was about time, the fool Klein tapped the edge of the table and said, That's all for today. That's all for today. Your will is our will. Audrey and company stood up at the same time and bowed respectfully. After their figures disappeared above the gray fog, Klein left and returned to the real world. He first took out his wallet and found the paper crane that Willa Septon had folded. He unfolded it on the desk, picked up a pencil, and wrote in a concise and forceful manner, There's something. After folding the paper crane again and stuffing it under his pillow, Klein lay on the bed and really began his afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, he saw the desolate, pitch-black plains and the towering steeple. Passing through the wilderness and passing through wooden doors, Klein arrived at a familiar corner. A black pram drove out from the thick shadows. Wrapped in silver silk, Willa Septon sucked at his right thumb and accused in a bad mood. You're getting more and more impolite. Klein laughed dryly. With our relationship, there's no need to be so polite, right? Willa Septon grunted and said, Speak. What's the matter? It's like this. I recently encountered Amon's avatar, Klein said directly. The baby's mouth widened bit by bit, as though he was about to cry on the spot. Finally, he controlled himself and said, I haven't even been born for a month. I don't need you to do anything. I just want to ask you a question, Klein hurriedly added. Willa Septon raised his meaty arm and waved it a few times. What question? Klein immediately smiled and said, That's right. Amon's avatars can steal the fate of others and appear as someone else. I want to know how to see through such a terrifying thing. Willa Septon chuckled, raised his index finger and pointed to the sky. Pray for help. From the looks of it, using the gray fog's powers can indeed discover the grafting of fate. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he became certain. The so-called use was to use his marionette to pray to the fool, while he himself entered the world above the gray fog. Through the point of light that represented his believers, he could observe the surrounding streets and search for any abnormalities. In a certain sense, this was equivalent to the fool's gaze. It was equivalent to having true vision. But the problem is that it's impossible for me to keep observing from above the gray fog. Who knows, Amon might enter Buckland Street and do something while I'm observing him. After some thought, he asked after some deliberation, Is there anything else you want to remind me of? Willa Septon turned his head to the side without looking at him as he mumbled, You have to visit me and my parents this week. You'll have to visit me and my parents this week at tea time. No problem. Klein agreed without any hesitation. Only then did the baby turn his head back and chuckle. Next week, on Wednesday or Thursday, your fate will have some ups and downs. Is that so? Klein nodded in thought as he watched the black pram slowly retreat into the shadows. After waking up from his dream, he packed his items and began setting up the altar without any rest. This time he directly prayed to the Evernight goddess and not artificial death. This was to prevent Amon from using the changes in fate to pry into the source of the disturbance and discover that something was amiss. How could a blessed of the Evernight pray to artificial death? After completing the preparations, Klein raised his hand to wipe his face, turning into the cold-looking German sparrow. Without realizing it, his height had shortened by a few centimeters. After lighting the first 2 candles, Klein made the ordinary candle that represented me light up with a yellowish flame. The first 2 candles were made from night vanilla and slumber flowers to symbolize Evernight, while the other was made from white chestnut flowers and wild roses to symbolize concealment. Right on the heels of that, he created a wall of spirituality, dripped full moon essential oil, and burned the herbal powder that pleased the deity. Step by step, he completed the ritual. Finally, Klein took 2 steps back, activated his spirit vision, and chanted softly, "I pray for the power of Evernight. I pray for the power of concealment. I pray for the goddess's blessings." I encountered blasphemer Amon's avatar in Bakeland. He was searching for demigod-level characteristics of the marauder pathway. I pray to obtain the blessings of concealment to complete the mission of eliminating blasphemer's avatar, night vanilla, herb that belongs to the red moon. Please pass my prayer to the goddess. Moonflower, herb that belongs to the red moon. Please pass my prayer to the goddess. After chanting, Klein waited patiently for a while, but nothing happened. There wasn't even a response. The goddess is at a critical stage of grasping the uniqueness of the death pathway, so she's unable to give a response that exceeds the norm? Should I try praying to artificial death? After all, if there's the blessings of concealment, Amon won't be able to see anything. If not, the source of the disturbance in fate wouldn't be here. Klein frowned bit by bit as he ended the ritual and tidied up the altar. He felt that he had to find another solution. After he was done with the desk, he turned around, and just as he was about to walk to the reclining chair, a figure suddenly jumped into his vision. The figure was wearing a simple linen robe that had traces of being mended. A belt made of tree bark was tied around her waist, and her raven black hair cascaded down without restraint. Her feet weren't wearing any shoes or socks, and they were covered in dust and scars. This was a lady. Her facial features were extremely ordinary, and her dark eyes were no different from a normal person's. However, just looking at her made Klein's heart feel extremely peaceful. Even the sudden feeling of alarm and wariness couldn't shake this point. P.S. Requesting for a monthly vote on the last day of August. It would be a waste if you don't vote. Chapter 1017. You are. Klein asked in a rather complicated state of calmness. The lady in the simple robe nodded slightly. Ariana, servant of concealment. Servant of concealment. Ariana. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly as he knew the identity of the lady in front of him. As a Beyonder of the Nighthawks, how could he be unfamiliar with the name Ariana? The matron of the Evernight cloister, the head of the 13 archbishops, and a possible future pope. Regardless of her identity, it was common knowledge in religion and mysticism. As for the name Servant of Concealment, Klein had read about it in Roselle the Great's diary. Combined with similar names like Attendant of Mysteries, he suspected that it pointed to the level of an angel. At the same time, according to the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation, it was impossible for Ariana to be a sequence, one angel, when there was a sequence, 0 present. Klein believed that the Servant of Concealment was likely a sequence, 2 of the Evernight pathway. It's not that the goddess didn't respond, but the way she responded is very special. She directly sent her servant over. Klein had mixed feelings that were indescribable. After a few seconds of silence, he solemnly bowed. Good afternoon, Your Highness Ariana. In the various churches, if a demigod at the level of an angel walked the earth, they would add the suffix Your Highness when addressing them in person as a sign of respect. Similarly, representatives of the deities, such as popes, and patriarchs, had to add Your Holiness. In addition, the leader of a church could also be referred to as Patriarch or Holy See. Of course, most of the time, Holy See could also be used to refer to the church. Ariana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise manner as she replied piously, May the goddess bless you. She then said, I'm an ascetic. You can directly call me Ma. Yes, Ma, I'm Ariana. Klein didn't insist at all. Ariana looked at him calmly for 2 seconds before asking directly, You want to deal with Blasphemer Amon's avatar in Bakeland? Yes. I wish to obtain the blessings of concealment, Klein answered frankly. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little troubled. This was because it was different from what he had expected. His original idea was that the goddess would bless and protect him. Then he would join forces with Pallas Zoroast and Leonard to eliminate all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland. During this process, it wouldn't expose the problem of Leonard and the Marauder Pathway Angel. But now, the blessings had become corporeal and would participate in battle. Once Pallas Zoroast took action, he would definitely be discovered. When that happened, the outcome would be the Klein didn't want him to join forces with Pallas Zoroast. Let him just be an informant and share some of the spoils of war. As Klein's thoughts raced, Ariana spoke in an unhurried manner. I can use the power of concealment to prevent anything that happens from being seen. But I can't guarantee that I can eliminate all of Amon's avatars in Bakeland. Pallas Zoroast said that he can do it. The one who understands Amon the most is indeed a sequence, one of the same pathway. Klein thought for a moment. Ma, I'm Ariana. I already have a mature and complete plan. All you need is the power of concealment. There's no need for you to participate in the actual battle. I'll handle the rest. Ariana nodded, raised her right arm, and opened her palm. Specks of light lit up, deep and resplendent. They quickly outlined a metal in her palm. The metal was crystalline, as though it was made of black gemstones. It gave people the feeling that it existed when they looked at it, but it would vanish when they didn't look at it. This is my Evernight coat of arms. It doesn't have any characteristics or powers. Its only use is to form a connection with me once it's activated, regardless of where you are in the real world, Ariana simply described. Before you begin your operation, remember to use it. I will provide you with the power of concealment. If you need more direct help, use Ancient Hermes to say the name Ariana while activating it. This is equivalent to a solidified altar and ritual that points to me. At the level of an angel, the range of responding to prayers has expanded to include the entire world. Klein instantly grasped the essence of the Evernight coat of arms. As a Bizarro sorcerer, he was still unable to respond to prayers. This was a trait that only Sequence 3 possessed. Of course, as Sea God and the Fool, he was sufficiently skilled in this aspect. Klein didn't decline. He received the Evernight coat of arms and bowed sincerely. Thank you for your bestowment. With that said, he tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion, drawing the crimson moon. Praise the lady. This way, he could still join forces with Pallas Zoroast, as long as he didn't need to chant the name Ariana in Ancient Hermes when activating the Evernight coat of arms. It wouldn't be a problem. Praise the lady, Ariana replied piously. Her figure disappeared as though she had been erased by an eraser. Did she leave by transforming into a concealed state? Klein pursed his lips with a guess. At the same time, he was filled with doubts about how Ariana could arrive so quickly. After all, the Evernight pathway wasn't the type that was good at teleportation. It definitely wouldn't take a long time to travel from the Winter County Church to Bakeland, but it definitely wouldn't be short either. My ritual isn't the kind that prays for a direct descent. Could it be that Ariana happens to be in the vicinity, in the greater Bakeland region? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? If it's not a coincidence, the problem is even more serious. What's she doing in the Bakeland region? Undercurrents are surging. Klein retracted his gaze and patiently waited for a while before transforming back into Dwayne Dantes. He took out a pen and paper again and drew a symbol that was a combination of concealment and prying eyes. Just as the last stroke of the symbol was completed, the full-body mirror in the master bedroom emitted a dark but pure light, like the surging undercurrents at the bottom of a lake. Right on the heels of that, rows of saluting cannons appeared in the mirror, firing fireworks into the sky. Gold, silver, red, and blue exploded, forming words in the mirror. "Welcome back, great master. Your loyal servant, a Rhodes, has witnessed that you have regained a portion of your authority. I'm trembling at your gradually recovering aura. You will eventually return to that supreme position, allowing the entire world to turn calm under your gaze. This sure is enthusiastic. There's something new every time." Klein nodded, slightly without saying a word. Amidst the fireworks, the words collapsed and reformed, forming a new sentence. "Great Master, what instructions do you have?" "I have a question," Klein said calmly. "In a place where one will encounter danger in the darkness, how should one create a safe and pure darkness? There are probably two types of danger. The first is to make people evaporate in the darkness, and the second is to be attacked by strange monsters." On the full-body mirror's surface, the fireworks calmed down as aqueous light rippled. Silver words appeared one after another. "Great Master, are you referring to the forsaken land of the gods?" This magic mirror knows quite a bit. It even gave me a question in passing. Klein nodded. "Yes." Without any pause, a Rhodes revealed line after line of Ruan text on the full-body mirror. The formation of the forsaken land of the gods is related to the fall of the second creator. The danger of the night there should originate from the mutation of two intrinsic powers. Firstly, it's the remnant divine powers of the Evernight goddess. Secondly, it's the influence left behind by the creator. He wields the authority of shadows, darkness, corruption, and mutations. The former can make living beings vanish into thin air, while the latter can directly produce monsters in the darkness. So the two dangers originate from different powers. It's no wonder there's such a huge difference in performance. A Rhodes calls the ancient sun god the second creator. This is very close to my guess. Amon and Adam's father wasn't the awakening of the original creator, but a transmigrator who inherited a huge inheritance. Klein asked in thought. In that case, the Evernight goddess was involved in the fall of the second creator. This was something that Klein had vaguely expected. This was because in the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods, humans would vanish as though they had evaporated. It was very similar to the situation in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, where people would mysteriously vanish if they didn't sleep at night. And according to Little Sun's description, the king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, who wielded the authority of Evernight and concealment, had long perished in the second epoch. It was impossible for him to have done it. Therefore, unless another deity of the Evernight pathway was born in between, it was very difficult for the two strange phenomena to not be related to the Evernight goddess. On the surface of the mirror, the silver light quickly converged and condensed into a word. Yes, right? Klein was just about to press further when he suddenly shut his mouth. This was because he recalled his identity, blessed of the Evernight. Therefore, even when no one was watching, he had to pay attention to his respect for the deities. He couldn't seek out the related secrets. Of course, that was excluding the mysterious space above the gray fog. Just as he was about to return to the previous question and urge Rhodes to list out a solution, he saw the silver words in the full-body mirror squirm and change. "Great Master, your loyal servant, a Rhodes has a tiny request. Can we not discuss anything related to the Evernight goddess?" At the end of the question, there was a simple drawing of a person who had shrunk into a ball. Just what I wanted. Klein deliberately pondered for 2 seconds. All right. On the surface of the mirror, The flowing of the silver marks suddenly became brisk as the words took form one after another. There are two solutions to your previous question. The first is to accept corruption and transform yourself into a monster in the darkness. The reason why these creatures don't vanish into thin air in the night is because they are protected by the authority of degeneration. This way, all the darkness will be pure and safe. The second is to create a darkness that comes with a temporary world of dreams. It will allow the spirit body to be protected by the dream. This can effectively slow down the corrosion of the dangerous night. P.S. First day of September. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket, Lord of the Mysteries, Lord of the Mysteries. Chapter 1018. In August, I started a new volume. The overall pace was actually faster than the previous 4 volumes at the same stage. After all, in terms of plot structure, it was already at the later stages. When the 5th volume ends, the next 3 volumes would definitely have fewer chapters than the previous ones. In this month, my biggest attempt was to make some adjustments to my writing techniques. First, I increased the use of POV techniques. I didn't use it directly, but I extracted the special characteristics of fixed shots. However, I didn't use it much at the moment. I mainly intended to use it when there were multiple characters pushing the same plot. I hoped to show the big scenes and give it an epic feel. At the same time, it would better enrich the different characters. Of course, I would still write normally at other times. Secondly, during the tarot gathering, in order to avoid repetition and procrastination, I currently hope to shift the focus from how we reacted to different events to how we cooperated with each other. We wanted to use events to bring up the characters, bring up the topic, create something different, and push the plot forward. As a qualified secret organization, a mastermind behind-the-scenes organization, it was time for me to show off my talents. This was also part of the feeling that I had wanted to convey when I first set up the tarot gathering. Speaking of which, I was quite satisfied with the tarot gathering that had just ended. Many details had become lively again. In August, other than the normal rest, I didn't apply for leave. But actually, I didn't rest that much. I only took half a day off every week. The rest of the time was used to accumulate chapters. Currently, the number of chapters compared to July had increased by 1 chapter. I spread my hands. This was something that couldn't be helped. Recently, there were many meetings and activities. I had to fly here and there. It would be the same for the next half a month. At the beginning of September, there was an online literature forum in Chengdu. As the person in charge of the Sichuan Online Writers Association, I had to participate. In mid-September, the Chinese Writers Association had set up an online literature section at the China-Canada Film Festival. I was invited to participate, so I had to fly to Canada. So, I didn't dare to rest for half a day this weekend. I had to accumulate chapters. Next weekend, I had to strive for constant updates. Of course, if I really needed to apply for leave, I would make up for it later. When the above schedule was over, I would reject all subsequent invitations. Yes, I would bring out the spirit of taking leave from school. Anyway, until the end of the year, I would write well and update seriously. This was what an author should do. In August, Mystery won first place again. Thank you, everyone. As for adding more chapters, I won't forget. Let's do it in late September. I'll add chapters after I'm done with those things. Today's chapter has already been updated. The next chapter will be on Monday at midnight. This way, it won't take too long. Finally, I hope for a monthly ticket for September. Chapter 1019. To allow a spirit body to receive the protection of a dream and delay the corrosion of the dangerous night. This is similar to the need to sleep when night falls in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Also, the power of the forsaken land of the gods isn't controlled by the goddess. Once it disappears into the darkness, it definitely won't enter the foggy town. Where will it lead to? Or is it to stay where it is, unable to come into contact with its companions or the real world until it starves or dies of old age? After reading Rhodes's answer, Klein came to a realization and roughly grasped the crux of the matter. However, he felt that it wasn't necessarily useful. This was because Sun sought pure darkness in order to bury himself in ice that normally wouldn't melt to consume the priest of light potion. Once he entered a dream, he wouldn't be able to control his body to complete the most important step. That way, it would be meaningless no matter how long he lasted in the lightless darkness. Yes, I'll wait for Little Sun to ask the chief of the City of Silver and consider the specific plan based on his answer. Of course, before that, I'll first obtain the corresponding method from Leonard and understand how to create a temporary world of dreams' darkness. Klein nodded slightly, acknowledging the answer given by the magic mirror. As for the first method of accepting the corruption and transforming into a monster in the darkness, he didn't even consider it. In the Beyonder world, this was equivalent to suicide. It was almost impossible to save him. Realizing that there was still one question he hadn't answered, Klein deliberated for a moment. Where can I obtain the potion formula for the Seer Pathways Sequence 3 Scholar of your? On the full-body mirror's surface, aqueous light rippled once again, illuminating a deep hall without any natural light source. This scene was very familiar to Klein, as he instantly recalled what it represented. This was where Zeridol, who had turned into a monster, was hiding. However, this time, deep in the hall, there was no longer the blurry and gigantic maggots. Just as Klein's pupils dilated slightly, silver words appeared beneath the scene. Great Master, Zeridol has disappeared. I can't see him any more. Gone. For a moment, Klein nearly forgot to breathe. Although he had long known that Zeridol had returned, after all, this was a chain reaction caused by him opening the foggy town's door. He never expected that this big shot had already silently left the palace he used to live in. His whereabouts were unknown. Even a Rhodes is unable to discover his whereabouts. What is he plotting? The more Klein thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. As a sequence for demigod, he was certain of one thing. His control over the mysterious space above the gray fog was insufficient. For the time being, he could only restrain the uniqueness that Beyonders of the real world had attached to him, making it difficult for Beyonders of the corresponding pathways to see him. He was still unable to suppress the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence, and the gray fog had proven time and again that he had an invisible ability to attract Beyonders or sealed artifacts of the Seer Pathway, Apprentice Pathway, and Marauder Pathway. Among them, the effect on the Seer Pathway was the most obvious. In addition, I'm considered a rather attractive sequence for Bizarro Sorcerer. It's not impossible for Zeridol to suddenly come to Bakeland one day. Klein maintained his expression and said to the full-body mirror that was changing the scenery, I'm not afraid. Got it. The next scene that Rhodes presented was equally familiar to Klein. It was the Antigonus family's treasure trove at the peak of the Hornacis mountain range. At the bottom of this scene, a line of silver words quickly appeared. Great Master, there's another possibility, but I can't tell what it is. I only know that it's easier than the previous two. There's no Antigonus family notebook this time? That's right. It will guide the wielder to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure trove. It's something that can be combined with the previous option. What's the possibility that a Rhodes can't tell? Based on my understanding of the factions of the Seer Pathway, it's referring to praying to the goddess? The goddess is the mother of concealment. Therefore, if she wants a Rhodes to see the answer, it can see it. If she doesn't want it to see it, it won't be able to tell anything. Klein's thoughts wandered as he quickly made the connection. Of course, he didn't believe that directly praying would allow him to obtain the Scholar of your potion formula. It was just too ridiculous. It was like a child's game. From his experience as a Nighthawk, he suspected that he needed to accumulate enough contribution points to obtain the Scholar of your potion formula from the Evernight goddess through a ritual. Accumulate contribution points. What a familiar phrase. Klein sighed silently as he came up with an idea. Clearly, there was a hint to how to accumulate contribution points. It was to deal with the problem of the Charismatic Order's artificial death faction. However, Klein suspected that the goddess's seer pathway potion formula was very likely only up to Scholarvure. There weren't any subsequent angelic steps. This was because the Antigonus family's angel hadn't directly perished back then. Instead, he had escaped to a secret palace and lost control, turning into a monster. He was in a half-sealed state. In addition, the Fool card was still there, but it hadn't been taken out. At this moment, Klein was prepared to ask about Amon's avatar, but he suddenly recalled that in the rat demigod's memories, the marauder pathway angel and Amon had warned him with a mirror. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein narrowed his eyes and looked at the full-body mirror. He nodded and said, "All right, that's all for today. Go back. If there's anything else in the future, I'll summon you." "Yes, master." "Goodbye. Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, will be waiting to return to your side at any time." On the mirror, beams of light gathered, either forming words or a figure waving its hand. After everything returned to normal, Klein turned around and picked up the piece of paper with the symbol. He snapped his fingers, causing it to burst into scarlet flames. As the ashes drifted down bit by bit, he opened his left hand. In his palm were 2 transparent maggots that shimmered with 3-dimensional mysterious symbols. The 2 maggots writhed gently as they had a life of their own. They filled the entire bedroom with a crazy and strange feeling of change, causing the surrounding light to flicker without any pattern. These were the worms of spirit that Klein had separated out. Suddenly, Klein reached out his right palm and pressed down on the 2 transparent maggots. An instant later, his palm stopped at a spot that happened to touch the worm of spirit. He raised his palm and lowered it, paused, and raised it again. After a few times, Klein suddenly exerted force with a deadpan expression. Amidst the invisible and illusory cracking sound, his head suddenly felt a stabbing pain. This made him feel like his soul was being torn apart. It was even more painful than being stabbed. Klein used his clown powers to control the twitching of his facial muscles. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand to rub his temples and mumbled inwardly, "Indeed, the death of every worm of spirit will result in damage to my spirit body. Indeed, the death of every worm of spirit brings damage to my spirit body. My current limit should be 6. Yes, I'll stop trying for now. I'll see how long it will take for me to recover. Thankfully, this is something that I can endure. Otherwise, if my marionette is destroyed in an intense battle and I don't have time to retrieve the worms of spirit, it would be dangerous. Yes, it's different from Amon's worm of time avatars. A Bizarro sorcerer's worms of spirit don't necessarily die when their marionettes are destroyed. Most of the time, a Bizarro sorcerer can retrieve them in time because the distance between the main body and the marionette isn't that exaggerated. After confirming the situation and waiting for the Beyonder characteristic contained in the worms of spirit to return to his main body, Klein rummaged for ingredients and set up a ritual to pray to the Fool. After a series of back-and-forth operations, Klein used the remnant bodies of the 2 worms of spirit, 2 thin silver slices, and a portion of the complex 3-dimensional symbols that he had previously copied from the item given to Snake of Mercury, Williseptin, to create 2 silver-black bullets. The surface of the 2 bullets was engraved with indescribable, strange patterns. They extended all the way inwards, as though they converged at a point in the middle. The overall glow was deep, but it didn't appear dim. Just a glance at it made one's thoughts feel sluggish. Klein tossed the gold coin and used divination combined with his spiritual intuition to quickly grasp the abilities of the 2 bullets in his hand. Once hit, the target would immediately enter a state of paralysis. This state would be maintained for different lengths of time, depending on the strength of one's spirit body. Even a sequence 3 saint would be stiff for a second or 2. This exceeds the limits of my own abilities. Of course, the premise is that I can hit them. Yes, this stems from the augmentation of the Grey Fog's powers. These 2 bullets should be at the same level as the Fate Siphon Charm. Although my worms of spirit aren't comparable to Amon and Pala's worms of time, The mysterious space above the gray fog that I could previously use is clearly inferior to now. I'll call them, control spirit bullets. Klein took out Death Knell from his underarm holster, shook out the cylinder, and stuffed the 2 silver-black control spirit bullets into it. Following that, he spread out a piece of paper beside the altar and wrote, "Your next mission is to search for higher-level charms or beyonder bullets. May God be with you. A so-and-so who has made 3 requests of you." This letter was written to Patrick Bryan of the Charismatic Order's Artificial Death Faction. Wouldn't it be a waste to not use a subordinate? As Klein mumbled, he folded the letter and summoned Patrick Bryan's messenger at the altar. On the surface of his desk, pitch-black flames strangely appeared and quickly gathered together, turning into a translucent bird with dark feathers. The spirit world creature glanced at Klein, slowly lowered its head, and picked up the letter with its beak. Seeing it disappear, Klein nodded slightly and muttered inwardly, "That's right." Patrick's contract partner isn't of a low level either. He quickly reined in his thoughts and took out another piece of paper. "I've already received permission from concealment. You can attempt to gather items at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway. In addition, I've found a way to see through the theft and substitution of fate. You don't have to be too anxious. Do you know how to create darkness that contains a temporary world of dreams? If you have the time, you can go to Tinjin once and help me create flaring sun bullets using 3-0782. This mutated sun's sacred emblem contains a drop of the eternal blazing sun's divine blood. Only by sufficiently increasing your strength will you be more confident in dealing with Amon's avatars. P.S. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Requesting a recommendation ticket on Monday, Chapter 2, noon. Chapter 1020. 7 Pinsta Street. Leonard, who had specially returned home to participate in the tarot gathering, was just about to head out to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement to read through the information in preparation for the night's operation to placate the souls when his vision suddenly blurred. He saw the messenger wearing a dark and complicated dress holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. As a soul assurer, he could directly see spirit-type creatures. After receiving the letter from Klein, Leonard didn't even have the chance to thank her before Rionette Tinker turned around and walked into the void without any hesitation. "Old man, why would Klein have a messenger of this level? Is this a benefit of a blessed?" Leonard couldn't help but lower his voice and ask Pallas Zoroast. He had originally fantasized that this was a standard configuration for tarot members, but he later realized that he had been overthinking things. Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice immediately chuckled. It should be unique to Klein Moretti. Everyone has their own special encounters, don't they? Isn't it the same for a fellow like you? Ha ha! I thought you would use incomplete angel to describe him, but you changed it to messenger of this level. Not bad. You still remember my warning. Leonard curled the corners of his mouth as he unfolded the letter and read the contents. As expected of a blessed of concealment and fate, Pallas Zoroast quickly scanned the beginning with Leonard's eyes. Leonard didn't look at the ground as he took a few steps back and threw himself into the embrace of the sofa. Then he said, "Klein can see through the theft and substitution of fate. Then there's no need for us to be in a hurry to search for demigod-level items of the Marauder pathway. Even if you're in a hurry, you wouldn't know where to search." Pallas immediately scoffed. Even at the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, such items would only appear once every few years. And the next gathering would be at the end of the year. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was cast his gaze at the last 2 paragraphs. After a brief silence, he chuckled softly. "I've always wondered where Klein got a high-level charm from the Sun Domain when he faced Magos. I thought that it was given to him by the Death Consul, but I couldn't understand why an angel from the Death Domain would collect high-level charms from the Sun Domain. Was it suicide? Now he finally understood. Old man, it's not like I haven't possessed 3-0782 before? Why didn't you discover that there was a drop of eternal blazing suns, divine blood hidden inside? If you had stolen some power in advance, you wouldn't have. Leonard originally wanted to laugh at the old man, but as he spoke, he fell silent. Palez, Zoros sighed in his mind. If that drop of God's blood could be found so easily, that mutated sun emblem wouldn't be in Tingen. Leonard was silent for a few seconds before he then asked, how do I find a chance to obtain that sacred emblem and create a flaring sun charm? Although Klein had made it sound easy in the letter, Leonard knew that it wasn't an easy task. This was because he was no longer a Nighthawk of Tingen City. Even if he returned to visit his former colleagues and teammates, he didn't have the right to enter Cheney's Gate. Upon hearing his question, Palez Zoros snapped, "Why are you asking me such a trivial matter? Why are you asking me about such a small matter? Can't you think for yourself?" Leonard coughed uncomfortably. He quickly mobilized his brain cells and began to seriously search for a solution. "I'm acting alone now, but the Archbishop has given me the authority to mobilize the local Nighthawks from the affected areas for help. Yes, if the souls in Bakeland have been placated, but I haven't completely digested the potion. Does that mean I can expand to other parishes? At this time, if there happens to be a paranormal incident in Tingen, then it would be reasonable for me to return and mobilize 2 Nighthawks to obtain 3-0782. After Leonard finished muttering to himself, Palez Zoros chuckled and said, "Not bad. You found a train of thought so quickly. But have you ever thought that you're going to placate and not purify? This is contradictory to obtaining 3-0782. It's easy to arouse suspicion." Leonard, who had received confirmation, immediately laughed. "Old man, you don't get it, do you? When I first joined the Nighthawks, the education I received was this: placate can only achieve the best results if you have the ability to purify. Roselle the Great also said that you need a stick and a carrot to solve a problem." Palez Zoros sked and said, Then do as you say. Of course, the premise is that you can complete the tasks given by Anthony Stevenson within a week or 2. If you haven't gotten the sun flare bullets by the time the operation to eliminate Amon officially begins, then it's not necessary. Leonard recalled the mission list that was filled with a few pieces of paper as his forehead twitched. He then forced himself to forget this vexation and mumbled inwardly, "I wonder when the mission to punish that Sanguine will begin. I wonder if the Sanguine has a sealed artifact at the demigod level of the Marauder pathway, a temporary world of dreams. I can create it myself. I can find an opportunity to make it into a charm. But can such a level of power withstand the corrosion of the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods?" In a house in Sherwood Borough, Furs held a book and sat on the sofa as she watched Zio walk to the hall and wear her boots. Finally, Furs couldn't hold back her puzzlement as she said, "There's no rush. That gentleman won't issue the investigation mission that quickly." Zio glanced at her and said, I'm a bounty hunter. I have other missions." At this point, she paused and said hesitantly, "Furs, don't you think that Miss Justice is very similar to Miss Audrey?" Furs was stunned for a few seconds before she snapped back to her senses. She subconsciously waved her hand and chuckled. "How is this possible?" Before she finished speaking, numerous similarities flashed through her mind, and her eyes grew wider and wider. After a while, she whispered, "It's not impossible. The spectator pathway, psychological alchemy, a noble lady, blonde hair and blue eyes. Among the nobles I know, she's the only one who fits the criteria. Of course, there are even more nobles I don't know, and even if I know them, I wouldn't know if they're related to psychological alchemy." Zio quietly listened to her friend and thought for a moment. "Furs, do you still remember the tasks that Miss Audrey entrusted to us? I originally thought that it was incited by Earl Hall, but now that I think about it, it might be from the gathering. Also, do you remember how we learned of Mr. Fool's honorific name? From the book we borrowed from Viscount Glaint. There was an ancient piece of paper hidden in its cover." Furs nodded in enlightenment. If we can discover it, Miss Audrey, who's Viscount Glean's good friend, might discover it too. This can explain why she was able to join the gathering. Yeah. Zio agreed with Firz's guess. Furze gaped and was about to say something when she suddenly recalled the Sanguine's failed surveillance. She looked around warily and said, Zio, let's try not to discuss matters related to the gathering. Zio, let's try not to discuss matters related to the gathering. As for Miss Audrey, we meet once a week or two. We'll observe her when the time comes. Zio snapped to her senses and nodded heavily. All right. She then opened the door and went all the way to a bar in East Borough. She sat at the bar counter. Rapping the table, she said to the bartender who looked up, What's the new mission today? Are there any new missions today? Indeed. I have to wait until tomorrow or the day after. Zio looked around and retracted her gaze. She asked in puzzlement and concern, I haven't seen Sherman in a long time. Do you know where he went? It was a young man who believed that he was a woman. He was one of Zio's informants. The bartender chuckled and said, I haven't seen Sherman in a long time. Do you know where he went? The bartender chuckled and said, Maybe he ran off with some man. Maybe he ran away with a man. You know, as long as a man likes him, he's always happy. This isn't something worth discriminating against, Zio retorted seriously, feeling an inexplicable sense of worry. She propped herself up with her hand and jumped off the high stool. She planned on searching the other places Sherman frequented. Bakelin Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Emlyn pressed down on his top hat, pinched his nose, and tore through the crowd that had all sorts of smells. He found the red-eyed Ian in a card room. Mr. White, what's the matter this time? Ian smiled as he led Emlyn to an empty billiard room. Emlyn took off his hat and mumbled, Just a trivial matter. Just a small matter. Help me issue a mission to the bounty hunters. The content is to follow a person called Ernst Boyar and figure out his daily movements. The bounty is £100. £100? Ian subconsciously asked. For a tracking investigation, £100 was an extremely ridiculous bounty. After all, if a bounty hunter could complete this mission alone, he could take a year off, even if he had to support his family. Emlyn nodded. The target is rather dangerous. After his discussion with Taro, he had already thought things through. He believed that following Ernst Boyar was definitely an easy mission. The Sanguine Viscount would definitely pretend not to notice him and deliberately give him a fixed trajectory. Therefore, the £100 was actually a reward for misjudgment for risking her exposure to join the operation. Of course, in order to mislead and conceal the truth, there would definitely be many bounty hunters completing a portion of the mission. They would receive different amounts of rewards, and Emlyn could only guarantee that misjudgment would receive the most. I see. Ian extended his hand in understanding. Advance payment, specific address, danger level, looks and characteristics. It'll be best if there's a portrait. Emlyn then handed over £30 in cash and information on Ernst Boyar's portrait. Red-eyed? Ian flipped through the piece of paper in his hand and blurted out, Yes. Emlyn nodded slightly and looked around. He suppressed his voice and said, There's one more thing. Help me gather clues about the Rose School members in Bakeland. Rose School? Ian was taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, as though he had never heard of such a name before. P.S. 2 updates completed today. Tomorrow will be updated at the usual time. Requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1021. Emlyn shot a glance at Ian, raised his hand to pinch the tip of his nose, and chuckled. From the looks of it, you don't understand. All right, a simpler description is to help me gather information on foreigners from the southern continent, especially from the Star Highlands and Paws Valley. What kind of information is it? There are quite a number of purebred southern continent people in Bakeland, and it's common to see those with the corresponding bloodline. Ian wasn't angered by the contempt as he calmly raised his question. Emlyn chuckled and said, "The more abnormal ones. The ones that act suspiciously and mysteriously. You should know what I'm talking about. There are definitely quite a number of Highlanders and Valley people that match your description. In Bakeland there are either servants, workers, thieves, or join gangs, and the latter all satisfy the requirements of acting suspiciously and acting suspiciously." Ian sincerely pointed out the impracticality of Emlyn's request. However, Emlyn was already prepared for this. With an indiscernible smile, he nodded slightly and said, "How about this? Give me all the information that meets the requirements, and I'll filter them myself. Yes, I'll pay you £50 for this commission as the basic fee for the preliminary investigations. The subsequent fees will be calculated based on how much of the information you gather has value. You'll pay an additional £20 for every piece. Who decides if it has value or not?" Ian thought for a few seconds before asking. With his initial income of £50, he could actually accept the commission. This sum of money was enough to hire more than 10 people to investigate from East Borough to Cherwood Borough for half a month from morning to night. He didn't care how much he could earn from the £50, because many people relied on him to survive. He needed to arrange paid jobs for them from time to time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the latest news. Emlyn sized up Ian and scoffed. "Of course it's me. You should know my reputation very well. Detective Moriarty didn't tell me that." Ian mumbled and sighed. "All right, it was quite a pleasant cooperation the last time we worked together. I choose to trust you." Emlyn nodded in satisfaction, took out his wallet, and counted the total denomination of £50. During this process, Emlyn felt a little reluctant when he realized that he only had £407 left in his savings. Now it's £357. He retracted his gaze from the notes and handed the cash in his hand to Ian. He didn't stay any longer. He put on his top hat, walked out of the billiard room, and left Braveheart's bar. On the street, Emlyn released his finger that was pinching his nose and looked up at the burning clouds. His expression gradually turned solemn as he silently muttered to himself, "That wraith isn't around this time. Where did it go?" Humph. Ian acted as if he had never heard of Rose School, but his accelerated heartbeat betrayed him. Also, he didn't even ask if Sherlock Moriarty had returned to Bakeland. He wasn't worried at all. Could it be that Sherlock had already returned to Bakeland and met with him? Rorstead Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam. Outside a house near the harbor that was lit up with gas wall lamps, Admiral of Stars Catlia walked to an empty corner with Frank Lee, who had his sleeves rolled up, revealing his brown hair. She watched as a figure emerged from the shadows. This was bloodless Heath Doyle, who was in charge of monitoring Artisan Charve. He was thin and tall, and his skin was so pale that it was almost translucent. He looked weak, like he would collapse at any moment. "Have there been any abnormalities during this period of time?" Catlia nudged the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose bridge. Heath Doyle tersely acknowledged and said, 3 days after you left, a stranger came to visit Charve. On the 3rd day after you left, a stranger came to visit Sealf. He stayed for about 15 minutes. I didn't go near him for fear of being discovered. According to your instructions, Captain, I got my men to tail the stranger, but they were thrown off. What does the stranger look like? Catlia nodded slightly. Heath Doyle took out a piece of raw beef from a leather bag by his waist. The blood on it was still fresh, but it didn't contaminate anything it touched. It was as though it had turned into a pure solid. Right on the heels of that, the piece of beef melted in Heath Doyle's hand and dripped to the ground like water. It squirmed as though it had a life of its own, drawing out a portrait. This is the effect I wanted. Frank Lee looked at this scene with bright eyes as he expressed his thoughts in excitement. Under his gaze, Heath Doyle had the intention to dodge. He tilted his body slightly and pointed to the ground. Something like this. At this moment, a blood-colored portrait had already taken form. The main body was a man with a mustache. His facial features resembled those of the Paws River Valley's race. His greatest characteristic was the 3 studs in each of his ears. Studs made of gold. He's lean and doesn't have much fat, but he's very healthy, Heath Doyle added. Catlia then retracted her gaze from the ground, and then Heath Doyle tersely acknowledged again. No one came to visit Charv after that, apart from the temporary servants and chefs he hired. I've arranged for my men to investigate them, and there's nothing wrong with them. Charv would take a stroll in the evening every day and find a street girl to bring home. He would only let her leave at daybreak. I've been tailing him all this time, but I didn't discover any strange people he came into contact with. He's been behaving normally all this time. Catlia asked with a frown. From her point of view, not having any abnormalities was the greatest abnormality. After all, this involved a Rose School member who believed in the primordial moon. Heath Doyle nodded affirmatively. Yes. Catlia turned her head to look at the house's main entrance and pondered for a moment. After pondering for a moment, she said, I originally planned on using my Beyonder powers to infiltrate and control Charv as quickly as possible to take him away to prevent any accidents. But from the looks of it, the best method is to directly knock on the door. Unknown danger was the most terrifying. Captain, I'll go with you. Frank Lee recalled that he had been busy with experiments recently and hadn't done what a first mate should do for a long time, so he hurriedly requested. As Catlia took off her thick glasses and hung them on the belt of her black mage robe, she nodded. She nodded and said, all right. With that said, she left the dark corner and walked towards the front door of Charv's residence. As she approached, she looked up at the crimson moon that pierced through the clouds. She bent her finger and knocked on the door thrice. Before long, a series of footsteps approached as the door creaked open. Artisan Charv didn't look any different from the last time. He was still thin and dark, and his eye bags were a little puffy. His brown eyes were trying his best to squeeze out a smile. Admiral, what's the matter this time? He stood at the door, blocking the light from the gas wall lamp behind him. It made the area appear dark, as though he was immersed in the shadows. Catlia stared at him for a few seconds and slowly said, I have a new idea. I intend to make you part of my crew. Her feet did not move, and she had no intention of entering the door. Artisan Charv's expression contorted as his tone suddenly turned a little sinister. Why? Catlia's gaze suddenly froze. She then slowly opened her mouth and said, Because I am a pirate. Pirates didn't need a reason. If they wanted to do something, they would do it. Charv's facial muscles twitched, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes again. I can be your sailor, but as a craftsman, I can be more useful in the big city. I agree with you. Catlia destroyed his will to resist. But before that, you need to spend some time on my future and become companions with others. Charv's expression slowly turned cold as he replied with a slightly ethereal voice. I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself. I have a strong desire to reproduce every day. A strong desire to reproduce? Frank Lee's eyes lit up at the side as he asked in confirmation. Charv was stunned, and he actually didn't know whether he should nod or shake his head. Frank then looked at Admiral of Stars Catlia and asked in excitement, What's going on? Captain, this is my experimental assistant. I really like this trait of his. Catlia was silent for a few seconds before she slowly and solemnly nodded. Yes. Frank immediately revealed a hearty smile and extended his right hand towards Artisan Charv. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the first mate of the future, Frank Lee. Sylph's expression returned to normal. He shook hands with the man in puzzlement before saying, I'm not sure. Are you really going to stay on the future for a period of time? I guarantee it on my reputation, Catlia replied sincerely and added inwardly, Don't worry about it. It won't be long before the Queen personally comes to deal with your problem. Well, I can't beat you anyway. Charv shrugged. Please allow me to pack my personal belongings." He took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked towards the staircase at the end of the hall. As he walked, he suddenly came to a stop. With his back facing Katlia and Frank Lee, he said casually and leisurely, "Don't worry. The moonlight tonight is as beautiful as ever, isn't it?" Without waiting for a response, he continued forward and disappeared at the top of the stairs. Only now did Katlia's expression become more and more serious. After Charv opened the door, she had already noticed his abnormality with her own eyes. If Charv's spirit body was that of a normal human in the past, then he was now a Siamese. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the conjoined twins were growing rapidly. "This isn't a problem that I can solve. I have to write to the Queen and tell her. Also, I can't forget German Sparrow's request to meet me." Katlia sighed, silently and subconsciously looked up. High up in the sky, the clouds were thin, and the red moon was bright and quiet. Bakeland, Hillston Borough, East Balham Military Veteran Officers Clubhouse. Don Dantes and Member of Parliament mocked alighted from their carriages and entered the foyer together. P.S. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Chapter 10:22. After entering the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse, just as he handed his cane and hat to his valet, Anuni he saw Colonel Calvin, who worked for the Lone Kingdom's Department of Defense, dressed in army attire. He was holding a glass of red wine as he waited in the hall. The donkey-faced officer smiled and raised his cup to Don Dantes. "Long time no see." "It has indeed been a while." Klein walked over with a smile. Calvin stretched out his right hand. "Congratulations. You've done well this time. Everyone is very satisfied. I'm also very satisfied." Klein used the Rouen style to express the meaning of happy cooperation and extended his right hand to shake the other party's hand. Calvin retracted his hand and glanced at mocked beside Dwayne Dantes. He sighed and smiled. "When you first introduced Dwayne, I didn't quite trust your judgment. Now I understand why you became a member of the House of Commons. Everyone who has interacted with Dwayne can easily conclude that he's an expert in this field." Mocked similarly accepted the colonel's praise with Rouen's reticence. Calvin retracted his gaze, took a sip of red wine, and looked at Don Dantes with a smile. "How much did you earn this time?" "Don't worry, I'm not trying to lower the price. I'm just curious." £20,000 worth of gold," Klein answered with a middle number. In fact, he earned £25,000, but after paying Miss Messenger £10,000, he only earned £15,000. Colonel Calvin nodded. "That's right. If you need to turn those gold bars into gold coins, I can introduce you to someone from the Royal Mint. What do you think? Did you find anything out of the ordinary in May Sanchez's territory?" Klein didn't think about it. "Yes. He had a place called Resurrection Square, which was destroyed by lightning." "I know that," Colonel Calvin responded with a slightly solemn expression. "Then you probably don't know that the person in front of you is the one who created the lightning." Klein chuckled and said, "Also, May Sanchez seems to be maintaining a fragile balance between many factions, but he has secretly sided with someone. Of course, I don't know who it is." He had never thought of betraying the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He only revealed a little to gain the trust of the Rouen military. "The only thing we can be sure of is that it's not us." Colonel Calvin nodded with a deep gaze. "I don't think he's an Intis patient either." Klein helped them eliminate the possibility that was wrong. Colonel Calvin grunted in acknowledgement. "That's good. Most of the forces around May Sanchez are supported by the Intis. If he wants to expand, he definitely can't avoid them. When that happens, we might be able to sell weapons again." At this point, he raised his cup. "Storm above, may we all get rich together." As believers of the Evernight goddess, Klein and Mocked could only smile without giving a direct response. After sipping another mouthful of red wine, Calvin pointed to the second floor. "Dwayne, I got you here today to play cards with an important figure in Texas. Which important figure? Klein asked with piqued interest. Calvin's expression turned solemn as he said with an indiscernible smile, Admiral Amirius. He has been reactivated and is currently in charge of the Department of Defense. Admiral Amirius, the admiral whose brother was removed from his governor-general position, whose mistress was corrupted by the mother tree of desire, and who lost his position as the highest commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy. I've cooperated with him before and even impersonated him for a period of time. Indeed, to a demigod, as long as he doesn't go overboard and is willing to endure, he will eventually be able to walk out of his trough. Klein recalled everything that had happened on Orvie Island as he felt a little wistful. Towards Admiral Amirius Revolt, he still felt a little guilty. Although most of what happened back then had nothing to do with him, the mutation of his mistress was ultimately a result of the mother tree of desire's attempt to control him. In other words, our future cooperation requires the approval of this admiral? Klein asked in enlightenment. That's the case. Calvin nodded and pointed to the staircase that led to the second floor. Let's go up. When they came to the second floor, they stopped in front of a pair of dark red double doors. Calvin turned his head to glance at Don Dantes. Your mission today is to lose money. Lose money? Klein sized up Calvin as the corners of his mouth curled up. I'll work hard. Mocked smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to be too deliberate. Admiral Amirius is very good at cards. Even if you wish to win money, it's nearly impossible. Ha ha, I lose every time. Sigh, I just hope I don't lose too much today. Otherwise, I won't even dare return home. Klein nodded in thought. I only brought 200 pounds in cash. Will that be enough? Definitely not, Calvin said with a chuckle. Calvin chuckled. I've already exchanged for 1,000 pounds worth of chips for you. Just remember to return it when you come back. Rouen top lawyers only earn about 1,000 pounds a year on the surface. You bunch of corrupt people. Klein sized up Calvin again. The colonel didn't notice anything as he raised his hand to knock on the door. After waiting for a while, the door creaked open, revealing the scene inside. It was a hall covered in thick, soft carpets. There wasn't much furniture, making it look rather spacious. In the middle of the hall was a card table that could accommodate more than 10 people. Surrounding it were luxurious high-back chairs. By the side of the hall, there was furniture inlaid with gold, statues carved from marble, a coffee table with books and newspapers, and a set of leather sofas. Klein looked over and saw Amirius Revolt sitting at the seat of honor. This admiral hadn't changed much from before. His black hair was neatly combed back, and his blue eyes were dark and deep. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, and he didn't have a beard. He had an old-fashioned and solemn bearing, and he wore a dark blue shirt with epaulets. Every detail was meticulous, and he was extremely serious. Turning his gaze, Klein discovered another acquaintance. He had thick but not messy black eyebrows. He had short and stiff hair of the same color, and his eyes were so deep blue that they were nearly black. His nose bridge was high like a mountain, and a large beard extended out from his mouth. His facial features were deep, and his face was rather long with cold lines. He gave off the vibe of a man of steel. This was the deputy director of MI9, Konas Kilgore. This was one of Klein's goals when he returned to Bakeland. He was the middleman between the demonist sect and a particular faction of the royal family in human trafficking. He was an accomplice to the Great Smog of Bakeland. The Major General Deputy Director's shoulders were abnormally broad, and his white shirt and black vest were abnormally tight. He was focused on playing Texas Hold'em. There are 3 demigods at the table. How is one to play? Interesting. Klein found a seat and sat down as he observed the other people at the table. During this process, an attendant delivered a huge stack of chips worth a total of 1,000 pounds. In the first few rounds, Klein threw his cards away after taking a look at them. He appeared very cautious, as though he wouldn't raise or call unless he had a good hand. As for Admiral Amirius's style, it was the complete opposite of his. He wasn't conservative at all, and he called nearly all of his hands, constantly raising in an extremely aggressive manner. Few of the games he participated in would reach the stage of a showdown. Most people couldn't withstand the pressure, as well as the authority that the Admiral had. They would fold after a round or two. Among them, someone attempted to use Amirius Revolt's bluff, but they ended up meeting the Admiral's 4-9s. Their faces immediately turned pale as though they had been sentenced to death by a judge. Conez Kilgore had a different style. He would lose from time to time, but the total amount of chips was relatively small, so it didn't affect him too much. And in the next round after he lost, he would often clear the chips of the person who had previously won against him, forcing the other party to spend money to buy new chips. Why bother? Why use your powers to cheat when playing cards with low and mid-sequence beyonders, or even ordinary people? Others might not be able to tell, but how can I not know? One is the suppressive aura of the Arbiter pathway, and the other is the bribe of Baron of Corruption. Klein looked at his 5 of hearts and 9 of clubs as he shook his head indiscernibly. He couldn't help but seriously consider what powers the seer pathway had to help him if he wanted to cheat. Turn all my opponents into marionettes? That way, I can win as much as I want and be in an invincible position. However, it has no practical value. It's not like I'm planning a death poker tournament. Unfortunately, there aren't many mosquitoes here. Otherwise, I could control their spirit body threads and make them turn into marionettes. Helping me see the cards of others, a faceless can only transform into himself. But not the cards. A magician's illusion spell? Playing cards with ordinary people and low and mid-sequence beyonders should be quite effective. But there are 2 demigods here, using the clown's wrist powers to change cards? It's useless. The dealing and shuffling are done by the attendants as his thoughts raced. Klein realized that only the powers of a seer were useful. He threw out 2 cards, indicating that he wouldn't follow. Then he picked up a metal chip and flipped it between his fingers. At this moment, Amirius Revolt suddenly looked up at him before retracting his gaze and pushing out a pile of chips. Indeed, Klein nodded inwardly without any surprise. Back when they worked together, he knew that Admiral Amirius was able to distinguish ordinary people from beyonders based on their positions. He even suspected that Amirius could even determine a beyonder's level, which was also their position. However, Klein wasn't too worried about this. This was because a Bizarro sorcerer had certain concealment powers. This was also one of the special reasons why he was able to converge the gray fog's augmentation on himself after reaching sequence 4. This made him certain that Amirius couldn't discover his level, but he, who hadn't done the corresponding interference beforehand, suspected that Amirius could tell that he was a beyonder. Therefore, he took the initiative to reveal a little problem, making it seem easy to see through and grasp. P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Chapter 1023. The core rules of Texas Hold 'em were very simple. It was a combination of 2 of one's trump cards and 5 public cards. Whoever had the biggest hand would win. And the public cards were dealt in 3 rounds. 3 cards were dealt in the first round, 1 card in the second round, and 1 card in the third round. Every round, one could call, follow, or raise until no one raised, or only one person didn't fold. Klein played with the chips in his hand and divined that he would be luckier in the next few rounds. However, he couldn't tell which round it would be. After all, it was only a simple and quick divination. The effects weren't that great. Using such a method to play with ordinary people or low-sequence beyonders isn't a problem as long as I have the right strategy. However, it's definitely not possible against a demigod. Even winning against a mid-sequence beyonder would be rather difficult. Don't tell me I have to close my eyes and rest every round to do a complete dream divination? Ha! If that's the case, Don Dantes might have the nickname Sleeping God of Gamblers. Klein sighed inwardly as he continued his style of discarding after reading his cards. He had already lost a small and a big blind bet, which was half and a bottom bet, and the bottom bet for this round was £1. Now, it was his turn for 2 rounds. At this moment, Klein noticed something. Konez Kilgore, the deputy director of MI9, had lost £20 to Admiral Emirius in this round. Bribe succeeded. Admiral Emirius should have been able to tell that Konez had used the powers of the Baron of Corruption, but he might not know that this deputy director of MI9 is a demigod. The next round, it'll definitely be fun. Klein's mind stirred. After the attendant placed his 2 new trump cards in front of him, he didn't even flip a corner to confirm the cards. Instead, he directly bet the metal chip he was playing with on his trump card, acting as though he was going to the end without looking at his cards. After 2 people folded, the stern and old-fashioned Emirius Revolt casually looked at his trump card and counted out chips worth £5. He threw them into the middle of the table and, without any surprise, made an additional bet. Another person folded. Mocked followed up with a bet of £5. Right on the heels of that, the tough guy Konez Kilgore raised again, throwing a total of £20 worth of chips. Colonel Calvin confirmed his hand again and indicated that he would raise the bet. After the remaining player folded, Don Dantes didn't bother to count. He grabbed a handful of chips and threw them out. £20, follow the bet, the waiter in charge of counting the chips said accurately after a glance. I thought it would be £50. Seems like you're not familiar with this kind of chips, Don Dantes, who had white sideburns and an outstanding temperament, said with a smile. However, he did not pay the remaining £30. At that moment, everyone had expressed their stance. It was once again Emirius Revolt's turn. The Admiral didn't even look at the rest of the people. He picked up 5 £10 chips and threw them out. More. His emotions did not fluctuate at all. It was as if he was talking about a cup of black tea. However, his indescribable majesty and his continuous raising of stakes without even seeing a single public card made the atmosphere of the entire table rather tense. This situation often meant that Admiral Emirius had an excellent trump card. It could be a pair of aces, a pair of kings, or an ace plus a king. Mocked decided to fold. Konez Kilgore stroked his high nose bridge and looked around with his dark blue eyes that were nearly black. Call. Once again, Colonel Calvin confirmed his trump card, hesitated for 10 seconds, and chose to fold. Don Dantes touched the metal chips on his 2 cards and revealed a smile. Call. After this round of declaration, there were only 3 players left. Then the waiter in charge of dealing the cards placed the 3 public cards in the middle of the table and spread them out. 2 of spades, 9 of hearts, king of spades. The first to call was Admiral Emirius Revolt. He leaned forward slightly and said with an extremely oppressive posture, 2 of spades. £50. He directly raised the bet from £1 to £50. Mocked, Colonel Calvin, and company felt a baffling sense of suffocation, even though they weren't participating in the game. Konez Kilgore's body trembled slightly, but he eventually grabbed a £50 chip and threw it out. Don Dantes shot a glance at the deputy director of MI9 and smiled as though he didn't feel any pressure. Call. Upon hearing that, Colonel Calvin turned his head and nodded at Don Dantes, whose blue eyes resembled a lake at night, in acknowledgement. From his point of view, Admiral Emirius's aura was useless against a person whose goal was to lose money. At this moment, the red-vested waiter threw out the 4th public card, 9 of spades. With 3 spades appearing, the chances of a flush instantly increased. However, Admiral Emirius didn't hesitate at all as he calmly pushed out a stack of chips. £100. Konez Kilgore's fingers tapped his trump card a few times, clearly lacking in confidence. But eventually he chose to follow the bet. Don Dantes glanced at the deputy director again and maintained his warm smile. Call. To this point in time, he hadn't seen his hand. This left Colonel Calvin a little worried, believing that such a performance was overboard. It was as though he was giving away money. Admiral Emirius, who had a relatively conservative style, might not accept it. At this moment, the red-vested waiter threw out the fifth public card. 2 of clubs. As such, the entire public card was completely formed. 2 of spades, 9 of hearts, king of spades, 9 of spades, 2 of clubs, £200. Admiral Amirius pushed down a pile of metal chips in an astounding manner. Konez Kilgore first took a deep breath before he pushed out 2 stacks of chips. £500. This sum of money was equivalent to half a year's salary. Is he trying to bluff? Colonel Calvin and Member of Parliament exchanged looks. They felt that Kilgore's actions were a little obvious and could be easily seen through. One had to know that playing Texas Hold, apart from money management and probability calculations, was often a psychological game. Be it body language, expression, or raising style, they would all reveal a person's cards. Of course, there were also powerful players who would use such details to deliberately mislead their opponents. Dwayne Dantes sized up Konez Kilgore and suddenly laughed. Following that, he said the same thing as before. You're the only one who's capable of doing this. Following that, he said the same thing as before. Call. Admiral Amirius raised his hands, prepared to push out all his remaining chips and use his aura to overwhelm his opponent. At this moment, his actions suddenly came to a halt as his expressionless face revealed a heavy look. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly said, Call. At this point, it was time to reveal one's cards and compare the size of the cards. Admiral Amirius first flipped over his cards. An ace of spades, a 10 of spades, formed a flush with the 2 of spades, a king of spades, and a 9 of spades from the public deck. This was considered a rather large card. The only cards bigger than it were a calabash of 4, a straight flush, and a royal straight flush. It's your turn, Amirius urged Konez. Konez first flipped over a card. It was a king of diamonds, forming a pair of kings and 9s with the public deck. Right on the heels of that, he picked up his second card. At this moment, the remaining poker cards on the red-vested attendant's table turned blurry. Pa! The card was thrown onto the table, revealing its appearance. 9 of clubs. What? Mocked and company exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe their eyes. This meant that Konez Kilgore had formed a calabash with 3 9s and a pair of kings. This was bigger than a flush. Sorry about that calabash, Konez said with a smile as he looked at Admiral Amirius. Then he turned his head to Don Dantes. You can reveal your cards. I'm also very curious what card it will be. Don Dantes smiled and picked up the metal chips in front of him. He casually flipped over his 2 cards and threw them out. What? Colonel Calvin and company rubbed their eyes. Don Dantes's cards were an extremely small pair. 2 of hearts, 2 of diamonds, and in the public deck there happened to be a very small pair. 2 of spades, 2 of clubs. They formed 4, the smallest 4, but they were bigger than all the calabashes. Praise the lady. Don Dantes's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise as he drew a crimson moon on his chest, as though he hadn't expected it either. What an interesting round. Admiral Amirius was taken aback for a moment before he clapped gently. Konez Kilgore gave Don Dantes a deep glance and sighed with a smile. I never expected the final winner to be you. Klein returned with a smile as he mumbled inwardly, It's only right that I beat you. On the one hand, Admiral Amirius only likes to use his aura to oppress me and didn't use his beyonder powers to cheat. As for you, you placed all your attention and beyonder powers on Admiral Amirius and ignored me. On the other hand, the person who played cards with you is actually called Winner Anini. Without looking at his cards, it was obviously all luck. When he placed the metal chips on his cards, Klein had already swapped places with Winner Anini, taking on each other's looks. Although Colonel Calvin had previously made him deliberately lose the 1,000 pounds worth of chips, Klein decided to win after seeing Konez Kilgore. This wasn't to say that he couldn't bear to part with the money. His main goal was to attract the attention of the MI9 demigod and take the opportunity to familiarize himself with him and establish a connection. Only by doing so would Klein have a chance of obtaining information from Kona's Kilgore and even completing his attack. After all, he was a demigod. To deal with him in Bakeland, one had to be sufficiently careful and cautious. Without the confidence of landing a hit or being able to transfer him out of Bakeland, one would rather give up on the operation. Otherwise, one would definitely expose one's goal and be watched by many demigods and angels in Bakeland. Following that, Klein won and lost. Finally, not only did he retain the 1,000 pounds worth of chips, he even won an additional 1,000 pounds. During this process, Colonel Calvin repeatedly hinted for Don Dantes to lose money, but Don Dantes brushed it off by saying that he was too lucky and couldn't lose no matter what. After the game ended, the first person to walk towards Don Dantes with a smile was Major General Kona's Kilgore. P.S. Reed's writing is very simple and saves a lot of information. Otherwise, I would have to explain what a muzzle is, what a 3-bet is, what a turn, and what a river is. That would be too troublesome and not in line with the tone of the book. After all, this is a fantasy, not a game of cards. You can't switch from Witcher 3 to Gwent 3. The focus is on the purpose of playing cards, not the cards itself. Therefore, I have tried my best to write it in the simplest and most understandable way. It might be very different from the actual strategy of calling and raising, so please do not copy it. Chapter 10:24. Kona's Kilgore, whose eyes were dark blue and eyes were nearly black, walked in front of Don Dantes with a cup of champagne in hand. He smiled and said, "Your luck today is pretty good, and it's filled with courage." If it's referring to the fact that after receiving a bribe he would often fold in the next round and would rather lose his blind bet, then it's not luck, but knowledge. As for other times, playing cards with you has almost used up all the luck Anuni has accumulated over the past few days. Klein gently shook the glass of pale gold wine in his hand and sighed with a smile. For a person who doesn't care about the outcome, there's naturally nothing to fear. Ha! Praise the lady. He was using Ruan's style of subtlety to indicate that he was mainly here to lose money. His good luck was a blessing from the gods, and it had nothing to do with him. Konas hadn't lost much tonight, just 100 or 200 pounds. Although this was quite a lot compared to his salary on the surface. To a major general deputy director of MI9, a hidden demigod, his salary was the most negligible part of his income. Therefore, he didn't mind as he shook his head with a smile. Humans are always unable to see through the arrangements of fate. You're an interesting person. Nice to meet you. His last sentence was half praise and half courtesy, indicating the end of the conversation. However, the reason why Klein had performed the entire night was to get to know this demigod of the Black Emperor pathway. How could he give up just like that? He first replied, "Nice to meet you too." Following that, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Your Excellency, do you know anything about the manor in the suburbs of Bakeland? It's best if it comes with a forest for hunting." According to the information he obtained from Miss Justice, Kona's Kilgore didn't like to host banquets, balls, and salons at his place, and he rarely accepted such invitations. It was unknown if it was due to his personality or his special position. His hobbies were very simple. Firstly, he loved to smoke cigars, especially the chieftain cigars produced in East Balamaikani. It was publicly acknowledged as the best cigar in the world. Secondly, he loved to play cards, mainly in Texas. Thirdly, he loved to hunt. In autumn and winter, he often went to the outskirts of Bakeland, or even Ottawa County, Eastchester County, and other places to hunt. Originally, Klein had planned on buying a manor purely to spend money to blend into high society. He didn't have such considerations, but after meeting Kona's Kilgore today, he added a corresponding request at the last minute, hoping to pique his interest. When the time came, he might even be able to invite the deputy director of MI9 to hunt in the suburbs and spend a pleasant weekend while seeking an opportunity to take action. Konez Kilgore drank a mouthful of champagne and thought for a moment. I'll help you keep an eye out. If there's anything suitable, I'll send someone over. Yes, it's Buckland Street, right? Yeah, I'll tell you when I get there. Thank you very much, Klein replied sincerely. At the same time, he pitied his former valet, Richardson, who had just become a butler's assistant. This young man, who yearned to improve himself, had been heading out early and returning late recently. He was gathering information on the manors in the outskirts of Bakeland for his employer. He wanted to see which ones met his requirements and which ones had the intention of being sold. He also did a field survey to ensure that every option submitted had no problems. He didn't want his employer to pick a manor from the information and specially send someone to find out that the manor wasn't for sale at all, or that the actual situation was vastly different from the description. And after Klein adjusted his request at the last minute, all the work that Richardson had previously done would undoubtedly have to be redone. Evil client. After this is done, I'll get Taneja to raise his annual salary by £5. A butler's assistant naturally earns a little more than being a valet. £5 will be gone after 1 or 2 raises in today's card game. Richardson's annual salary is only enough to play a few rounds of cards. As Klein silently sighed, he suddenly sensed a gaze cast at him. He looked back without hiding it and discovered that the person looking at him was Admiral Amirius Revolt. This old-fashioned and stern middle-aged man nodded slightly and retracted his gaze. He had no intention of communicating with Don Dantes, nor did he call for men to capture unaffiliated Beyonders. After all, he was considered a partner of the military, and it wasn't rare for a businessman or adventurer with extensive connections in the southern continent to chance upon a potion. At this moment, Colonel Calvin and Member of Parliament walked towards Dwayne Dantes with wine glasses in hand. How did this happen? Calvin suppressed his voice and asked in exasperation. As Don Dantes had won nearly £1,000, he and Mocht had no choice but to change their strategy in order to prevent Admiral Amirius from losing money. They went from being cautious to being unrestrained, and they each lost a few £100s, leaving them feeling the pinch. As such, together with the others' losses, Admiral Amirius eventually won £200 to £300. With regards to this, Klein threw up his hands. I didn't even see my cards. In other words, he was implying that this was purely the blessings of the various deities in the fate domain. And up to now, the deities, angels, and hidden existences that had authority in the fate domain included, but were not limited to the Evernight goddess, the Fool, Snake of Mercury, Willa Septon, Pallas Zoroast, Blasphemer Amon, and Angel of Fate Ouroboros. This sure is a vexing matter. Mocht shook his head with a bitter smile. Calvin and I have lost so much that we don't even dare to return home. They had lost about half of their annual income. Don Dantes, who had white sideburns, revealed a surprised look when he heard that. When did you lose? He then pointed at the chips stacked in front of him and said, I only managed to keep the first £1,000 I bought. I only managed to keep the initial £1,000 that I bought. The rest is yours. Colonel Calvin and Mocht were taken aback as they exchanged looks and revealed smiles. We were too nervous and miscalculated. Calvin nodded approvingly. Klein chuckled and immediately diverted the topic. He began searching for supper on the coffee table beside him. City of Silver, inside one of the twin towers. After being summoned, Derek Berg met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. You said you have something to ask? Colin, who had quite a few old scars on his face, looked at the youth who wasn't considered tall and asked calmly. Derek bowed and replied frankly, Yes, Your Excellency. My advancement to Priest of Light requires pure darkness, but once I enter the darkness, it will be very dangerous. I have no idea how to resolve this problem. Colin Iliad listened seriously and nodded. You need to confirm something. Is it pure darkness or lightless darkness? There's a huge difference between the two concepts. If it's the latter, you can obtain it at the dungeon at the bottom of the spire. You've been there for some time, so you should know what I'm talking about. Derek had a deep fear towards the dungeon at the bottom of the spire. This was because he had first met Blasphemer Amon there. Not only had he seen the mutated former captain of the exploration team, but he had also been parasitized. Unless necessary, he really didn't wish to recall it. At this moment, after receiving the chief's reminder, he slowly recalled the corresponding memories. He discovered that although every cell at the bottom of the spire had candles distributed, they could only wait for the guards to deliver food and medicine to them once they burned out. This wasn't frequent, with only 3 times a day. There was a long interval in between, and it was in such an environment that the appearance of monsters or the disappearance of humans never happened. Derek remembered that there was a period of time when he guarded the lightless darkness without encountering any danger. He thought for a while and hesitantly opened his mouth. Is it this power that resists the tendency of the darkness to make people disappear and give birth to monsters? Is it this power that resists the tendency of the darkness to make people disappear and give birth to monsters? Colin Iliad looked at the 2 swords hanging cross-legged on the wall, nodded slightly and sighed. Yes, that's why it's called lightless darkness. It's not pure darkness. Derek frowned bit by bit, as though he was recalling something. After a few seconds, he said, uncertainly, that's right. If that's the case, then the darkness at the bottom of the spire isn't pure darkness. Many historical records state that the night before the Dark Age wouldn't make people disappear like evaporation, nor would it give birth to monsters. The darkness now must have mutated, or some other power has mixed together, which is why it's so dangerous. That's right. To be able to connect the dots, it means that you've improved. That's why I'm asking you. Do you need pure darkness or lightless darkness? Colin's light blue eyes revealed a hint of wistfulness. Could it be that pure darkness only exists outside the forsaken land of the gods? Derek felt dejected before he perked up again. Your Excellency, I'm not too sure either. I'll need some time to confirm it. He believed that the knowledgeable, experienced, and powerful Mr. the Hanging Man, Mr. World, and the other tarot members would be able to find a good solution. Colin Iliad didn't ask further as he nodded. Go ahead. At sequence 5, even if you aren't able to become a demigod for a very long time, you will still have a chance of wielding certain sealed artifacts. Bakelin, Hillston Burrow. Zio had changed into a brown jacket and wore a cap, pretending to be an ordinary short man. She had officially accepted the mission and began to follow and investigate the gentleman named Ernst Boyar, and there were a few bounty hunters participating in this mission. Ernst Boyar adjusted his top hat and pointed ahead with his cane. He instructed the carriage driver to St. George Burrow. That was southeast of Bakeland, separated from East Burrow by the Tussock River. After getting on the carriage and getting seated, Ernst sniffled and looked out the window before suddenly snorting. As a sanguine viscount, how could he not discover the tracking of a lousy bounty hunter?